What's up, everybody? It is Sunday, the 29th, the day after the No Kings rally. I'm just going to go ahead and spit this out real fast before we get into the actual show because yesterday was a total embarrassment to our country, if you ask me. If you don't believe so, go back and watch yesterday's show, the No Kings rally show, and watch the whole thing through. It was very embarrassing. Um, on so many levels. The low IQ speeches that I heard, the division, the hate, it was very sad. I did a poll the day prior and asked if America was divided. And there was actually about 30% people that said America wasn't divided. And I don't know where that 30% came from. Because if you listen to and you hear what was said yesterday, you'll realize we're very divided. And in order for this country to move forward, we have got to let our derangement syndromes go, and that's the left and the right, and move forward. Because what I watched yesterday does nothing for America besides make us look bad. And that's what I'm going to say. You can go back, you can watch it for yourself. I don't care. Do what you got to do. But it was definitely a big eye opener. So that being said, I got a Trump speech from Friday that was really a good one. I thought. He has a speech with some farmers, and then I got some Iran stuff, maybe a Ted Cruz speech, and then I'm out of here for today. The Indians are playing tonight. Trying to get this in and out if I can, but this was a really good speech. Maybe the incense sticks were extra good on Friday, but I watched this on my own. I didn't even watch this live. I actually watched this on my own. So enjoy. Dude, Trump
any longer. They're on the run. Last June, America's armed forces obliterated Iran's key nuclear facilities in one of the most spectacular military actions of all time. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. In the dead of night, no moon, 1 o'clock in the morning, we went in. It was called Operation Midnight Hammer. And every single one of those bombs hit their mark. Air shafts. They will never build an air shaft again, I promise you that. They went right down that granite mountain through air shafts. Most incredible technology you've ever seen, that a thing like that. And it was decimation, it was obliteration. One of the networks said, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. It was that bad. Turned out to be even more than we thought. But after that attack, the Iranian lunatics refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. And I have to say, before that, Barack Hussein Obama, did you ever hear of him? Barack Hussein Obama, he had the Iran nuclear deal. He went to Iran, he paid him. Remember, he sent two Boeing 757 jetliners. They took the seats out and they piled it with cash, like 1.7 billion of cash. That's when I realized the president is very powerful. The presidency is a very powerful thing when you can do that. I haven't done that yet. I haven't found a reason to do that yet, but that's big. 1.7 billion in cash. You know, there wasn't a bank in DC, Virginia, or Maryland that had any money after that disaster. But they sent the cash to Iran, but more importantly, they signed an agreement, the Iran nuclear deal, which if I didn't terminate it in my first term, I terminated it almost immediately. If I didn't terminate it, they would have had a nuclear weapon long ago, and they would have used it on the Middle East, Israel, and the Middle East. And you know the Middle East because when you look at all the missiles they got fired, UAE had 1,500 missiles shot at it. They didn't think they were going to have any. Saudi Arabia didn't expect to have, we have the most powerful Saudis. Oh, yes, sir, you are so powerful. But Yasser, you didn't expect any missiles going to Saudi Arabia. They didn't expect them in Qatar. They didn't expect them in Kuwait and Bahrain, the missiles rained down on you. They were going to hit you with nuclear or whatever they had. But we stopped it. We stopped it. We stopped it with him. And then there was a big moment also in my first administration when I took out Soleimani. And a lot of people think that might have been the biggest thing of all because he was a mad genius. He was a vicious, horrible human being, but he was a great general and a great leader, if you define a leader in a certain way, very, very powerful leader. In fact, he was so powerful that I really think that the leadership of Iran was extremely happy when I took him out, but they don't say that, but nobody's going to be asking him anymore because they're not here either. But getting the termination and terminating the Iran nuclear deal that was done by Biden and Obama, I would say mostly Obama. Actually, I don't think Biden knew where he was then, too. He had no idea. If you said to him, the Iran nuclear, what's that? But there was 4 years of hell we had with this guy as our leader, I'll tell you. And then we hit him with the B-2 bomber, so we did it twice. But if they would have had a nuclear weapon, it would have been a whole big deal. And I wouldn't be here right now, and probably you guys wouldn't be too happy. You might be in an area, who knows where you would have been. But we did it twice. And I really believe we saved the Middle East. We saved not just Israel, we saved the Middle East. And it was proven by all those rockets that fired down upon you. Saudi Arabia got hit a lot. You all got hit, and nobody expected any missiles to be wasted. You would have thought they were only going at Israel. They weren't. As president of the United States, I would never allow the world's #1 state sponsor of terror to obtain a nuclear weapon. I said that for a long time. And I didn't. To defend America and our allies over the past 27 days, the U.S. Armed Forces, most powerful in the world, have been annihilating Iran's military capacity with force, precision, skill like the world has never seen. It was violence, actually, really violence. We're crushing Iran's currently, as we speak. I just looked. We had another big day. We hit them. They don't know what's happening. Remember this. They lied about 3 days ago. I said, yeah, we're negotiating with this. We are not negotiating. They're being hit so hard, anybody would be negotiating. They are negotiating. They're begging to make a deal. They're begging to make a deal. Turned out I was right. They were negotiating, which they admitted 2 days later. And in order to make up for their misstatement, they said, we're going to send you 8 ships of oil. And the following day I saw, this is 2 days ago, I saw on one of the networks, very strange, there are 8 ships of oil coming out of Iran. And then they actually said, we're going to add an extra 2. And they added an extra 2, so we had 10 ships. And then people realized we were actually negotiating. We're negotiating now, and it'd be great if we could do something, but they have to open it up. They have to open up the Strait of Trump. I mean, Hormuz. Such a terrible mistake. The fake news will say, he accidentally said, no, there's no accidents with me, not too many. If there were, we'd have a major story. No, well, we had that with the Gulf of Mexico. Remember the Gulf of Mexico? And one day I said, why is it the Gulf of Mexico? We have 92% of the area around it. They have 8%, really less than 8%. But for 350 years, it was good. You know, they were there 100 years longer than us, Mexico. They're at 350, we're at 250. And I said, often asked myself, why do we call it the Gulf of Mexico? It seems like we dominate. Well, when I checked, it was more than 92%. So I announced, I wouldn't say Mexico was thrilled, but I announced that from now on, the Gulf of Mexico is going to be called the Gulf of America. And it took about 1 hour, and it was done. Everybody, I mean, the president called me. She's really a nice person, too. I like her a lot. She called up. She had the most beautiful voice. She's a very elegant woman, has a beautiful, beautiful voice. She goes, President, tell me, this is not so. No, it's so. Oh, it's so. And then Google Maps changed it. We won the court case in about 1 hour, and Google Maps changed the name. And it's now the Gulf of America, which it should be in all fairness. We're crushing Iran's weapons stockpiles, destroying their missiles and drone factories at levels nobody ever thought was possible, and turning their defense industrial base into nothing. Iran's navy is gone. It's all sunk at the bottom of the Gulf and elsewhere. Did you see the attack submarine that we have, went after one of their boats? It was called the Soleimani. It was the pride of their fleet. But this attack submarine goes like 60 miles an hour. I never saw anything. And it caught them in about 2 minutes. And that was the end of the Soleimani. Now, then they're 100% dead. They have 22 mine droppers. They call them mine droppers. And the mine droppers, 22, all 22 are gone. So I guess they can drop mines, but they're going to have to take them out by a rowboat because they don't have any boats. Their Air Force is dead, totally, completely dead. It's out of business. No planes left at all. Their anti-aircraft and communications capabilities are totally dismantled and dead. And their leaders are all dead. Other than that, I think they're doing quite well. No, their leaders are dead. Their supreme leader is no longer supreme. He's dead. His son is either dead or in very bad shape because nobody's heard from him. I think he says, just keep me out of this. This is the only country where nobody wants to lead. There's nobody. Who would like to lead Iran? Please raise your hand, a big audience of distinguished. Who would like to be our leader? Dead silent. Nobody wants to lead. Now, we have an amazing military. We have the greatest intelligence apparatus that anybody's ever seen. We can tell you everything that's going on. We know everything that's going on. We're achieving each and every one of the military objectives 4 weeks ago. And we're doing it really, I guess, we're 2 weeks. We're not. We call it a military operation. We don't call it a war. We call it a military operation. We're very disappointed, by the way, with NATO. They didn't come to our aid. I didn't try too hard, actually, because I wanted to prove a point. I didn't sell. They probably think I'm a lousy salesman. I said, would you like to help us? To President of France, Macron, nice guy. He is a nice guy. I said, Qatar fought, UAE fought, Bahrain fought, and Kuwait fought, even though they shot down 3 of our planes with the finest missiles. We could have done without that. They didn't know they were our planes. They wasted 3 great Patriot missiles, and you have to say there's nothing like these Patriots. We had an attack of 101 a few days ago. 101 missiles shot at a very valuable thing that we had floating underwater, namely an aircraft carrier, biggest in the world. And they were shot, 101, going 2,500 miles an hour. And out of the 101 missiles shot, 101 missiles were shot down and spread out all over the sea. Pretty amazing. That's called incredible technology, right, Steve? That's called great technology. Think of it, 101 missiles going 2,500 miles an hour. You don't have a lot of time.
The live feed of
and these aren't necessarily weightlifting shows. These are very smart people
switch you to that
doing that. And I watch them. I watch people doing that. And I watch them. I watch their performance. Missiles launched. Missiles launched. It's almost like they're bored by it. They have like 9 seconds ahead of FIFA, the most powerful man in sports. Johnny, you never choked, right? These guys can't choke, but they're very smart. High IQs. We need high IQs. We have too many low IQ people. But what happened is, you have to see it. It's very cool. Missiles launched, missiles launched, missiles launching. They're launching. Okay, we're ready. 101 missiles coming at them. All right, we have to have like 11 seconds to make a determination. Then at 7 seconds, 5 Air, fire, boom. One at a time, just knocked them out like they were nothing. Genius. It's like unbelievable. I mean, to think and we have the technology nobody has. Look at what happened in Venezuela. They had other equipment, not ours. They made the mistake of using other equipment. Didn't work too well. And Venezuela was, was a lot more powerful, but it's not powerful anymore. Within 2 days, I think the damage was done. But now it's really done. Now we're just going after targets. And they have no anti-aircraft. When we hit Venezuela, that's a very strong military country. They have soldiers. If you've ever been there, been there. They have a lot of soldiers walking around all over the place. Everyone's a soldier. Very military kind of a place. And there was a general, professional general, really good. And he said, we were all set for him. We knew there was a problem when we noticed at 1 o'clock in the morning, every 32 seconds, another airplane, a very fast plane, was coming off the deck of an aircraft carrier. That's actually the biggest aircraft carrier in the world. And every 32 seconds, boom, boom, boom. And it was 1 o'clock in the morning. So we said, okay, I think we're in trouble. But they were ready for us, Johnny. And we were ready. He said, we were ready. And then they hit us, and they came from 17 different angles. They were here, they were there. We ran for our lives. It was over. And it was over. And then we took this guy who was a very bad guy, and within literally minutes, he was in the back of a helicopter in a house that was in a big military base with thousands and thousands of soldiers. The house was all steel, with steel doors, steel everything. They had the small steel doors, the big storage. We were equipped for anything. Even the big one would have been opened within 30 seconds. They walked in with blow torches. And within minutes, he was out of the house, being thrown into the helicopter, sailing away. And the soldiers just looked, bye, bye. Enjoy your trip, sir. It was amazing. It was but this is more amazing what's happening now, because we took a very strong country. I could see that, yes, sir, the problem you would have had. I mean, this was not a weak country. This was a strong country. They had over 10,000 missiles that they accumulated since October 2nd, if you think. Since the B-2s, really since the B-2s, they accumulated them in a matter of months, 6 months. But they had well over 10,000. They had rocket launchers. Rocket launchers are more important than the rockets, because you take a rocket launcher out, that's the end of that. People think you can take those big rockets and throw them out your window, like when you were a child with the paper airplanes. You said, it doesn't work that way. You need those launchers, and we knocked out 97% of the launchers. That's why you may be attacked, but you're not being attacked with very heavy numbers of missiles like at the beginning. But in particular, I want to thank my friend, the Crown Prince Mohammed, who is a fantastic man and a great friend of mine, and a friend of all of yours, I think. And he's a warrior. He's a warrior. He was not afraid of this country that, frankly, he should have been afraid of, because they're very powerful. I want to thank Tamim, because Tamim these three people have been unbelievable. Tamim, and then UAE, Mohammed. These are three great people. And they were under tremendous attack, unexpected attack. And they weren't thinking this was going to happen. Nobody was. And they turned against them and really became very powerfully aligned. And they were with us, but they weren't with us very obliquely. They were with us. But I think that I have to acknowledge for their bravery, because they were being hit pretty hard. All three of them, they were being hit pretty hard. The Emir, Mohammed, you had two Mohammeds and a Tamim, and they're friends of mine. And also I have to say that Bahrain and Kuwait, they were stand up, more so than NATO, I want to tell you, more so than NATO. Now, they're a little closer to the action than NATO in all fairness, but very disappointed with NATO. But I wasn't disappointed with our allies in the Middle East and others. And others. We had tremendous support from countries that were not in the general area, but they were tremendously supportive. I think Turkey was fantastic, actually fantastic, and they stayed out of things that we asked them to, and he's a great leader. He's a great leader. And Indonesia was great. We had so many great, you learn who your friends are, really do. You learn who your friends are. And, but Indonesia, Turkey, and so many other countries, but the five were great. But your dear friend and my dear friend he was all man. He stood up and he wasn't scared. Maybe he was, I don't know, maybe he was, but he didn't show it. He was great, a great leader. Saudi Arabia can be very proud of because he's got a lot of titles. He's the crown prince. He's the prime minister. He's the future king. He's got about 7 other titles. I said, you have more titles than any human being on earth. He's everything. And he deserves to be because he's a winner. So I just want to thank those people. So the Middle East will be transformed, and the future of that region I don't think it's ever looked brighter. You couldn't have, we did the Abraham Accords. I hope you're going to be getting into the Abraham Accords finally. Yeah, so will you please go back and explain? It's time now. Mohammed said, oh, yes, as soon as we do this, as soon as we do that. I said, Mohammed, we did that. Oh, yes, but we have a couple of other things. It's now time. We've now taken them out, and they are out bigly. We got to get into the Abraham Accords. And we hope all of the countries are going to be in the Abraham Accords. We have some very brave countries that did it, years ago. They went in, and you know who they are, the early 4, and they did a great thing in doing it, and it was great for them also economically, but it was a great thing that they did it. But I think all the Middle Eastern countries are going to be joining now. And in some cases, I would say all the Middle Eastern countries and beyond, you have people not in the Middle East that want to be members. You'll be seeing that soon. In the meantime, the conflict in Iran also makes it absolutely vital for the radical left Democrats in Congress to immediately end their dangerous shutdown of our Department of Homeland Security. They want to play games. That's all they are. These people are lunatics. They sort of remind me actually a little bit of Iran. They're deranged. They're deranged Democrats. For 42 days, they've tried to completely eliminate funding for the number one duty of government, which is keeping America safe. And they want no ICE. They want no border patrol. They want no protection of any kind to be given, reopening our borders and stopping all immigration enforcement in our country. They want to have our borders be open again. We took in 25 million people. We've gotten a lot of them out. Tremendous numbers of people that should never have been here. Over 4 long years before my election, these same radical, lunatic Democrats let 25 million people pour across our borders like they were nothing, like they were non-existent. These people were totally unvetted, unchecked, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, vicious criminals, even the criminally insane. In 2024, the American people voted in a landslide to stop the invasion of our country. And I won all 7 swing states by millions and millions of votes. We won the Electoral College by a massive number. We won the popular vote, millions and vote, just millions. This was a big election. I loved every minute of it. And for the first time, no Republicans done anything like this in decades, but for the first time, we won the counties of America. That's a big one. 2,700 to 525. 2,700 to 525. 87% of the vote. We won 87% of the counties. In other words, it was a mandate like our country has not seen in many decades. It was a mandate for an ideology, which is an ideology.
Tuve que probar el Viagra genérico viral de $1 de Friday Plans para ver si era de a de veras. Ahí les...
Homes for people, and low interest rates, and no inflation. And right now, my polls are better than they've ever been before. You know, I heard the other day, I think that he's losing the MAGA base. I said, really? Because of the war. See, I get into a war. Of course, they call it a war. I see, I get into a war. Of course, there's a legal reason for that. But you get into a war or a military operation or conflict for you, and then they say my base. I said, no, MAGA's stronger than ever because MAGA's make America great again. But my MAGA people, which is the greatest phrase in the history of politics, it's the most important movement by far, probably in the history of the world. I mean, you know, it's movement by far, probably in the history of the world. I mean, you know, there's never been anything like this. And in fact, just a few days ago, you have to understand, the fake news right back, oh, that's a lot of fake news. Yeah, so you brought a lot of fake news with you. They must know you're going to make a speech at some point because look at the... But what happened is the fake news was saying, he may, they hope. You know, it's like, oh, we got to get rid of this guy. They say, he may be losing his MAGA base. And that would be maybe the end of him. And then I happened to be watching CNN, which is terrible. They treat me terribly. In fact, just a few days ago, CNN had a poll that had me at 100% of MAGA voters. They said they've never seen anything like that. Can you put that up? I actually said if you could put it up. Do you have the technology to put it up? Go ahead, give it a shot.
You know, sometimes you look at the polling data and there are numbers that just jump off the screen at you. And this is one of those. Because just think, 100%, if you are a member of MAGA and the GOP, you approve of Donald John Trump. 0% say that they disapprove. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know you can't go higher than 100%. He is the 1972 Miami Dolphins.
Good technology, thank you. I figured you'd have good tech. I said, I wonder if they could put that poll up. We just did it 2 minutes ago. No, but I was watching this and I'm hearing them saying, could he be losing the MAGA base? I don't think so. You know why? Because MAGA wants to win, number one. Number two, they want our country protected. They don't want another country out there that's hostile and crazy to have a nuclear weapon. And number three, they like us protecting certain allies, whether it's Israel or Saudi Arabia or Qatar or UAE, any of them. They want that. MAGA wants strength and they want victory. They want success. And that's what we have. And we have been very, very successful. You know, when I went into Venezuela, I said, because I campaigned on the fact peace through strength, you wouldn't have to use it. And Cuba's next, by the way, but pretend I didn't say that, please. Pretend I didn't say that. Please, 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 media, please disregard that statement. Thank you very much. Cuba's next. So despite the radical left Democrat shutdown, we will continue to defend the sovereign borders of the United States of America and will defend our allies, your ally, and we'll defend our allies, your ally. You didn't know they were that tough, did you? You didn't know. They were pretty tough, Iran. Not tough anymore. Now we'll continue to deport dangerous criminal aliens from our country. Just days ago, an 18-year-old girl in Chicago named Sheridan Gorman was gunned down by a savage criminal alien led in by Sleepy Joe Biden and released in a Democrat sanctuary city. He was an animal. The same month, an 83-year-old veteran, highly regarded person, was shoved onto the subway tracks and murdered by an illegal alien with a long criminal history in New York City. These are vicious criminal thugs, disgusting human beings that Democrats have defunded our airports to protect. They want our airports to be defunded so that these people can come into our country. Not going to happen. We're not going to have it. That's why this week I deployed ICE to our airports to help reduce the delays. The people there are doing a great job, but they didn't want to pay them. The Democrats didn't want to pay them. And a short time ago, I also ordered emergency funding to resume paying the TSA agents immediately. They're getting paid. Democrats must stop their dangerous and destructive shutdown and reopen the Department of Homeland Security without delay. And it's time that they start thinking properly. That's why they lost in such a landslide. and put America first. It's time that they start thinking about America first. And we're honored to be joined tonight by many distinguished guests from around the world, including FII Institute Chairman Yasser Al-Romayan. Where are you, Yasser? Come here, stand up. Yes, yes, please. What a nice name. What a nice name. And his son, Faisal. And by the way, I've known him really well, but you know, I've never heard his last name. So I'm saying, who the hell is Yasser? I know Yasser. I said, who the hell is that guy? But I know him by Yasser, right? I didn't know if it was your first name or your last name. All I know is he's got a lot of power. All I know is he's got a lot of cash. And he's another great leader, actually, and he's a good friend of mine. So nice to be with you and nice to be with your son. Son's beautiful. Saudi Minister of Finance, Mohammed Al-Jadaan. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nice to see you again. Good job. I mean, if you want to be a Minister of Finance, Saudi Arabia is a good place to do it, right? You don't have any dearth. There's no dearth of funds. Most places, they say, where are we going to get the money? How about a tax increase? Minister of State, Mohammed Al-Sheikh. Mohammed. Thank you very much. Great honor. Chairman of the Saudi Esports Federation, His Royal Highness Prince Faisal. And of course, please. Thank you. And of course, the kingdom's wonderful ambassador to the United States, Her Royal Highness Princess Rima, who's great. She's great. Also, I want to thank the president of Sierra Leone, Julius Madabio. Madabio, I love that name. Thank you. Great honor to have you. And chairman of the FII Institute Executive Committee, Richard Attias. Thank you, Richard. As well as special envoy, I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak, because Henry is a big leaker. Richard Nixon would beat him. Henry, somebody's leaking on us. There's somebody leaking. Henry would say, we'll get to the bottom. It was Henry that was leaking. That wasn't good. So we have Henry Kissinger, better than Henry Kissinger, and he doesn't leak. Special envoy, Steve Witkoff. Thank you, Steve. Doing a great job. And he and Jared Kushner, they're like a team, and boy, I tell you, they're a good team. High IQ. It's a high IQ team. You want to find your high IQ people. Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios, a Greek individual. Where's Michael? He was at the Greek event. Hi, Michael. He was at the Greek event yesterday, so I know he's Greek. They asked me, please, sir, would you introduce Michael? CMS administrator, a phenomenal man, a brilliant man. You know, he had a show on television for like 20 years that was so great. I was on his show. He said, would you do me a favor? Would you go on my show? I said, yeah, I'll go on your show. It's a big show. It was very successful. And I went on his show, and he determined that I should lose weight. This is what I went through. He said, I think you should lose weight. I said, I don't need you saying that in front of millions of people. You don't have to tell me that. But he's a great guy, and I don't know how he ever got the job after that, but he's the most powerful man, actually. Medicine, him and Bobby. What a team. Bobby is great. He's great. Dr. Oz, you know that, Mehmet Oz. Right? And they're coming up with things that are amazing, a little out of the box, but the out of the box guys are really finding things that are amazing. Autism, that's so important to us. We want to find out, why is it happening in such large numbers all over the world, but why is it happening in our country all over the world? And you're coming up with some pretty impressive studies and answers. A really good friend of mine, the president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino, and Johnny is great. You know, when I didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize, you got to understand, I don't care. Norway has lost so credible. I stopped 8 wars. I even stopped India and Pakistan. And they were going at it for a week. They had 9 planes already shot down. They were in a war. I stopped them. You know how I stopped them? I said, if you keep fighting, I'm going to put a 250% tariff on each one. No, 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 you cannot do that. I said, I'm doing it. All right, we won't fight anymore. That's how I stopped them. I used tariffs to stop. You ever hear of anything like that? It was too much for them to bear. But they were going to be in a war. And the prime minister, actually a great guy, the prime minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 30 to 50 million people. 2 nuclear countries would have happened. And I figured, if I don't get the Nobel Prize for Peace, nobody will ever get it. I didn't get it. I'm not surprised. I didn't get it. And the person that got it was shocked. She's a wonderful woman, too, by the way. And she said, no, 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 I don't deserve it. President Trump does. Nobody deserves it. Nobody ever does. I stopped 8 wars, Yasser. Do you know what that is? 8 wars. You didn't stop 8 wars. You started 8 wars, Yasser. I stopped 8 wars. But it was a little early because, in all fairness, it was for the year before, right? It was for 24. But still, you thought they would have made an exception. But they didn't do that. You watch what happens. But it was sort of amazing. So she was so nice. And she actually came to the White House and she presented me with her award. She's a wonderful woman. But stopping wars is, I think, is it's the best. I think I do it the best. I stop wars that nobody thought. President Putin called me. He said, I can't believe you stopped this one and this one, which are impossible. Azerbaijan, it was an impossible war to stop. We stopped it. But we also have a man who's probably good at stopping wars. I know he's good at being a tough guy. He is a tough guy. He's been very tough on crime, and he's done a great job. Miami Mayor Francis Suarez is here someplace. Francis, hi. How are you? And we have a great son. He's got the best genes, I think, of any human being I've ever known. He's my son, Don Trump. Don. He's a great guy. And his fiance, Bettina. Good, Bettina, good. No, my son's got the greatest genes in history. I'm a big believer in genes, by the way, I will tell you. My daughter, Tiffany, and her husband, Michael. My beautiful daughter, right? And they have a new child, the most beautiful guy we've seen, right? Blows us all away, right? He's great. Thank you for being here. And countless other business leaders. We have so many friends of mine here, so many business leaders, but we can't go on because we have a couple of moments more to discuss the world and the economy. Over the past 14 months, the Trump administration has achieved perhaps the most dramatic one-year turnaround of any nation in all of history. A short time ago, a man that we just discussed, the king, the future king of Saudi Arabia, and I also love the king of Saudi Arabia. What a man he is. When I was there, we bonded. He would grab me to get up. He was a little frail at the time, and this was a long time ago, and he's still doing well. And he'd grab my arm to get up when I was sitting next to him. And they said, that's the only time he's ever grabbed anybody. He would grab me all the time. And I said, I think he likes me. And he did like me, and he still likes me, and he's a great man, and say hello to him. He's a great guy with a great son. But a short time ago, we were together, and he looked at me, and he said, you know, it's amazing. 1 year ago, you were a dead country. Now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. He didn't think this was going to happen. He didn't think he'd be kissing my ass. He really didn't. He thought he'd be just another American president that was a loser, where the country was going downhill. But now he has to be nice to me. You tell him he better be nice to me. He's got to be. But it was really something. He said, though, he said, you know, it's amazing, President, because he's a very smart, but a regular kind of a guy. He said, you know, it's amazing, President. A year ago, in that case, it was a year and a half. It was 6 months ago. But a year ago, you were a dead country. Now you're literally the hottest country anywhere in the world. And that was before we beat the hell out of Iran. You know, now I think he's got to say even better. I think we have to up it. But he's fantastic. And everything we do, we're working to make America the #1 place on earth to do business. We passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We provided 100% expensing and bonus depreciation so that anyone who wants to build a factory can deduct the entire cost of equipment and the entire factory in the first year. That used to take 38 years to do. You'd take it little drips. Now it's done. And you know, a lot of people remember that my first 4 years was the most successful time we've ever had financially in the history of our country. We had an unbelievable success, but this is much better. And by the way, when this war ends, it's going to be like a rocket ship. I thought we were going to go down more, and I thought oil prices were going to go up higher than they are now. It's not finished yet. I'm not saying it's sort of finished, but it's not finished. It's got to be finished. And I thought that we would see a bigger drop in stock. Hasn't been that bad. You know, it's sort of crazy. I hit 50,000 on the Dow. People said that wouldn't be possible within 4 years. I did it in 1 year. And then we hit 7,000 on the S&P. People said that's even harder than hitting 50,000 on the Dow. And I did that in less than 1 year. Toward the end of the year, both of them, we broke every record, every stock record we broke. And you're big beneficiaries because so many of you invest in the United States, and keep doing it because it's going to be a rocket ship. You watch. But then I said, all right, do I have to do this? We have a country that's sick and demented, and they have a nuclear weapon, or they want to have one. They were very close to getting it. Remember, they were 2 weeks away. They were 2 weeks away. If we didn't hit that, I call it the nuclear dust. I use the term nuclear dust. If we didn't knock the hell out of them, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 to 4 weeks, and they would have used it on you and on Israel and on everyone else. And I said, we really do have to stop and go on a little different journey for a little while and take them out and then go back to life. And that's what we did. And we did it violently. We did it powerfully. We did it with the respect of the world. And we helped a lot of allies. And we learned about other allies. We learned that other allies weren't there. We didn't need them, but they weren't there if we did need them. And that's going to be very costly for them. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election, adding $9 trillion in value to America's savings and retirement accounts and 401ks. Everybody's benefiting by this. And more Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. At any time. To me, that's the number one stat. More Americans are working today by far than at any time in the history of our country. And in 14 months, we've lifted 3.3 million Americans off of food stamps. That's a record. And Biden and his allies wrecked our country. They wreaked havoc on our economy, and they gave us the worst inflation in American history. Under Trump, during the last 3 months of 2025, we got core inflation down to 1.6%. And right now, the average tax refund for filers, because of the great big beautiful bill, has been close to $5,000. It's a lot of money for a family. And this, you know, when I'm talking to Saudi Arabia and I'm talking about $5,000, they look at me, 5,000? That's like a penny, right, David? That's like a penny. Saudi Arabia is not into $5,000, but it's Saudi Arabia. I just want to ask, are the Saudis impressed by the fact that a family has saved $5,000? I know they're looking like, what the hell is 5,000? Their shoes cost them more than 5,000. But that's the way it goes. We're talking about, remember, we're talking about the real world. In his entire term, Joe Biden, I have 2 terms for him, Crooked Joe and Sleepy Joe. It's always been pretty, you know, I do sometimes a poll, which is a more accurate term, sleepy or crooked, pretty much even. I like sleepy. In his entire term, Sleepy Joe Biden got less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States, a lot less. And in our first 11 months, 12th month is coming, it's going to be big, we did $18 trillion. Think of it, less than $1 trillion for 4 years. In 11 months, we did $18 trillion. And we have factories being built all over the country at a level that's never been seen before. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that I allow the these plants and everything to build their own electricity. Well, we need big electricity. They're all building their own electricity. But a lot of it has to do with the tax bill. A lot of them, because it's really the biggest tax reduction bill in history, the great big beautiful bill. And a lot of it has to do with the 1-year deductibility where you build a plant and you take the whole thing as a deduction. I did that in my first term also, but I had it for 1 year. Now I have it for 10 years. So it's pretty amazing, and it's pretty amazing what we're seeing. But it all started with our historic visit to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. My first visit was to the future king. And on that first foreign trip of my presidency last May, the Crown Prince announced that Saudi Arabia would be investing an incredible almost $1 trillion in the United States, which he later increased. As just a few examples of these new partnerships, Oracle will be building a $14 billion worth of cloud computing and AI infrastructure in the kingdom. I didn't know that, David. We have to talk to your father about that. Why isn't he doing it here, David? I'm very upset with you. And by the way, David has done a very good job. David Ellis said he just had a very big win. And your father's very proud of you because your father said, that's a tough one. And you got it. You got it done. It's going to be a great success. You're going to be a great success. You're going to blow away your father. And he'll be very happy about that because he loves you. But it's a great family. Great family. Say hello to him, okay? You're going to have a big, big success with the deal he made. Boeing is selling dozens of 737 airplanes in a deal valued at $4.8 billion and supporting approximately 20,000 U.S. jobs. And during our trip, the United States and Saudi Arabia, and I must say also Qatar, we visited, they were fantastic. And UAE, we visited, they were fantastic, all three of them. We took in a total of almost $3 trillion from just those three countries. But Saudi Arabia signed the largest defense sales agreement in American history, nearly $142 billion of the finest military equipment anywhere in the world. We make the best military equipment in the world by far. Nobody's ever figured out the Patriot. I mean, when you can shoot down 101 out of 101, that's good stuff, right? And those suckers are traveling at 2,000, Mr. Minister, 2,500 miles an hour. You better hope you don't have chokers sitting behind that desk. Because if they're about 1 second late, that's the end of it. You know, you say, well, we missed them. They're coming. When I hosted the Crown Prince at the White House last fall, we officially designated the kingdom as a major non-NATO ally, first time. And for the very first time, we agreed to sell Saudi Arabia perhaps the most capable fighter jet ever built, the F-35. The F-35 is amazing. And we sell them very sparingly. We don't want other people to have them. I'm confident that this partnership and so many others around the world will continue to grow and thrive because under President Trump, America once again fights and competes for one thing. We fight to win. We fight for justice and we fight to win. We don't fight to be politically correct like we did under other presidents where we fought to just keep fighting and fighting and fighting. And, you know, when I took out ISIS, I was told by generals it would take 4 to 5 years. And I met General Raisin Kane, who's our top person, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I said, if I ever do this thing again, if I ever get in, I'm putting that guy as the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I went to see him in Iraq, and I said, why is it taking so long to destroy ISIS? We have the best weapons in the world. And I understood why, but I had generals, I call them the television generals. They weren't any good. Mattis, Milley, they weren't any good. They were lousy. But they said, sir, it would take about 4 years. When I went over and I met General Kane, I said, how long will it take? 4 weeks, sir. You'll have a lot of time left over. I said, wait a minute. Did you say 4 weeks? 4 weeks, sir. It'll take 4 weeks. You'll have a lot of time left over. That's our new head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And he said, how do you do that? Well, sir, we were only able to fight from this one very far away location because nobody wanted to use all of our portable runways that we have all over the Middle East. We have portable runways. Can you believe it? We have everything. But nobody wanted to use them because they didn't want to insult the country where the runway was located. I said, they wouldn't even know. Do you think some country's going to know when we have jets taking off? They don't know. He said, well, I agree with you, sir, but whether they know or not, who cares? He said, so we have about 17 locations that we could take off. From this one, it took 8 hours to get to the destination. By the time we got there, we had to refuel all the time and we had to come back. He said, but we have 17 different locations, sir. And, sir, we're going to hit them from the left. We're going to hit them from the right. We're going to hit them from the east and the west. And we're going to hit them from above. And you could see he was getting crazy. And I said, what's your first name? He said, Raisin, sir. What do you mean, Raisin? My name is Raisin. I said, you mean your name is Raisin Kane? And he said, yes, sir. You're the guy I'm looking for. I've been looking for you for 4 frickin' years. I found Raisin Kane. His first name is Dan, but his nickname is Raisin. And I love that. I loved Raisin Kane. And I said, if I ever get in, this was before I decided to even run. I said, if I ever run and if I win, that guy's going to be the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's exactly what happened. And he was all for me and I'm all for him, but he's a great general. He's like one of these football coaches that's great. You know, there's some great ones, Johnny, right? And all they do is they sit, their wives are complaining, everyone's complaining. They never go, they don't see anybody. They just go into the room and they study film and tape it. Then they go out and win and everyone says, and other guys are out there playing golf. They're not winning. And he's been great. And Pete Hegseth has been amazing. He's been amazing. Pete has done a great job. He was born for it. I really believe he was born for it. We have a lot of great people. We have a lot. We had a great first 4 years, but the people we have now, like when I won, I'd never done it before. I ran. Everyone thought I was doing it for fun. Even Steve Witkoff, he said, you're doing it for fun, right? No, I guess. I don't know. I didn't know what I was doing it for. Maybe. But they all said, no, he's going to run. And in September, he's going to have a lot of fun. He'll drop out. And then the debates came, and I did good in the debates. And we're knocking people off, all senators, governors, mostly senators and governors, all professional politicians, smart guys. You can't be stupid and be a senator or a governor. It doesn't work that way. Other than Biden, he got lucky. He was in a room. They locked him in a room, and he never got to talk. So that's a whole other story. But I ran, and then all of a sudden, there were 18 people, including me. Then there were 15. Then there were 12. Then there were 9. Then there were 6, 5. It's like a rocket ship. 4. And then all of a sudden, I won. But I never did it before. I went to Washington. I said, I've only been here 17 times, and I've never slept over. I didn't know anybody. So I had to take recommendations from rhinos and some good people. I mean, there were recommendations, and some were really good. I mean, I had some great people. Look, I rebuilt our entire military in the first term. We got the largest tax cuts in history, the largest regulation cuts in history in the first time. We did good, but I didn't have the same people generally. But I went home and I watched this thing closely. And by that time, I knew the good, the bad, and the ugly. I knew the good ones. I knew the bad ones. And when I came back, I picked great people. We have an unbelievable, we're talking military now, but we have an unbelievable group because I got to know it. I was never in Washington. You know, it's hard. I never ran for class president. All of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, your next president of the United States is Donald Trump. I said, really? I never did this before. Johnny, I said, how the hell did this happen, right? But it did happen, and we had a great first term. But the second term is blowing it away, to be honest with you. It's really blowing it away. And when we decide to leave, regime change, I guess we change the regime. The regime gets blown up every 2 days. No, everybody's afraid to announce who's the head. We don't even know who the hell the leader is. So I think we have regime change already. But we're going to be, at some point, we'll be leaving. And I think you're going to see a rocket ship because we won't have that dark cloud hanging over our heads, Steve, right, that we did before, which was a nuclear-armed, sick country of Iran, because it might have affected your country, Saudi Arabia, and the others, and it certainly affected Israel more than anybody, the hatred they have for Israel. But it also affected us because with modern day equipment, they can fly. And how about the fact that they flew a missile 2,700 miles the other day? They didn't say they had that. Nobody knew they had that. Went 2,700 miles. So we learned a lot, but we're determined to have the best technology, the brightest minds, the greatest businesses, and the strongest economic and security partnerships of any nation, anywhere in the world. And for this reason, we're also committed to ensuring the United States remains number one in artificial intelligence. We're doing great. We're leading China by a lot. And I'll not allow radical left maniacs to sacrifice American AI leadership to red tape or political correctness. It's going good. We're doing really well. We're building factories all over America, the biggest in the world. And in America, we don't fear the future. We invent the future. We're really inventing the future. We have the most brilliant minds. And we invite all nations to join us in building the most powerful AI ecosystem on the planet. We're building more automobile plants than any time in the last 50 years for a lot of reasons. I think number one, maybe the election, but number two, and a close number two, is tariffs. The tariffs are driving people in from Canada, Mexico, Germany, Japan, South Korea. They're coming in. We're building auto plants all over the United States, tens of billions. I met Mr. Toyota in Japan. I said, what's your name? He's about 92 years old. Sharp as a tack. What's your name? Toyota. I said, you're rich. I said, do you have anything to do with automobiles? Yes. What do you have to do with Toyota? I own it. And I said, well, do you want to make an investment? Yes, we're going to spend $10 billion, spending $10 billion right now on building 5 plants. Everybody is. They're all coming into America. We're going to be hotter than we were 70 years ago when we dominated the automobile. We made all of the cars. My administration has also worked tirelessly to ensure that America remains at the bleeding edge of crypto revolution. We're really doing great. And if we're not going to do it, then China is going to take it over. They want to do it. We're going to be the undisputed crypto capital and Bitcoin superpower of the world. Bitcoin's very powerful. It's all becoming powerful. So many people now, they want to pay you in crypto. They want to pay you in Bitcoin. And we have to be at the top of it in all of these, call it an industry. Last year, I signed the landmark Genius Act into law, creating a clear and simple framework for dollar-backed stablecoins. And this was a historic achievement, and I'll not allow Democrats and their big bank donors, although they've had a lot of support for crypto. They will say that. The Democrats have been very strong on crypto. They want to see it too, which is shocking if you want to know the truth. But we don't want any pointless regulations or needless restrictions. We want to have free enterprise, open. America became the world financial capital because we were the strongest and the freest nation on earth, and the Trump administration's going to keep it that way. We're very open. And I tell people, if you have problems, call me. And some of them are amazed. I actually take their call and get their problem solved. For 4 long years, our country was pushed to the brink of destruction by radicals and thugs and stupid people who punished success, pillaged our economy, dismantled our borders, and surrendered our strength. But today, all of that is behind us. Our country is prospering again, I think, like never before. I would say, it's amazing. I knew I'd do it. I didn't know I was going to do it. I had no idea it was going to be this fast. But you never know. I had no idea I'd be going into Iran. I didn't think we'd have to do that. But it turned out we did, because they became more and more radicalized and more threatening. Our economy is booming again, and America is respected again all over the world, perhaps like never before. With the help of business leaders, innovators, allies, and partners like those in this room, incredible people in this room, incredible success stories, the most successful people in the world. We'll seize every opportunity, overcome every challenge, defeat every threat, and America and our allies will thrive and prosper and win like no nations have ever won before. You're going to win like you've never had before. So I want to just thank everybody very much, and I'm asked to take a few questions. And unlike other politicians, they would like the questions screened. I don't ask for screening of the questions. You can ask me anything you want. You can talk sex. You can do whatever the hell you want. I'm here for you. Whatever question you want, you can ask. So do you want to do that? Do we have some people handling this? Here he comes. Look at this man. Very powerful man coming up, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take some questions. Good.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you so much. And thank you for accepting to take 5 questions. We don't want to take too much of your time. So let's talk about business. In one sentence, where should the world invest in America right now?
Say it, what?
Where should the world invest in America right now?
Well, look, the one that they're going crazy about is AI. Now, sometimes you'll say, let's go the opposite, because I've seen it. You know, everyone goes, but AI is going crazy. AI, so my family, we made Don, the whole family. Eric is doing a good job. All of us, Ivanka, we liked real estate. When you can make money in real estate, it's a great business. But I see some of these guys come into my office, they're wearing a T-shirt and they're 24 years old. Dad, he's got a net worth of $24 billion. I said, you gotta be kidding. Off a little contraption. So, but the money seems to be right now AI. And also, if you're in school, like you're going to the Wharton School or the Stern School or any of these great schools, I mean, the numbers that they're paying to go into that business is incredible, where you see people getting a $10 million bonus to sign, like baseball players or football players. We're giving you a $10 million. I mean, I hate to say because it sounds ridiculous, but there have been some $100 million bonuses paid to sign. So I think probably if you're going to say one thing, AI, and just hope that it works, right? You better hope.
So, Mr. President, what is the one leadership trait the world is missing right now? What is missing in leadership?
Well, it's winning. You got to win. You know, I've watched a lot of people, leaders, great leaders. And, you know, the one thing about sports is you break it down into, you know, a 2-hour period, something nice. You don't have to wait a lifetime to find out is somebody a winner or a loser. You got a lot of losers, mostly losers, fortunately. It's a good thing to have a lot of losers. I always like to hang around with losers, actually, because it makes me feel better. I hate guys that are very, very successful and you have to listen to their success stories. I like people that like to listen to my success. But I find, and I found this, and I'm only kidding, I want to say that, sort of. But I find that people that win, it's much easier to lead when you're successful and you win. You know, Vince Lombardi was a very tough person, a very tough football coach. He was sort of a violent guy, actually. I knew him. But he won, and he got away with things because he won. You know, I used to say, if you win, winning helps you to become a better leader. People follow you if you win. And not everybody can win. Some people win, and some people don't win. But when you win, it's a lot easier to lead.
Talking about winning, Mr. President, the world is entering in a new economic era. Who do you think are the winners and who do you think will be the losers?
Are you talking about as nations?
Yes?
Well,
or sectors?
The United States right now is the hottest country anywhere in the world, by far. And we've done it very quickly because we have a good system. Now, it's somewhat radicalized because the Democrats are really holding us back, and you better hope they don't get in because they'll destroy a lot of what we've built. But right now, the United States, as the king, future king of Saudi Arabia said, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. I must say, I respect China greatly because it's amazing that with a system that in theory shouldn't work, you know, we go to school and we go to the best business schools and we do well in those schools. And we read about free entrepreneurship and we read about all of these different things. But you look at China, how well they do, how well they manufacture. I mean, they manufacture cars so many that they actually have a contest for who can manufacture the least cars because they have so many cars. You have to have great respect for China for the job they do. Like them or not like them, you have to respect them.
So precisely, you will be going to China in May.
Yes, I'll be going. We had a meeting and I called up President Xi. I get along really well with him. He even approved the TikTok deal. He said, I will not approve that deal to other people, not to me. And I thought it was good if we could keep it going. I like it because I'm the #1 person on TikTok. Can you believe it? I put a chart up there, another chart. You want to put another chart up? Like we did with fake news CNN. I said, let's see what happens. So we got a group of very big investors, the biggest investors, and they really wanted to buy TikTok. And I did very well on TikTok in the election. I won the youth. I did tremendously well with youth because of TikTok and other things, certain interviews, etc. But I did very well. And I sort of developed a liking for it. And I was told that it will never be approved by China. You had to get approval. And I didn't really care. And then it got to a point where all of these very successful people were willing to pay a lot of money for TikTok. And I called up President Xi. I said, do me a favor. Will you approve it, please? It's good. It's good for China, good for us, good for everybody. Would you do me a favor? I know you said it was a hard no. And I said, I know you said no to everybody, but you haven't said no to me. Would you do me a favor? Would you approve it? It's good for China. It's good for us. You have a lot of big investors. They're investing in China also. They have a lot of money in China. I would appreciate it. He said, okay, I'll do it. Nice. It was very nice. And they bought TikTok, and it's going to do good. And it was done with the consent of China. We get along well with China. China used to take big advantage of us, but they don't take advantage of us anymore. Now we compete very nicely with China. We put tariffs on China. The tariffs got too high. At one point, they were up to 145%. I was saying, no, put tariffs on that, put tariffs on for fentanyl, add 20%. And then one day I said, what's China paying now? Sir, they're paying 145%. I said, 145? That's crazy. I got a little carried away. So I got them down to 100. Then I took them down a little more. And I'll never forget, I took them down a little bit from 145 to 100. And the fake news said, Donald Trump collapses in China. They're paying 100%. Nobody pays 100. So anyway, we got it down. And now we have a great business relationship with China. I've always had a good relationship with President Xi, except for the COVID situation, because I wasn't thrilled about that. He wasn't thrilled either, by the way, but I wasn't thrilled. But I have great respect for him as a leader. And we had a deal. I was going there, and I didn't want to go during the war. I said, look, we have a thing called a war, or as they would rather say, a military operation. It's for legal reasons. I say military because as a military operation, I don't need any approvals. As a war, you're supposed to get approval from Congress, something like that. So I call it a military operation, but we have that going along, and I'd like to delay it. So we delayed it a few weeks. So I'll be going very shortly.
Mr. President, we have few leaders here, business leaders from Africa. And of course, we have His Excellency, the President of Sierra Leone. What is your vision about Africa today?
Well, I tell you, it's got tremendous potential. Now, I've been hearing about this for a very long time, and I have a lot of friends that have bet the ranch on Africa. They're very smart. It's got tremendous earth. It's got tremendous value underground, which is a very important. So do we. So does America. We have the most oil and gas and coal and everything of any nation on earth with a big advantage. But Africa has tremendous value in its land. And if they can unify and get together, I think it's got tremendous potential. I have a lot of very smart friends that they're putting everything into Africa.
What do you think, Mr. President, is today the biggest mistake that leaders are making right now?
Not sticking together. I think that NATO made a terrible mistake when they wouldn't send a small amount of military armament, when they wouldn't send, just even acknowledge what we were doing for the world and taking on Iran. I never considered it very risky, but war is always risk. A lot of strange things happen in war that are very bad, but I didn't consider it. I know how great we're the greatest military by far anywhere. There was nobody close. I didn't think there was a big risk, but there's always surprises with war. They can be very bad surprises. I mean, wars are lost that should be won. Many wars are lost. You think a country is going to wipe somebody out, and they end up getting wiped out themselves. So it's always risky. But I think a tremendous mistake was when NATO just wasn't there. They just weren't there. It's going to make a lot of money for the United States because we spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year on NATO, hundreds protecting them. And we would have always been there for them. But now, based on their actions, I guess we don't have to be, do we?
Mr. President,
That sounds like a breaking story, yes, sir. Is that breaking news? I think we just have breaking news. But that's the fact. I've for us. They weren't there for us.
if you had one bet on the future, what would it be?
That the United States will, with good leadership, remain the dominant country anywhere in the world. But you still need leadership. I mean, look at the last 4 years were so bad with the bad leader. You need leadership. And, in theory, you need to have that. You need the open, fair elections. You need a free press. We have a terrible press. We have a very corrupt media. Think of it. I got 96% negative stories, and I won in a landslide. And you know what that means? That means that the media has no credibility. You can't get mostly bad stories, fake stories. They were fake. The polls are fake. That's why I appreciate that one poll that I saw up there at 100%. She's never seen 100%. Nobody has. But you have to have a free and open media. And when a media can give you 96 to 97% bad stories, they write stories about it. Trump received 97% bad stories, and I won in a landslide. And that means very simply that the media has no credibility because that can't happen. Now, I also have a voice more than most people. I can come up and talk about it and convince people without necessarily reading the New York Times, which is fake. I mean, if you read the New York Times, you would think we're doing badly against Iran. Remember, they have no Navy, wiped out. 159 ships at the bottom of the sea in 3 days. They have no Air Force, all wiped out. They have very few missiles left. Their drones are at a minimum. Their factories are gone. Their leaders are gone. The leaders are all dead. They're all dead. Nobody ever heard of the people that are left. And if you read the Times, you think we're doing poorly. It's almost treasonous, I have to be honest. It's almost treasonous. But fortunately, we have other media that's fair and honest and honorable. And you have to go out and do some of your own talking because nobody else will. You know the expression? I have to sell myself because nobody else will.
My last question, Mr. President, is the same question I asked you last year. What do you want your legacy to be?
Well, I'll tell you what. So I told you that I settled 8 wars. That means millions and millions of people. And some of those wars were going on. One was 34 years, one was 32 years, one was 29 years, one was 22 years. They were long-term wars and a lot of people being killed every year. So I've saved millions and millions of people. And I mean, I know it doesn't sound right for me to say this, but I'd love my legacy to be made as a great peacemaker, because I really believe I'm a peacemaker. It doesn't seem it right now, but I think I'm a peacemaker. Okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much.
All right, President Trump wrapping up his comments there in Miami, also taking questions as well. But again, talking about the economy.
Of the Clarity Bill.
Well, now that we might have to consider war funding. We are embroiled in how to deal with the SAVE Act. I'm hoping we'll get to mark up either right before the Easter break or right after, and hopefully have a product out of the Senate Banking Committee before the end of April. But the deeper it gets into the year, Maria, the more challenging it's going to be for us to get this across the finish line, which is why I'm encouraging my Democrat colleagues to get us their final product so we can move forward.
Senate Digital Asset Subcommittee Chair Cynthia Lummis telling Maria the Clarity Act markup could come out near Easter. Now, the White House and the Senate reportedly reached a preliminary agreement on digital asset regulation aimed at resolving the clash between the banks and digital asset firms over stablecoin yields. In particular, the issue of the rewards. Crypto stocks falling on that report. Circle, the issuer of the second largest stablecoin by circulation, plunged 20% Tuesday. Coinbase, largest cryptocurrency exchange here, reportedly opposing the latest version again. We have heard that opposition from the CEO of Coinbase in the past. Let's bring in South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. He chairs the Senate Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee. Been a leading voice in passing the Clarity Act. Mr. Chairman, you and I have had many conversations about the Clarity Act.
Yes.
Where are we right now?
Well, Cheryl, this is hard, and it should be hard because this is the first time ever we've tried to deal with such a historic piece of legislation. It will keep America as the most dominant player in the world economically. There's good news, though, Cheryl. The first thing I'd say is that we now have Republicans and Democrats working together on language that they can agree on. The White House agrees on it as well. We have one more step to go. We need the industry to agree on it. So I spoke last night with Coinbase as well. Everyone is still at the table. There is work to be done, but I am really excited about the fact that we finally have Republicans and Democrats agreeing on something really important on the yield conversation. We now have to get industry to buy into this language. This is a threading the needle process. It's always difficult the first time you do it, but it gets better and better and better. And so I'm still very optimistic about where we are.
But it comes down to the issue of the rewards on the cryptocurrency platforms side. The banks oppose this because these cryptocurrency firms are not regulated the same as banks are. Of course, crypto platforms like a Coinbase, et cetera, don't want to be regulated like banks do. So does that mean that the banks, in a sense, are starting to win the argument about the rewards?
Well, Cheryl, the banks are at the table as well, but let's remember, we're talking about an apple and an orange. We're not talking about Apple versus Apple. A stable coin is a $1 to a $1 backing, whereas your savings account is a fractional system. So we're talking about two very different systems altogether. But yes, we want to make sure that the advertising or the marketing of a stable coin account is very different than an FDIC insured bank account. That's important. But at the end of the day, all the players are still at the table. That we should expect this to be a very interesting and frankly exciting, not as exciting as March Madness, but it's pretty darn exciting to watch us get closer and closer to the end of this deal. I'm excited about where we are.
All right. And I'm excited about March Madness. I agree with you on that.
Me too.
Let's talk about some other issues of the day. So House Budget Committee Chair Jody Arrington is in formal talks with Senate Budget Committee Chair Lindsey Graham regarding a second reconciliation bill. Now, this would fund the Pentagon's $200 billion supplemental for the Iran conflict. It would also build legislation around new funding for immigration enforcement, plus parts of the Save America Act. Now, the president's been very busy on Truth Social this morning, Mr. Chairman. He wrote this: terminate the filibuster and get our airports and everything else moving again. Also add the complete all 5 items, Save America Act items, go for the gold. Mr. Chairman, your reaction to the president's new request this morning?
Well, listen, if you were in an Atlanta airport on Monday or Tuesday, you had a 4-hour wait, and you have TSA workers that have not been paid consistently for 6 months of this fiscal year. It is so frustrating to watch senators, Democrats like John Ossoff, refuse to do the very job that they took an oath to do: keep America safe. We should all be frustrated. The American people should be frustrated that we're not doing our jobs. Republicans, we're getting the job done. Democrats, they're playing politics with national security. So having a vehicle that allows us to fund the Department of Homeland Security in its entirety is absolutely essential. Using the same vehicle to take care of the Iran conflict, common sense. And any part of the Save America Act where you have 8 out of 10 Americans agreeing with getting involved in the reconciliation process, great news. Listen, I had a group of South Carolinians in my office, and they agree: voter ID, common sense. Number 2, Americans should vote in American elections, no one else. Common sense. And number 3, why can't we get the Democrats just to do what 80% of Americans agree upon? I don't know. Let's get rid of some Democrats and get more Republicans. Solve the problem.
Well, there's a lot of business at hand today for you in Washington, and I want to get to the export-import banking chair in just a second. But real quick, just where we're at with regards to reopening DHS, because the Republicans made an offer, and of course the Democrats countered offer. The Democrats blocked even a test vote yesterday. What do you expect to happen today with regards to the DHS situation, first and foremost?
Yeah, more frustration, to be honest with you, Cheryl. We had a heated debate last night about 7:30 with some Democrats and Republicans in the cloakroom. And I will just tell you the truth that they want to take masks away from our ICE agents. And what does that mean? It's not just elimination of a mask. It actually means that the doxing will happen. Their families will be less safe. Their kids will be less safe. And they're going to be worried about their families while they're trying to do a very dangerous job. Let's just keep those folks who put on a badge to keep America safe. Let's keep them safe first. Job one is our national security. So anyone who wants to play games with those individuals are playing games with America's safety and our future. So this will be a frustrating day. It was a frustrating night last night, but I believe that we'll land the plane by being able to use a reconciliation package. President Trump keeps saying yes to the Democrats' demands, and they walk away from the table. They actually move the goalposts. They pull it out of the ground, and they move it back 10 yards, and then they replant it, and we say yes. How do you deal with a person who doesn't want to make a deal? You do it without them. That's how you get it done.
Thank you for that new information about last night. And it's unfortunate as we go into day 41 of the shutdown, and we're expecting a busier travel day today than we had yesterday. Real quick before you go, I do want to ask you about this. Export-Import Bank Chair John Jovanovic is going to be appearing before Senate Banking today. And this is going to be the committee's first step towards reauthorizing the Export-Import Bank ahead of the expiration in December, Mr. Chairman. What can we expect with this?
Well, number one, let's remember what the Exim Bank is all about. It is about us beating China. We need to have the funding apparatus around this country that allows for our exporters to be successful. They've returned over $10 billion to the Treasury, so this is good news for the taxpayers. But more importantly, it will keep us economically dominant and will win the economic war, so to speak, against China. That's what we'll hear this morning about the Exim Bank.
All right, we're going to be watching that hearing today, sir, and of course the latest on DHS funding. Senator Tim Scott, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for being here. It's always great to speak with you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll see you soon, sir.
Former Navy captain and Pentagon official Brent Sadler joins me now. We want to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, obviously. Does it help when the commander, the RPG, the Revolutionary Guard commander, is killed?
Absolutely. Whether or not it's an enduring change or opening that lasts to reduced attacks on the shipping there is yet to be seen. But clearly, taking out the commander, but also very importantly, his senior staff in charge of operations, definitely will have a lot of chaos on the Iranian side to coordinate or to actually plan and execute operations in the Strait of Hormuz or elsewhere throughout the Persian Gulf. But again, it's maybe just a short term, unless there's more of a follow-up.
Yeah, well, I mean, would you want to be the next Revolutionary Guard's naval commander? Because it looks like the Israelis and or us are just going to keep on killing any commander who appears, right?
Well, I guess one side, the promotion rates are actually picking up. But the problem is your time in rank is probably pretty short. So absolutely not. And I think that's a good thing to break the morale and to basically isolate the IRGC.
So
and the goal is to give the Iranian people an opening.
But you think decapitation as a tactic works, right?
Well, when it comes to military operations, if there is someone in a group that's coordinating and planning effectively, taking them out certainly has a tactical importance beyond a political or beyond a strategic consequence. And so what you saw right here, I think, was for tactical ends, to go after the folks that have been effective at executing operations in the Straits.
Okay. A senior Iranian official tells Reuters that no plans for talks between the U.S. and Iran, quote, appear realistic at this stage, end quote. They said diplomacy has not stopped and a path forward may still be found. Yeah, are they just playing for time?
I think so. And again, nothing coming out of Tehran, out of the country right now, should be held in high regard or with any level of trust. And clearly, any signal coming out to try to relent on our part needs to be resisted. This is not the time to reduce or to relent on the military operations, to include the Israelis against this regime. Press on, quite frankly.
Okay. A headline from Fortune. Putin is the real winner in Trump's Iran war as it puts Russian oil back on the map. Regardless of oil, is Putin coming out as a winner here?
No, and I think they're missing the bigger picture. China is going to have to pay more for oil. Russia's maximum capacity won't meet the needs for China. Just last year, they were in excess of 13 million barrels a day. Russia can't produce anywhere near that. So the Chinese are going to be pinched to find cheaper oil elsewhere, especially now that Venezuela is off the market. Iran is now off their market. The Russians can only go so far. And while Putin may be able to make a little bit of a profit, he still has a disastrous war that's sucking every ruble into that he might earn from the oil. The key thing is to get the Turks, the Indians, to continue reducing their purchase of Russian oil at the same time.
Is this what we need to end the war? The Strait is open. There's no more uranium enrichment. And what uranium enriched they've got, we get and take it off them. Does the war end with those three things?
Well, I think it's worth repeating what I think the main thing here is. One, that whatever new regime comes in Tehran, it doesn't threaten American lives and doesn't threaten American interest in the region. And it also is a country and a regime that can live peacefully with its neighbors, to include Israel. When that day comes, then I think the war ends. But I think the military operations tempo, as there's less and less targets, will start to naturally or organically start to ebb, and the nature of the conflict will probably change. It does not mean boots on the ground. And certainly it's the opportunity for the Iranian people to take back their government. And we need to resist any efforts to try to put our hand on the tiller or the steering wheel to tell them which way to go there.
Brent Sadler, thank you very much for being with us today. We appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Bring back an old friend of the show, Mark Lanier. He is the lead attorney for the plaintiff in the social media trial. Mark, good to have you back, and it's good to see you, sir.
I love to be on your show, Stuart. You are my favorite, if I'm allowed to say that.
That's not true, but flattery gets you everywhere in television, and you know it, Mark. Now, there's an there's an avalanche of lawsuits coming. Thousands have already been filed. This reminds me of the fight against tobacco that ended with tobacco companies shelling out literally hundreds of billions of dollars. Is this situation somewhat similar to the tobacco situation?
I think it is. Now, the injuries are somewhat different. We don't have people dying of cancer as a result of this, but we do have lives that have been irrevocably altered. And so we've got a situation where I believe that the companies have purposely put addictive features into their apps because they know the more time we spend watching, the more money they make. And they've especially targeted the children with this. And that's the really bad part in my mind.
What changes do you expect from the social media companies in light of this verdict?
My fear is that they're really going to do nothing more than put a Band-Aid on. There are times where we've seen in the documents, we showed the jury the documents, where, for example, Meta knew that they were facing a PR crisis like they are today. And what they did is they rolled out these 30 tools to help when internally the company said, we're doing cartwheels to avoid actually doing something that works. We're just putting out their PR pieces that make it look like we're helping. And that's why people like Senator Hawley are so important in this fight to try and deal with Section 230, as you had previously, and all the other issues we're dealing with.
I just got a question. How do you stop youngsters from this doom scrolling? I mean, do you ban them from social media? Do you change the algorithm? Is that what you have to do?
It's a multiple effect. Number one, you really should do some type of age gating. These companies are able to target children with ads because they've got algorithms that are able to figure out an AI that figures out the age of the viewer. I mean, they can figure it out. So the question is, will they then do something about it? Turn it off at night where the children don't have automatic infinite scrolling. You can scroll until your finger goes numb. You can scroll forever if they don't put some of these safety features on. They ought to retarget the algorithms. They ought to put in stops where every 30 minutes or so, it just stops and you've got to take a 15-second break. Anything that they can do to help children who don't have enough discipline because their frontal lobe hasn't developed fully, they don't have enough discipline to stop on their own.
The Wall Street Journal concluded their editorial today about the trial and about you, and they said, look, the social media shakedown is a victory for the plaintiff's bar, not for children or society. Okay, can you restrict yourself to 30 seconds of comment?
Okay, first of all, we need to make sure that's not the case. We need to make sure that the victims are actually getting help and compensation, and certainly lawyers should get paid for doing that. I'm not saying they shouldn't, and I'm one of them, but the target needs to be on the kids in fixing this problem.
Are you getting 30% of whatever you make?
No, and this one, I actually took this on. I'll get maybe 5% of something when you shake down all of the different lawyers and people involved.
Okay. 5% of $1 billion is still 50,000, I think, or something like 50 million, maybe. I don't know. My math is off today. Mark, it was a pleasure having you back, and thank you very much indeed. It's always good to see you. Thanks a lot, sir.
Oh, always great to see you.
Let me see you guys pass the ball. Come on. Really?
Think it's impossible to have.
Well, President Trump going after the Senate in a Truth Social post this morning, writing, quote, when is enough for our Republican senators? There comes a time when you must do what should have been done a long time ago, and something which the lunatic Democrats will do on day one if they ever get the chance. Terminate the filibuster and get our airports and everything else moving again. Also, add the complete all 5 items, Save America Act items. Go for the gold. Meanwhile, travelers are responding to the presence of ICE at national airports. Now, let me ask you before you listen to this soundbite, if they sound like they're being triggered and they're upset by ICE. Watch.
They've got a job to do just like everybody else, and thank goodness for them.
As long as they don't bother anybody, I'm okay.
What's your message to Congress that could put an end to all of this?
It would be ideal. This isn't working for us right now.
Fire them all. Fire them all.
People are really going to crash out, in my opinion, because this is really frustrating.
Okay, Todd, just to clarify here, they're not mad at ICE. They're mad at politicians.
As they should be.
Yeah.
I'd like to break up my response here in 2 parts. First, response to Larry Krasner, who said, Trump can't pardon you. Yes, that is accurate. Donald Trump cannot pardon an ICE officer who is arrested under state or local law. Here's the caveat to that. Under state and local law, because of the thing called the Constitution, you cannot arrest an ICE agent who's doing federal work. So if he tries, the arrest is immediately null and void. He cannot do that. So Larry Krasner, big X to you. With regard to what Schumer and Booker said, remember we had a guest on, Rick Crawford, Congressman. We were talking about the optics of everything and how Republicans need to win the optics because right now they probably are losing to the Democrats in the optics department. It's comments like that ICE is terrorizing people by giving out water, that is going to lead the Democrats to lose the optics. This is playing right into Trump's plan. It was such a smart move, both from a logistic perspective and from an optics perspective, to send ICE here, because it's going to relieve congestion and it's going to actually improve ICE's image. Masterstroke by the president.
Well, and I was watching ICE agents handing out water to travelers yesterday out of like buckets, like trying
the nerve of
help.
them.
I know, those
Right.
horrible ICE agents. But yeah, you mentioned Congressman Crawford. He joined us in the last hour. Listen to the congressman about this whole thing.
The irony of this is the Democrats have hung their hat for decades on being the champions of the workforce, and here they are leaving the workforce in the lurch for now 40-odd days with no end in sight. And this is so easy to fix, except for the fact that they're intransigent on this ICE issue. And by the way, ICE was funded for 3 years in the Working Families Tax Cut bill. So what they're asking for is untenable. It's to strip funding away from ICE, and then we're willing to go ahead ahead and pay the folks that are on the job right now protecting America. That is not a reasonable position at all. And I do think this is starting to break through, not just in the TSA world, but across the workforce, everywhere. People are coming to the realization that the Democrats have sold them out because they're willing to play politics with critical issues like this.
And Nancy, you know, it's not just travelers that are now frustrated. Airline CEOs are frustrated. Ed Bastian, the CEO of Delta, said he's not going to give Congress any more help moving through security. They're going to have to wait in line like everybody else.
Right.
Brilliant move, I'm going to say for that.
100%.
But then also, you know, the CEOs are saying that this is disrupting our operations.
Yeah. My airfare was triple what it normally is to come out here.
Yeah.
Triple. But I think that was the best soundbite of the interview. But he didn't do it in a soundbite. You asked him about the narrative, who's winning the narrative, and he talked about it and he pointed everything out that was super important. Now they got to put it in a soundbite to win the narrative, I think, the narrative war. But yeah, it's absurd. It's,
You know, it's
an
interesting.
unforced error.
It is. Well, it also taught, you know, Karl Rove has a piece out in the Wall Street Journal this morning. Republicans' biggest asset is the Democrats. And he points, he says, look, if you look at favorable versus unfavorable ratings and polling, the Democrats are worse off than the Republicans. So the Republicans have a chance here to maybe do better in a midterm year, bring those numbers up and show the Democrats that you're not going to take control of the House or the Senate in November.
Every single one of those sound bites that you just played from the Democrats proves Karl Rove's point. They would almost be better if they really want to gum up the works of government, do it, but don't broadcast it to the American people. Kind of let the Republicans take the blame, but they are attention hounds. They want the spotlight, yet they can't keep their foot from entering their mouth. I agree with Rove.
Yeah.
It's Republicans' best chance.
What about the filibuster, real quick? President Trump says he's been saying this for months. And the filibuster.
I am in the Kennedy camp, and I believe it's one other, Ted Cruz, reconciliation.
Yeah, with you.
Use the mechanisms of government to accomplish what you want to accomplish in government. It avoids the filibuster question. Now, I know people are going to say, as soon as Democrats take over, they're going to abolish it. But if you can somehow tie in the SAVE Act in the reconciliation with all of this funding and with the potentially of funding the $200 billion that Trump wants for the war, I think that's the way to go, because it doesn't give a Democrats a leg to stand on when it comes to the filibuster. And quickly, it could ensure, based upon the fact that you don't have hundreds of thousands of fake Democrats voting, it could ensure the Republicans keep the House and Senate.
It's just bring an ID when you need to vote. Novel
Simple.
concept.
Yeah.
Very simple thing. You need an ID for everything else. Have one to go vote. All right, we're just getting started this hour. We've got a lot more coming up.
Actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. And they are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago.
The clock is ticking on Trump's energy strike deadline. The White House says Iran is looking for an exit ramp, and back-channel talks are quietly happening. Welcome to the Big Money Show. I'm Taylor Riggs, along with my co-host, Egg McDowell, Brian Brenberg, Jackie DeAngelis, and with us for the hour, Making Money host, Charles Payne.
Hey, great to be here.
Love having you. So
One day I'm going to be on an update, though. I keep.
I know. So U.S. officials say that Iran's war machine has been hammered, with more than 2/3 of its missile, drone, and naval capabilities either damaged or destroyed. The Pentagon is preparing options for a final blow, while Iran is threatening to close now the Red Sea. The president says that Iran is begging for a deal, and 2 Iranian officials were removed from the target list. So with a damaged regime, the question really for investors is the posturing getting us closer to a negotiation, or is this more of an escalation of this conflict? Charles, that's sort of where we'll go to you. I was looking at the Dow, S&P, NASDAQ. We're not close. We're about 5-6% down since this conflict started. So we're not in a correction territory, but you're inching closer when you think of some of the drawdowns.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's I always say the investors are a lot smarter now all around than they ever were before, and many are resisting the urge to just out and out panic. Although within the market itself, there's other narratives that are working, right? You know, the software collapse is just amazing, has nothing to do with this conflict, but there are some intriguing things happening in the market. I think it was Deutsche Bank. They've got a good survey, and it shows only 3% of investors think this will be resolved this month. There's only a couple of days left, but over 50% think that April, and then another big chunk thinks that by May. So investors are just sort of saying marking time. You know, it's one of these things, to your point. Maybe a couple more, there could be a couple more headline shots, boots on the ground, you know, this kind of thing. But I think investors are trying to look through this. The same, ironically, the same thing that we would like to see Powell do with respect to the policy, you know, Federal Reserve policies, look through this. Investors, for the most part, are looking through it. Although I will say on Monday was the first day in almost 3 years where retail investors were net sellers instead of buyers in the market.
Interesting. So, Dagan, I wanted to come to you on 2 points.
The 8 big, beautiful boats of oil. How about that? That was Iran's gift. Did you hear President Trump say that?
10 of them, right?
Yeah, +2. Palestinian flag boats sailing through the Strait of Hormuz. I digress.
No, so we could talk about that it being present. But what I was thinking about the market, and I did this for you, for every $5 the government receives in tax revenue, $1 is going to service the national debt. Those headlines make me nervous. Plus this headline, the 30-year fixed rate mortgage jumped up to 6.38% last week, according to Freddie Mac. That is now the highest since September 4th of last year. So when we're thinking about market positioning with rising rates, rising mortgage rates, I think the question is sort of the appetite for Americans, for everyday people to sort of understand, again, the willingness to see this through or not. Your thoughts?
I don't think that this compromises in any way, shape, or form President Trump's willingness to see it through. And I'll note that the 10-year bond, the yield is back up today. It's at 4.38% plus. And that for every $5, we're spending $1 in servicing the national debt. That's Torsten Slock's Daily Spark blog post. So debt service payments are rising, and mortgage rates are rising, and longer term interest rates are rising. And this is in spite of, we have 3 government entities, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and the Federal Reserve, all buying debt to keep interest rates under control. The Federal Reserve started expanding its balance sheet, so reverse course, on December the 1st. The balance sheet has grown by about $120 billion since early December, back to $6.66 trillion. So the triple sixes, that's an accident. Up about 2%, not much. And then Fannie and Freddie have started buying, at the direction of President Trump, $200 billion in mortgage-backed securities. But this is all to prevent rates from going up when rates would be higher to match as we have to issue more debt. In an untouched market, the U.S. government and by extension, consumers and borrowers across the nation would have to pay higher rates to attract more buyers, given the amount of treasury debt that is being issued to finance our debt. And you have to ask the question, does Iran know that we cannot stay in this conflict in perpetuity? Can we even stay in this conflict for a year? If it's $2 billion a day, where's that going to come from? The U.S. is hamstrung by its ability to take on new debt, as our credit card is, in essence, beginning to be maxed out. And I'll also point to the issue, we're $39 trillion in debt right now, and that is growing. And then our liabilities have completely swamped our assets in this country. So
not good, you're telling me.
Well, I could continue to go on, but the only thing that matters is our economy growing faster than our debt. And for now.
So, Jackie, Atlanta Fed GDP still comes in at 2% for the first quarter. It's not the 3, 4, 5%, but it's not 1 or 0 or negative. So 2% is good. On that note, when I remember a very interesting conversation I had with you that COVID changed the way we think about supply chains in China. And I'm wondering if this war makes us rethink the way that we're looking at fertilizer, oil, all of this through the Strait of Hormuz. The CRB Foodstuff Index closed yesterday at the highest level since November, because it's not just oil that goes through that strait, it's fertilizer, it's spring planting season. I'm thinking about our farmers out in the Midwest who are paying higher prices for fertilizer. They need higher crop prices then to sort of offset that. How are you thinking, I guess, maybe long-term big picture about this? Kind of sucks in the short term, but is this going to be the COVID moment where we rethink then sort of this supply chain and these routes long term?
I think so. I think you're 100% correct. It's just going to take a while to do it. And the conversations are already being had, especially within the Gulf states themselves, because they understand the importance of this. And if you think about what the United States and Israel are going to do, are they going to end it? Are they not going to end it? Are they going to end it by just mowing the lawn? And then we might potentially have problems. It gives even more argument to change those supply chains and make the strait less central. You know, on Thursday of week 4, as a person who's looking at duration, I'm getting a little bit, I'm waiting to hear something that I think tells me or signals to me that the end is near. And I haven't really heard that. As a matter of fact, I feel like everything that's out there is kind of conflicting. And what I got out of the part of the cabinet meeting that I listened to only made me a little bit more confused. The Wall Street Journal reporting that that Israel killed the commander of the IRGC who is responsible for the strait, essentially. That happened overnight. That's a good thing. Scott Bessent was talking about control of the strait in the cabinet meeting and trying to ease fears there. But we've got to see movement. We've got to see real movement. What we saw was these tankers that were supposedly, we found out, the gift that President Trump has been talking about. And I believe it was, the president said it was the flag of Pakistan. And I found that interesting because the Journal article said that it was Pakistan saying that the United States and Iran were engaged in indirect talks, giving some credibility to that, and that Tehran was listening to Washington's proposals and they were thinking about ways to potentially end the conflict. But is that happening when you get a Truth Social from the president that says Iran needs to get serious? Or is everybody having these conversations and sticking to their parameters of what they want and not hearing the other in some way to be able to find a compromise? I find this concerning when I look at the 10-year. I find it concerning when I look at oil prices. The national average for a gallon of gas in this country is $3.98 now. So we're closer to my, $4 I don't like it mark. And I would just say this, as many know, and I've shared this before, my mother came to the country, this country, before the revolution in 1979. I am a proponent of regime change there. I would love to see that happen, but I am not a proponent of war in general, long-term, mass destruction, casualties, boots on the ground, not interested in it. So the president's got, after tomorrow, roughly a week to off-ramp this, in my view.
Brian, I'm hoping that you're going to channel a little bit of Steve Forbes for us. He sat in that chair.
I would love to do that in life. That would be a win for me.
And he looked at me and he said, Taylor, you don't chicken out because the 10-year hits 4%. Come on, you're better than that. Iran is worth it, right? To go higher than 4% if needed to see this thing through. Stop chickening out in terms of that market, right?
I'm kind of there. I'm kind of there. Okay, let me just, I don't know if this is Forbesian, and I'm not saying Iran is worth it, but so some data points hit me this year, just life data points, okay? This week, we got this big case on social media, which tells me the tide might be turning on the harm caused to kids. We got a ruling today, I think, from the Olympic Committee saying women will not play, or men will not play in women's sports, okay? And I'm adding these things up, and it's making me think about the world my kids will inhabit 20 years from now, and what are the things that will make it better for them. And I think men and women's sports will make it better for them. I think that a better handle on social media will make it better for my kids and grandkids. I think a degraded Iran that does not have the capability to project power 2,500 miles would make the world a better place for my kids, okay? And I saw this number today. U.S. Central Command says that more than 2/3 of Iran's missile, drone, and naval production facilities have been damaged or destroyed. And that, to me, is an investment by America in a future 20 or 30 years from now. I don't know if regime change is going to happen, Jackie. I'd like to see it. I don't think it's the must in this situation. I think it's the plus. But when I see that, one thing I agree with Dagan on for sure is that Iran is betting that we will determine we don't have the money to keep doing this. And that's why they're trying to prolong it. But from my vantage point, thinking very long term, if we can finish the Iranian regime, not Iran and the Iranian people, the Iranian regime, and add it to the list of good things that have been happening this year that I think have a long-term payoff, then I'm not going to sweat the 10-year right now,
right? Because
I think there's a much bigger prize at the end of it. I may not even benefit as much from it as your kids and my kids and grandkids, and I like that payoff.
I love ending on that note.
Well, we can afford it in the essence that we can tax and borrow.
Fair.
And print our own currency to then buy the debt that we're issuing. At what cost? I think that the short-term calculation is just the election.
Listen, if China's watching this conversation, they're just licking their chops because it sounds like we're ready to throw in the towel after 1 month. The cost doesn't matter. The 10-year yield doesn't matter. None of that matters. The objective, the peace dividend, a little bit to your point, is a gazillion times more important. By the way, the bond yields were going up for the last 3 years. In fact, Jim Grant says we're in a secular bear market for bonds in the next 30, 40 years, just like we were in a secular bull market the prior 40, and the prior 40 before that, the secular bear. So those kind of things might have been embedded anyway. Listen, the bottom line is if we're in it, we have to win it. We're in it. That's it. We're in it. And I think people know some of the things that matter. Regime change is not going to be one of the boxes that has to be checked. We'd love to see it checked. We pray that it's checked, but ultimately, it's going to happen in a very short period of time. Just the idea of winning wars in a week or so is just. You guys read that Brett Stevens thing in the journal?
Everybody's talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we should marvel at how well we're doing. We really should.
Yeah. Jackie took a big deep breath. I'm going to let you settle on that for a minute. As the situation in the Middle East evolves and continues to evolve, join Fox in supporting our troops. From daily needs to global emergencies, help us be there for those who serve. Scan the QR code or head to go.fox/Red Cross to donate to service to the armed forces today.
I'll be voting for it. And look, we need to end the chaos here that once again the Democrats have inflicted on the country. ICE has been funded since 2029. This was much to do about nothing. This was typical Democrat pandering to the ultra left because they're afraid of losing a primary to the ultra left.
Any chance that the vote today goes into tomorrow for DHS?
There could be. I don't know if it will or not. I can't wait to vote and get the government fully operational.
That was Florida Congressman Mike Herodopoulos telling me earlier on the program he will vote in favor of the Senate-passed DHS funding deal. The Senate overnight approving that bill to fund most of the department, including TSA, after weeks of chaos and delays at the airports. The agreement excludes money for ICE enforcement, removal operations, and parts of Customs and Border Protection. It doesn't include any immigration reform that Democrats had originally wanted. That was really coming from Chuck Schumer. Now, the bill now heads to the House, which begins a series of votes at 10 a.m. Eastern time this morning before they leave for the 2-week Easter recess. I want to bring in New York Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. Congresswoman, great to have you here. And I know you heard your colleague, Mr. Herodopoulos, but Jake Sherman from Punchbowl News is pointing out something I want to ask you about here. He says that the House might have big problems moving DHS through today because in the House rules for the 119th Congress, you can't move bills under suspension of the rules on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. What do you make of that?
Yeah, we're going to have it. Yeah, this is obviously we're going to, if we can't get this done through a rule bill with our very slim majority, we're going to have to wait and do it on suspension on Monday. I'm just hoping we can get everyone together. I'm sure President Trump will be making some phone calls to make sure we can get this done with a rule. But this has to be done. I mean, what we've done for 40 days has been just unconscionable to the American people. And I've heard from all kinds of people across the country who have been waiting in lines, missed their flights. I've heard the tragedy of TSA agents not getting paid. And this is a huge problem. And I want to just make it clear. Most members of Congress that I know, including me, I wait in line. I've not jumped to the front of the line. Luckily, the airports I have been going through have not been really a bit too problematic. But this is still unacceptable. And we're operating like a third world country because the Democrats, as my colleague Mike Karadopoulos just said, want to make sure that we can get illegal immigrants into this country and get them voting, because it's the only way Democrats can win, because they don't have the policies that the American people like. And we do, and they can only win on process and undermining our election integrity.
Well, certainly, today is going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. We're going to be watching where this goes because of the chaos at the airports I mentioned earlier. But you do have momentum building among congressional Republicans to use budget reconciliation for new immigration enforcement funding. And this would be for ICE and CBP. Now, Senate Majority Leader Thune said it's a good possibility as the Senate Budget Committee Chairman Lindsey Graham is urging his committee to start that process. It would also fund the Pentagon's $200 billion supplemental request for Iran, plus parts of the Save America Act. Congresswoman, what do you think of this strategy? And is it a winning strategy?
Well, of course. I mean, we have an opportunity to do another reconciliation, and we would like to get what we can done, because we know, and we've seen now twice, 2 government shutdowns caused by Chuck Schumer and the Democrats because they're pandering again to the far left and don't want to make sure we get things done in government. Reconciliation is their only option to avoid that 60 vote threshold in the Senate. And we do have a lot of unfinished business, things that you just cited that we'd love to get done, bills that we couldn't get into, the one big beautiful bill, the working families tax cut, that are doing amazingly well in our communities, especially communities like mine, which are driven by small businesses. So we're seeing that happen. Just think if we hadn't passed the bill and we weren't taking advantage of our wonderful gifts of natural gas and oil exploration that President Trump has opened up again after 4 years of shutdown by the Biden administration, where we would be today. We would be in a worse situation. But now we're looking at growth in the economy and prosperity. The question again comes down to, can we get we only have a 2-seat majority in the House. Can we get that over the line with a lot of the different priorities that members have? Chairman Jason Smith on the Ways and Means Committee obviously would be driving this process. I'm on the Ways and Means Committee. A lot of members will have a lot of requests and a lot of things they'd like to see get done. I think we'll see where it goes. I mean, we have a lot of issues. We'll be meeting on Ways and Means this morning early to talk about what we could do in a reconciliation process and go through this once again as we did last year.
Yeah, well, I do want to say that Chairman Smith is going to be joining the program in the next hour, so we're going to pick up on all of that with him. And obviously, I think one of the questions is going to be, you've got somebody like Tim Burchett who says that he will not support anything. I don't know where he stands this morning, but he says he's not going to support any funding of DHS without immigration enforcement funding. So we shall see. There's a lot that's going to happen today. I do want to ask you about the story coming out of New York. It's tragic. You had this 83-year-old Air Force veteran, Richard Williams. He was shoved onto the subway earlier this month, onto the tracks. He has now died. The suspect is 34-year-old Baron Hernandez, an illegal Honduran national with a lengthy rap sheet.
What? So that illegal man threw an elderly veteran in front of a train, and you guys want to fight for that? Okay, we
facing second-degree murder charges. So Fox News asked Mayor Mondami's office whether he would be turned over to ICE. They deflected to us. They referred us to the Department of Corrections. And a DOC spokesperson says it processes detainers consistent with local law. So that limits what can be done with another illegal immigrant who is now responsible, allegedly, for the murder of an 83-year-old veteran, Congresswoman, in the city of New York. Another shove onto the subway tracks.
Yeah, I mean, totally tragic. And I think this man recovered from cancer as well. So it's even, to recover from cancer, to be a veteran and then get killed by an illegal immigrant in your home country, it's just totally unacceptable. And this is going to continue to happen. There is an idea out there that I've actually floated around with some leadership yesterday on the House. Why don't we make crossing the border and actually staying here illegally an actual crime, that we can use warrants and we can actually give ICE and the ability of Homeland Security to go into the prisons and get warrants to remove dangerous illegal criminals from our prisons. You know, the local governments are making that difficult. Governors like Kathy Hochul are siding with the sanctuary cities. And also Letitia James, our Attorney General, who is an absolutely, you know, just undermining our law everywhere and attacking local governments all across the state who do have, you know, illegal immigrants that are have committed dangerous crimes, and preventing us from working with ICE and the local governments from working with ICE. She's actually targeting them for keeping their communities safe. This is the kind of governance that you see in a state like New York that has completely undermined our rule of law, made our state unsafe, has caused us to have over 2 million in outmigration since 2010. People are leaving the state in droves, not to mention the fact that Governor Cuomo and Governor Hochul have told people who believe in common sense to leave the state. Oh, and guess what? People who are wealthy and even not so wealthy have brought their wealth, whether it's $20,000 or millions, out of the state. And now she's saying, please come back and fund our social welfare programs. And by the way, we're going to continue to fund illegal immigrants, giving them, you know, housing, food, and everything that we don't give to our veterans. How tragic that this veteran who survived cancer, who served our country, had to die at the hands of an illegal immigrant who shouldn't have been here in the first place.
You know, they're blaming the lower tourism numbers in the city on ICE, and the blame actually goes to tourists coming to this country and not feeling safe on the streets of New York. That's the truth.
Law and order is what makes our communities able to prosper.
I know. I agree with you, Congresswoman. Before you go, another thing that you're calling for is for the IRS to investigate a lot of these nonprofits in New York, hundreds of them that may have engaged in illegal partisan political activity. Tell us about this.
Yeah, look, how can we have different kinds of groups that actually get protection under the IRS? They get this 501c3 status, which allows them to collect money. You know, they pay. In many cases, they're not legitimate. We've learned that they pay out their huge salaries to their employees that really accomplish nothing other than get this 501c3 status. And it was disclosed actually by, you know, really by truthfully, a Democrat in the state legislature who said, wow, these people are actually funding political campaigns, which is a direct violation. I've referred this to the IRS. They should lose their not-for-profit status because they're engaging in politics. And by the way, they gave to both Republicans and Democrats. Should not be happening. And so we'll see where the IRS takes this. But any not-for-profit that's seeking the cover of our IRS protections, saying that they're going to be benefiting, you know, a true charity, should not be getting the benefits of the IRS.
Correspondent.
If you know them, you love them. And Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left. Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone.
Very important point here. Talking about the Apache helicopter, talking about the A-10 Warthog. Operation Epic Fury rolls on. First in the Apache, top speed 170 miles an hour. It can be a killer in these down low areas too, because the surface ceiling is 20,000 feet. If you had an effective air defense, 20,000 feet is nothing if it's effective and can hit it. But right now the Apache is operating in an area, a theater of war, that it can just do what it wants. So too with the Warthog. They've been trying to put the Warthog out of business for years, right? Been in service for 50 years. It's still doing it. Back during the Iraq War, it was a tank killer. Come on over here and I'll show you what's happened just in the past 24 hours. And as we did yesterday and the day before, I'll look at this area right here with that green dot. That's a confirmed airstrike. That is in the Strait of Hormuz. That's the town of Bandar Abbas. And you're going to hear a lot about it as the campaign continues to ramp up in that part of Iran. Here's the naval assets that are spread out, well covered just about everywhere. Retired Lieutenant General David Deptula, former commander of air operations over Iraq and the principal attack planner for the Desert Storm air campaign. You know it well. Based on the air campaign now, sir, and the devastating advantage, what's the next move and how important could it be to win this, to bring in ground troops?
Well, Bill, it's a great question. Let me start. Basically, the outlining the concepts of just what U.S. military doctrine embraces. They embrace a concept known as joint warfighting. I know you and Dana are familiar with it, but maybe perhaps some in the audience aren't. In a nutshell, it's really about using the right force at the right place at the right time to achieve a campaign's declared objectives. So it's not unusual to see Central Command contingency planning involve ground forces, particularly if diplomacy stalls and maritime pressure in the Gulf persists. Now, use of ground forces is not necessarily a preferred option because of the great risk of casualties. However, there may be options out there if there are objectives that cannot be accomplished any other way, such as physically securing Iran's enriched uranium, where they become very viable. That said, there are also some of the island seizing options that have been floating around that need to be addressed in the context of just exactly what effect does one want to achieve. So, you know, if seizing Karg Island is aimed at controlling Iranian shipping, the same thing can be accomplished by using air-delivered mines around that island. One doesn't need to seize the island and expose it. So this is an example of the kind of thinking in the context of effects or outcomes rather than just simply the traditional use of a particular type of force.
So
But,
there are
you know,
Marines. There are Marines en route there. They'll be there and in position within days, and more will come after that. And then you got the 82nd Airborne Division. This delay until April 6th, is it diplomacy or is it a delay to get those forces in place?
It's a great question. With respect to the president's announced 10-day delay in attacks on Iran's oil infrastructure, this is a classic case of coercive diplomacy. What the president's doing is using very visible military pressure to improve its negotiating leverage while keeping one foot on the escalation ladder and one foot at the bargaining table.
On the map behind me, sir, Strait of Hormuz, you mentioned Karg Island up here around the area of Iraq. Do you think the Iranians can maintain control of that strait, that 21-mile strip of waterway that's so important to so many countries?
The short answer is over time, no. They may be able to have an impact in the short term, but the plans that are in place for controlling Hormuz are ones that will ultimately provide the United States control of that region. And, you know, I know time's an issue, but I'd be happy to go through some of those means that are being planned, but ultimately we're going to control the straits, not the Iranians.
Last question here. When you look at the air supremacy on behalf of the Americans and the Israelis, I don't think historically you can point to a moment like this in the history of warfare. What compares in your mind?
Well, it is an extraordinary campaign, and U.S. and Israeli forces are delivering exceptional results. They haven't quite gotten up to the level of effort that was accomplished during Operation Desert Storm, 43-day campaign, where we engaged over 45,000 aim points. We're up at over 10,000 targets right now. But it is a magnificent example of the competence and the capability of U.S. and Israeli forces.
New standard, I'd say. General, it's good to have you on. Thanks for coming on. Interesting thoughts there. Lieutenant General Dave Deptula. Thank you, sir. We'll speak again.
You bet.
Meanwhile, the Pentagon is now weighing another surge of troops to the Middle East, as thousands more Marines are expected to arrive in the region today. At the same time, President Trump is giving negotiations another 10 days to play out.
Fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. And they are begging to work out a deal.
And that may be true, but here's the catch. We spoke with a former Iranian political prisoner who says Iran is even better at running out the clock. Depths in this conflict. Joining me now is former CENTCOM deputy commander and member of the Iran Policy Project at the Jewish Institute for National Security of America, Vice Admiral Robert Harward. Vice Admiral, thanks for being with us here today. let's just accept that assumption for just a moment, that these negotiations are just a delay tactic, it's a stall tactic. If that's the case and we arrive at our 10-day window at the end of this deadline from President Trump, what happens next?
Well, more forces are there, more options are on the table, and rightfully so to make that conclusions, because we've never seen anything come out of negotiation with the Iranians unless they got something significant in return, like the ability to continue developing their nuclear weapons and billions of dollars, as we've seen in previous administrations. But by that point, well, more troops, not only the Marines, but the 82nd Airborne, the ability to put boots on the ground anywhere in Iran you want, and the ability to have more force to bear. So again, I think time plays on both sides of the table here, and it gives us the continued pressure going after their missiles, going after the Straits of Hormuz to make sure that they can flow and traffic can flow. So those efforts will continue while this goes on. We just won't hit any industrial targets, which President Trump was never a fan of anyhow. He thought if you're going after regime change, those are elements that would help the next government. So the time plays out on both sides of the table.
The troops surging into the Middle East, Vice Admiral, of course, that means more options on the table for President Trump to make whatever decision he feels like is necessary. But what do you feel like right now the Pentagon and the president are considering those troops for?
Well, let's start with shutting down Iranian oil. In the case he's going to let them flow some as an indicator to let them know how valuable. But those Marines have conducted maritime interception ops. We can blockade any Iranian ships. We can blockade access to CARD without boots on the ground. We can also focus on other important critical infrastructure like Abadan, another accessible from the waterway where they refine a lot of their oil. And then all the islands that are the approach of the Straits of Hormuz. If you seize those, you can shut down any other traffic, including any aircraft or any craft that may have mines on them. So again, all these options will be stronger and in position to execute after this period of time.
Vice Admiral, does the number give you any insight? The number of troops that we're sending at this time, the number of Marines, the 82nd Airborne, USS Tripoli, does that give you any insight to exactly how they'll be used there, either off the coast or in Iran?
Well, that's business as normal. The MEUs were built to go and take land, come from the water and approach. 82nd Airborne, you can always put airborne, they jump into a target. So what it allows us to do to put forces either from the waterway or the air anywhere in Iran we want. So there's a tactical advantage that, but there's also a strategic messaging to the Iranian people how committed we are and that the collapse of the regime is inevitable. I think you're seeing that play out in their strategy. Anything they can do to get time and try to wait out President Trump and increase pressure globally to find a end to this conflict works in their advantage.
All right, Vice Admiral Robert Harward, thank you so much for being with us here today.
Good to be with you.
Moving developments in the Middle East, CENTCOM releasing dramatic new footage as U.S. forces continue to carry out these precision strikes all across Iran. It comes as President Trump extends a pause on striking Iranian power plants as he pushes to wind down the war. Let's get to Mike Tobin. He's in Tel Aviv. Good morning.
And as you mentioned there, Dana, the president has extended that deadline for Iran to allow ships to move freely through the Strait of Hormuz. The president says he's going to allow another 10 days for Iran to let those ships move. After that, he could begin striking power plants. The president wrote on Truth Social, I'm pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6, 2026, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Talks are ongoing. Now, twice, Trump has extended the deadline, saying Iran reached out in good faith and gave a gift of 10 ships through the strait.
Make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And anybody that saw what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal.
And Iran's surviving leaders have posted that they have never reached out for talks. The foreign minister says the U.S. acted in bad faith.
This war of aggression is blatantly unjustified and brutal. They initiated this aggression on 28 February, while Iran and the United States were engaged in a diplomatic process to resolve Americans' alleged concerns over Iran's nuclear program.
Meantime, the Israeli Defense Forces working just across the border in southern Lebanon. IDF soldiers located a tunnel network built under a Christian church. Israel says the use of civilian Christian churches for military purposes violates international law, and they say Hezbollah repeatedly exploits the Christian population in southern Lebanon, turning their places of worship into war zones. Dana?
Mike Tobin in Tel Aviv. Thank you.
Let's get some analysis right now from our man Dan Hoffman, CIA Chief of Station formerly. And Dan, good morning to you. Senator John Kennedy, Republican from Louisiana, kind of a rare voice in the Republican Party, said the following this week about getting out, like now. Watch.
As far as I'm concerned, it's time to get out. There will be those who say, well, the Iranian leadership is still standing, and they could rebuild. But I will tell you this, we have inflicted massive damage on the Iranian government.
He is exactly right about that last part there, about massive damage on Iran. What is your analysis if the president were to say we're done at this point, Dan?
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that we began military action against Iran because we didn't have a deal on Iran's.
We'll pay you to get your CDL and give you a truck driving job with one of
what happens in Tehran or what the Arab region really considers. People are worried about what happens here in their homes, and they're looking at the gas pumps. So the president can talk about ongoing negotiations and that we have the upper hand. But when everyday Americans leave their home and they're filling up the tank just to take their kid to the baseball game and they're looking at these higher prices, I don't think that anything he does in the Situation Room or that Speaker Mike Johnson has in those private meetings with members is going to translate to the everyday American. And that is the problem.
Yeah, and obviously we're coming up on a November election. We've got this Truth Social that we broke just a moment ago, Mark, and this is the radical left Democrats from President Trump and their leader, crying Chuck Schumer, have made it very clear where they stand, and that is on the side of criminal illegal aliens, not the American people. Therefore, I'm going to sign an order instructing the Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen, to immediately pay our TSA agents in order to address this emergency situation and to quickly stop the Democrat chaos at the airports. You know, I asked the speaker about this possibility just a few minutes ago. He's not been directly involved, has he, as far as making phone calls, pushing people? Is there something the president could do, first of all, on the executive side, executive orders?
Well, look, he and the administration have been over backwards in offering concessions. They have been negotiating in good faith. It's the Democrats who have moved the ball. You can look at the voting record. I suggested today after the vote, we had to blow up the tally sheet on the vote this afternoon and put it in every airport terminal around America to show them Democrats voted no.
Yeah, but this seems like an action, Mark, that's moving money around. And we don't have the specifics, obviously, from this Truth Social, but he's finding a way for the secretary to pay TSA agents now, 40 days later.
Well, good for him for doing that, and also good for him for deploying ICE agents to help the TSA. It's the best advertising. The Democrats have given us the best advertising for ICE you've ever seen because they were demonizing them for months, these great people, these great, brave law enforcement officers. And now they're in the airports helping people with their bags and helping them speed along the lines. And and they're becoming much more popular. As to funding, at some point, I think we've just got Congress has to pull the plug and do this by budget reconciliation. One of the reasons why ICE isn't defunded is because we funded ICE through 2029 and they were in the last reconciliation bill. So let's just fund everything on the bill as well and be over with this.
Kimberly?
Yeah, fundamentally, though, because as good as it is at TSA might get some money, you've got FEMA, the cybersecurity agencies, the Coast Guard. There's a lot more that needs money.
And the embassy, it's a high wire act. The polls are showing a negative perception of the economy and the administration, but you got a long way to November.
Yeah, nobody wins in a government shutdown. If you're standing in line at TSA, you're not worried if it's Republican or Democrat. You're just upset at lawmakers in general.
Yeah, pox on both houses. That's right. Panel, thanks so much.
Don't buy that camera that's going viral to keep burglars away. Do this instead. For only $22 a month.
Look what they are doing now. At their weakest point, this is the weakest Iran has ever been. And look at what they're doing.
They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world. By the way, the president's not just doing a favor to the United States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the goal was. We were going to destroy Iran's Navy, and that is happening. We were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it. We were going to destroy their missile launching capabilities. We're well on our way to achieving that goal. We were going to destroy the factories so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones, and that is moving forward. Every single objective the president clearly laid out on the first night of this operation is being effectuated. Again, Pete will speak to the specifics of it. This has been an incredibly successful operation. Every day, it may not get covered because, you know, we're unlike them. We're not bombing embassies and hotels. We're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War lets the drummer get wicked over every portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do. And if they have a nuclear weapon, as the vice president pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future. And that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
All right, President.
Taxes was so taxing.
You chase them out. You chased out the fun-sized fascist Greg Bovino. You chased out that evil Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem is so evil, I'm starting to think that her dog took his own life. Just couldn't take it. Is this my future? I need to get out. I'm taking the goat with me. All right, I am here simply to introduce some of the finest people I know. People who have worked hard, organizing here, musicians who are using their art to really fight against fascism. So today's about healing, joy, regenerating to continue to fight the work and getting marching orders as we move ahead. And so our first marching order, get out your phones. Get out your phones. Because I'm going to say this a couple of times throughout this block. So I want you to text the word vote to 30319. What that will do is you're going to get plugged into the Election Protection Network, which is so crucial. And they'll call on you to monitor polling places, report voter suppression, and show up when it matters most. Because democracy doesn't defend itself, but together we will. So, are you ready for some fun and for some inspiration? Let's get to it. First up, the dynamic chamber ensemble from the incredible Twin Cities Gay Men's Chorus, directed by Gerald Guras, is Borealis. Inaugural Poet Laureate of Minneapolis. So often, we have so many tireless legal advocates defending us as we fight for our civil and constitutional rights. And there is no organization that fights more tirelessly than the ACLU and the ACLU of Minnesota. So it is my great privilege to welcome to the stage the Executive Director of the ACLU of Minnesota. Please welcome Deepinder Mayo.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. How we fight and how we lead will dictate the world that we create. I will say that again. How we fight and how we lead will dictate the world that we create. For 100 years, the ACLU has fought to protect our rights to free speech, our rights to equal protection, our rights to due process, regardless of the party in power. And we are proud to have filed over 200 legal actions against the Trump administration. And we remember here in Minnesota just a few short months ago when we found ourselves in the center of a storm once again. Amidst the discriminatory arrests and assaults, the targeting of our neighbors and our leaders, the racial profiling, and the unprecedented abuse of executive authority while the world watched, Minnesotans did not waver. Minnesotans did not hesitate. Minnesotans did not capitulate. No, Minnesotans held their ground and showed the world what the words "we the people" really mean. Minnesota, because of the way you led, you have carved new ground that will forever be part of this nation's legacy. Minnesota, because of the way you led, you showed the world that control and uniformity is not power. Unity is power. Unity is power. And the unity of diverse voices is one of the most powerful forces in American history. And that is why it is more important than ever that we continue to push. We continue to keep the pressure up. We continue to fight. The ACLU will not stop because we know you won't stop either. Because we the people will not be silenced. We the people will not be intimidated. We the people will not trade away our rights. We're going to keep going forward, and we are going to fight for all of our rights, for all of us. All of us. All of us. Thank you.
Keep it going! Okay, back on track. Feeling good. Our next guest is an Ojibwe poet enrolled at Turtle Mountain and the inaugural poet laureate of Minneapolis. As curator, editor, and teacher, she edited New Poets of Native Nations and co-edited the 2025 publication Boundless: Abundance in Native American Art and Literature.
Reflect the peaceful democracy of harmony and love that we want to see in America today. I want them to hear you coast to coast. Thank you, volunteers, for all you're doing to make No Kings happen. Thank you for showing up.
Brothers and sisters and friends, my name is Rob Weissman. I'm with Public Citizen. You beautiful and heroic people showed our country and reminded the world that the opposite of authoritarianism is not just justice and democracy and freedom. It's also solidarity and community and love and neighbors. And persistence. And now, as we rally here, 100,000 or more strong and across the nation in the largest day of protest in American history, we have to persist. We have to persist to end this illegal, unconstitutional, and devastating war on Iran, and make sure that Congress does not give a penny more to pay for or extend this war. We have to persist to make sure we have free and fair elections, that everyone can vote, and that all the votes are counted. And we have to persist to win our yes agenda. Yes to health care for all. Yes to tax the rich. Yes to the clean energy revolution. Yes to overturn Citizens United. Yes for a living wage. Yes to make sure every person has the right to organize into a union. Yes, to make sure there is equality for every human being living in the United States, whatever their status, whatever language they speak, whatever their gender. Now say this with me, my friends. Say this with me. No kings, no ice, no war. Democracy is what we're fighting for. No kings, no ice, no war. Justice is what we're fighting for. No kings, no ice, no war. Healthcare and human rights and dignity and freedom and love and peace is what we're fighting for. No kings, no ice, no war. No kings, no ice, no war. No kings, no ice, no war. Thank you. You're beautiful.
To everybody that's wondering, everybody's like, Tim, why you keep... Bro, I'm still a little bit traumatized from watching New York, Washington, D.C., Boston, Massachusetts, California, and Minnesota, South Carolina, watching all these crazy liberals. I'm still lightweight messed up over it. Antonio said, Tim, what really annoyed you the most about these liberals? Well, just listen. I can't pick one thing out. Maybe it's the men who think they're women trying to tell us how to vote and what to do, or the lies about everything. Maybe that could just maybe be.
Hi, Minnesota. It is incredible to be here with you today. I'm Leah.
Hey, and I'm Leah's husband, Ezra. This is our wedding anniversary.
And we are proud to support a movement of thousands of local indivisible groups across the country building power on their home turf, including the incredible groups of Minnesota. Now, today is historic. We are seeing 3,300 protests across every state and congressional district in America standing up to say we have no king. But Minnesota, of all people, you know that it takes more than one day of protest to defeat fascism. It is going to take relentless, determined, creative organizing to protect our neighbors and to stand for our rights. The nation learned that from you. We learned it from every Minnesotan who stood up to protect their neighbors. We learned it from everyone who went out after the shootings, the murders of Alex Petty and Renee Good, from everyone who came out after the murder of Melissa Hortman to say that fear won't win, hate won't win, that in Minnesota you protect your neighbors and you stand up for democracy. Now, if there is anything we know about would-be dictators, it is that when they start to lose their grip, they get even more dangerous. They escalate, they invade, they attack. Donald Trump is facing down a midterm election that he knows he is going to lose because people hate this mad king business. And so...
See, she just said it. We're here because we hate this mad king. You're here because you hate Trump. He's not a king. He never claimed to be a king. You're here because you hate Trump. Why don't you just be honest? I would accept it a heck of a lot more if y'all were just honest.
What is he going to do? He's going to try to steal it. But he's going to fail because we are going to stop him.
Steal what, guys? I want to know. What is he trying to steal? He's already on his second term. What is he going to steal? What? What's he going to steal, y'all? Like, really, what's he going to steal? This is what I'm talking about, Antonio. They're just screaming out nonsense. What's he going to steal? So America has not had a king since the 1700s. Education helps. That's my point. What is he going to steal? Do you think the rest of the country is going to sit back if he tried to take over our elections literally and become a king? No. Like, what type of dumb are you guys on? We are your backup. We are the reason that America is still standing. If it were on the liberals' back, we'd be done. Just wait. MAGA this and MAGA that. You'll be crying for MAGA. You'll be crying for MAGA. You'll be crying for the Patriots. You'll be crying for us. Period. Period.
That's right.
So for the 100,000 Twin Cities residents in the crowd right now, we have an ask to share on behalf of our friends at Indivisible Twin Cities. Text pledge 30319. Text pledge to 30319 to take the Pledge of Resistance with Indivisible Twin Cities and say you're ready to show up and mobilize in the event of election sabotage. Woo!
Sorry, folks, I'm back. This is the largest protest in Minnesota history. Good job, everybody. Now, if you know anything about Indivisible, we have a real bias towards action. So we're going to give you some actions. Leah just gave you one action for everybody in the Twin Cities. There are millions of people watching now. And for the
While I'm thinking about it, this is Minnesota. Tim Wall speaks here. Ilhan Omar speaks. Larry Ellison speaks. Bernie Sanders speaks. Everything about fraud, lying, and deceiving our country, all is going to be on this stage. And these people are talking like this. Do you see the low IQ here? Do you see the un-American?
millions of people around the country, around the globe, we've got to work in concert with the Minnesotans. When Trump tries to sabotage the midterms, we need to match the depth of the organizing that we've seen here in Minnesota with the breadth of the organizing we're seeing all over the world for No Kings 3. So what does that mean? Let's get specific. I want everybody here to put this on your calendar. The next major national action of this movement is not just going to be another protest. It is a tactical escalation. An escalation. It is an economic show of force inspired by Minnesota's own Day of Truth and Action. We all saw this. Thousands of teachers and nurses, community leaders, faith leaders showing up in sub-zero temperatures, showing this state that they were not going to put up with business as usual while a secret police goon squad was murdering Americans in the streets. We need to do that nationally, y'all. We need to do that all over the country. So on May 1st, on May Day,
What's your Susan? Is that your name, Susan? Let me find you. Hold on. I might have just Susan. How come there is an annoying whiny voiceover? Is it annoying because the truth hurts your little snowflake ears there, Susan? Do you know what the name Susan is? We call Susan, Karen, all y'all the same. Go stand on the stage with your butch dyke hair and cry about Donald Trump. Go for it, Susan. We'll all clap and cheer you on and cheer your mental illness.
across the country, we are saying no business as usual. No work, no school, no shopping. We're going to show up and say we're putting workers over billionaires and kings. Minnesota, we cannot thank you enough for the courage you've displayed, for the instruction you have given. We are going to build on that courage, on that sacrifice, on that dedication, on that organizing. We are going to demonstrate that regular people are the single greatest threat to fascism in this country, It's up to all of us to walk that path. So say it with me as we heard from Rob. No kings, no ice, no war. 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 How many kings? How many kings? Damn right. See you May 1st.
Keep it going! These folks are not messing around. All right, we're gonna do a redo because I was out of order and now I'm back in order. It's hard. This is hard, y'all. You know, brain fog, old, menopause. Give me a break. Now we're gonna really. I'm just gonna read it again because the importance of this next speaker is really incredible. A healer, a singer, member of the Ojibwe Nation, here to perform a healing song that she wrote in the Ojibwe language 10.
No kings, because a man with a hit list tried to stop what we're doing right now. We honor them today. Losing patience with oppression, losing patience with my friends. I know if you look around, you might think it to be, but this isn't just a rally site. This is a place where a wannabe king sent 3,000 federal agents to terrorize your neighbors. Stephen Miller drew up the blueprint. Y'all heard of that little thing, Operation Metro Surge? They thought it could break Minnesota. They didn't know Minnesota. They didn't know Minnesota. They didn't know the immigrant families and labor unions, faith leaders and soccer moms, retirees and young people would lock arms and say, not our neighbors. Not our city. Not our state. Not here. Y'all, you didn't just resist. You didn't just show up. You organized. You built phone trees and legal clinics. Y'all built sanctuary networks. You showed up in 10 below 0 degree weather. You came out when they had pepper spray and tear gas and bullets. You came back the next day and the day after that and the day after that. And guess what? The whole damn country told them to leave. And guess what, y'all? Kristi Noem and Greg Bovino, peace, they gone, right? The Twin Cities, the land of 10,000 lakes, guess what? Y'all still here. Look around. We out here. That's not just a one-day protest, my friends. That's building power. You all are showing us why we ought to be here. Because Minnesotans proved to our entire country something that we all need to take seriously and learn. We do not wait for permission to protect each other. We do not beg a wannabe king to do the right thing. We organize. We refuse to comply or cooperate with evil forces in high places. When they demand our complicity and quiet disobedience, we do the right thing. We build people power together. And it wasn't just here. It was Los Angeles and Memphis and Washington, D.C., Chicago, Portland, Charlotte, Denver, Atlanta, Newark, Philadelphia, Seattle, Nashville. It was communities across our country. This administration will not win. They will not win. And we will make it clear as they try to prove to us that they will use force against our people, even when we are peaceful. Across our country, our people have made it clear back. We will not be broken. In June, 5 million people took to the streets. In October, 7 million. Right now, right this second, there are 3,300 No Kings actions happening across 16 countries. Y'all, there are no King's protests on every continent except for Antarctica. They'll catch up. Let me say this again. Nearly every continent on Earth is with us. They're out there right now because of what you showed them, Minnesota. So today, we celebrate that. Today, we lift up the people who made this moment happen. Today, we sing and we march and we stand together on this beautiful day at this Capitol and we let them hear us. Do you want to be heard today? Now, y'all know me because y'all been on the mass calls. I have to keep it honest with you. And you know I'm going to keep it real with you today and tomorrow. Today is not the finish line, my friends. How many of y'all, it's your first No Kings? Holler at me if it's your first No Kings. I see you. Welcome. Today is not the end of our work. Today is the beginning. Today is the proof of concept. What you built here in Minnesota, every single community in this country needs help to build. And they're going to need your help. Y'all, today, we're going to have a beautiful day, right? We are going to be powerful together today, right? We are going to be disciplined in our nonviolence today, right? We're going to build power together. Let's honor the people that we have lost. Let's celebrate the people who are still fighting, like each and every one of you. And let's get ready, because what comes next is going to require every single one of us. Y'all, I want to hear you say it. No ICE, no war, no billionaires, no kings. I think you can, if I don't believe you, they're not. No war, no ICE, no billionaires, no kings. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's go.
The possibilities are endless when we stand together. Reach out, join hands, look up. We are Minnesota strong.
Thank you, Gwen. Hello, Minnesota. I am Minister Janae Bates Amari. I am the co-executive director of Isaiah and Faith in Minnesota in this awesome state. And can I keep it real with you all for a minute? Can I keep it real with you all for a minute? I'm going to talk very, very clearly, fully, and unapologetically as a country who are professing to be of Christ, who are using something called white Christian nationalism. And right now we are in the Lenten season. We are getting ready to celebrate tomorrow, Palm Sunday. And on Palm Sunday, there were two processions that happened. There was one that we hear about with Jesus on a donkey, but there was another with Pontius Pilate and Caesar, who declared himself as king, who tried to hold down the people of that time, who tried to tell us that we do not deserve better, who tried to oppress people with cruelty, who tried to tax people and take their wages and use them for things that were not about feeding the hungry, that were not about healing the sick, that were not about caring for the poor, that were not about loving thy neighbor. And that is what we who call ourselves Christians are supposed to do. And so as thousands of Christians are prepared to come right back here tomorrow at 2:30, right back here at this Capitol, we are coming together to declare that Christians need to stand up right now at this time. That's right. Christians, especially in Minnesota, and Minnesotans across race and faith have gotten to bear witness something great here. We have witnessed some horror and some terror and some harm and some abductions and some killing, but we've also witnessed what it means to love thy neighbor and to live that sermon out loud. And so my prayer for all of us Minnesotans, and the invocation in this moment, is that we take seriously our responsibility, that it is on us, that we have agency, that we get to decide what liberation is, and there is certainly no king in no White House who will do that for us. So I hope that I get to see many of you right back here tomorrow at 2:30 at this Capitol. But I also hope and pray that we continue to move our feet, because we may have won a battle, but we're going to win the greatest of all time, because Minnesotans are going to be that North Star. Minnesotans are going to be the one that become the light. We are going to be the ones that show this country how a neighbor loves their neighbor.
Greetings of peace. I greet you with the universal greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum. May God's peace be with you. I am Imam Makram El Amin, and I stand before you today as a Muslim. I stand before you as an imam, as an African-American man whose very existence is rooted in the struggle for dignity, justice, and freedom. Oh God, the creator of all, Lord of humanity, you created us from a single soul and made us nations and tribes that we may come to know each other. We ask you this day to bless this gathering, not just for our presence, but for our purpose, not just for our voices, but for our courage. We stand together in this moment where power seeks to concentrate itself in the hands of a few. Where fear is used to divide neighbor from neighbor, where the language of domination is dressed up as order. But we know better. We know, we have seen this before. We carry the memory of oppression in our very bones. And we also carry the legacy of resistance in our spirits. Oh God, strengthen us to speak truth to power, not with hatred, but with clarity, not with violence, but with unwavering convictions. Let us not be intimidated by the machinery of authoritarianism, nor seduced by the comfort of silence. May us all people stand together for justice even when it's inconvenient. Make us people who protect the vulnerable even when it costs us something. Make us people who refuse to bow to any king except for you. And while we stand firm, oh God, strengthen our hearts towards one another. In this interfaith gathering, remind us that our diversity is not weakness, it is our witness. Together, Muslims, Christians, Jewish people, and people of consciousness will form a moral arc that no regime can permanently bend away from justice. Oh God, raise us to a higher level today. Let us be a just rally, not just a rally, but a renewal of our commitment to each other, a renewal of our belief that justice is still possible, a renewal of their courage to build a nation lives in its highest ideals. And when history remembers this moment, let it be said that we did not shrink, we stood. We did not divide, we united. We did not despair, we believed. May God bless you all. God protect this city, and God protect all of those who are working for justice, dignity, and peace. Ameen.
Good afternoon, Minnesota. You're beautiful. My name is Rabbi Ariel Lekach Rosenberg. I'm the rabbi of Shir Tikva in South Minneapolis. I am so honored to be here today. Will you sing with me? Will you sing with me? No one is getting left behind this time. No one is getting left behind. No one is getting left behind this time. We get there together, never get there at all. We get there together, never get there at all. We get there together, never get there at all. So, dear ones, welcome to this epic family reunion. And what a family we are. The people of Minnesota, with our whistles, with our cell phones, doing everything we can.
Gotta stop it. That was the most mental ill stuff I've heard yet. She's saying the most Mary had a little lamb to us, and then she said, with our whistles and our cell phones, we will stop ICE. Lunatic, lunatic, lunatic.
And to stop the federal government's invasion of our home. Everything we can to stop authoritarianism. Now, Jewish people will tell this story this week around our Passover tables of our ancestors leaving the narrowness of oppression as an Erev Rav, as a multiracial, cross-class, intergenerational multitude, an enduring coalition. Our ancestors crossed the sea with their neighbors. They would not leave each other behind. And in Minnesota, we have created an ecosystem of resistance in the face of fascists and white Christian nationalists. Bound together, we work to keep each other safe. And these oligarchs, they're scared of our network of neighbors, this web of care, and they should be. And we're here together today to say no. No to the abductions, no to the brutality of this federal invasion, no to fascism, no to any leader that attempts to lead without the will of the people. But we are also saying a loud and beautiful yes to the world that we want, yes to repairing our communities, yes to our shared dignity, yes to our defiant joy. So, Holy One, be with us now, this irrepressible coalition, calling on our neighbors across the country and around.
Okay, I'm very confused on what God we're praying to at this point. We had a woman screaming for Christians, we had a Muslim, and now we got a rabbi. Who are we praying to at this point? I'm just wondering. I got one person I pray to. Jesus Christ, King, God Almighty. Who else you got?
The world to join us, to show up with the strength of our no and the chutzpah and the vitality of our yes, that we might build a world founded on a transformative love for one another that gives us the strength to oppose the forces of domination. So, Holy One, make us a people who say yes and yes and yes to one another. Yes to creativity, yes to courage, yes to belonging to this expansive and expanding coalition. No one is getting left behind this time. We get there together or never get there at all.
No Kings is proud to welcome to the stage the 41st governor of the great state of Minnesota, Tim Walz.
Here we go, folks. Everybody, let's applaud Tim Walz. Oh, wait, wrong one.
And First Lady Gwen Walz.
Wow. Hello, Minnesota. Welcome to the freest state in the nation. A state where you love who you choose to love. A state where you make your healthcare decisions. A state where you worship or not according to your own beliefs. And maybe most importantly, a state where everyone belongs. Thank you to all the organizers. Thank you to our sisters and brothers in labor for the work you do every day and being here making this possible. Look, when the wannabe dictator in the White House sent his untrained, aggressive thugs to do damage to Minnesota, it was you, Minnesota, who stood up for your neighbors, who stood up for decency, who stood up for kindness. And at this moment that we are still in, when democracy itself seems to be at risk, it was Minnesota who said, not on our watch, not on our watch. You are the heart and soul of what the nation saw that is good in this nation. But make no mistakes about it. They did damage. They killed Renee and Alex. They traumatized our neighbors. And just be very clear, our weather may be a little cool, but our people are warm and we're fierce. And my message, because this is not over, don't ever mistake our kindness for weakness. We demand justice for Renee Good and Alex Preddy. We demand justice for every single person who was hurt or traumatized. We will never forget what they did here. And I have a message to our immigrant community here in Minnesota. You are seen, heard, valued, and loved. You add value to our state. You are part of the fabric of what is good about Minnesota. And I have to tell you, that is a hell of a lot more than I'll say about anybody in the White House. And I will add a special thank you and a special acknowledgement that we will never leave the side of our Somali Minnesotans. Here's our pledge to you. Our Somali Minnesotans, your great-grandchildren will still be here when that orange clown is in the dustbin of history. You will be here. They call us radicals. I see that the president said it's a bunch of radicals. You're damn right we've been radicalized. Radicalized by compassion, radicalized by decency, radicalized by due process, radicalized by democracy, and radicalized to do all we can to oppose authoritarianism. So for those of you watching at home, welcome to the North Star State. Welcome to the land of hope and dreams. And it's my pleasure to be able to welcome somebody who has spent a lifetime giving voice to the working class, expressing our hopes and dreams, our fears, all of the things that makes us human, and has done that with a voice that resonated across generations. So I have to tell you, we're damn sure about this. We need no damn kings. But I'll tell you what I'm glad we have. We do need a boss. Please welcome Bruce Springsteen to the stage.
Did the sound go off on the video? Can you guys hear the video? Because I can't hear it. Yeah, the sound went out for me, you guys. This is absolutely this is exactly the reason why I showed it. I showed this video so you guys can see the mental health. Antonio asked me the question of the day because I kept saying, after what I saw yesterday, I can't. Ryan, you gotta snipe. I can't possibly take anything I've heard serious from now on. I can't take nothing serious. So I heard this, bro, and I'm just sort of like, okay. Antonio said, what annoyed you the most out of all this? Well, can any of you guys give me that answer? What was the most delusional thing you heard out of all of this? No human is illegal. What a great thing to stop it on, dude. What a great thing to stop it on. Hold on. Yeah, they just took the sound completely out. That sucks because we had Larry Ellison, we had Bernie Sanders, and Ilhan Omar still going to speak. Nah, bro, you're absolutely crazy. I remember when all red and blue was America. This is a crazy mess. They didn't start until Trump came in. You're absolutely crazy. You're absolutely crazy. You listen, how old are you? Because if you're anything not a child, you will remember, I will remember Obama bringing in the LGBTQ, lighting up the whole house, the White House, in rainbow colors. I remember him bringing in Black Lives Matter into the White House. He brought Antifa into the White House. What about division, bro? What about division? Huh? Who changed it again? Let me get this straight. Hold on. Who's the one that started Me Too? Who's the one that said we go higher? Wait, if they go high, we go higher or lower? What was it? Maxine Waters didn't. Am I not tripping, or was it not the party of hate? And you're over here saying it's Trump. We're over here chilling. Alfonso, my brother. Man, what's up, dude? How is my dude? No, go look at previous elections, Tim. If it was Daddy Bush ran, oh no, they all were bad. But Daddy Bush, we united after 9/11. That's the difference. We united after 9/11. It didn't matter what color you were, red, white, blue, we all united. And then we completely fell apart when Obama was president. The part of being an American went completely away. Dang, 90, bro. It's like 60. It's 60 here right now, Alfonso. It's not, entirely bad. It ain't nice, but it's not entirely bad. But nah, dude. You did not see George Bush standing in the White House inviting Black Lives Matter, who sit there and preach about hating white people and America. Do you not see these same people that we are watching that were in Minnesota all would blow Obama if they had the second? And I hate making this a left-right thing, but when you break it down to reality and eras of life, everybody divided when Obama was president. Trump came in and it was more division. And then we hit the damn 2020. Need say less. Say less. Ryan, you got to block somebody. The views just went down 75 in a dip. So one person in here couldn't handle their little lesbian. Screw you. Cares. I don't care if you're an Iranian, bro. I don't care. I like Iranians. But you are probably worshiping Baal, and you probably would throw your GEY boyfriend. All right, I gotta stop. I'll just hide you. Bye. You guys already know. I want to go. This is YouTube, dude. I can't say what I want. Exactly. You nailed it, Tall Glass. You got that. You got that. He did nothing but divide us. I didn't even care about politics until then. I was completely out the politics game until Obama won. Straight up. I was completely out. And really, it was when Nancy Pelosi came out that really startled me. Now, I knew when George Bush ran against John Kerry that we were always set up. That's an obvious, right? But when Nancy Pelosi came out and told the country and told Congress, don't read the Obamacare Act, just sign it, and we'll read it later. With the stack, hold on, let me put myself on camera. With the when the bill was this thick. Oh, no need to read it. Just sign it. Just sign it. We'll do it later. Are you guys forgetting these things? Are y'all forgetting this stuff? I didn't forget, not one bit. Not one bit. None of it. I'll be honest, you couldn't have Donald Trump if it wasn't for Barack Obama. Straight up. And you can't say that we got Obama because of Bush, because they're good friends. Go look it up for yourself. They're actually good friends. Go look it up. The Clintons, the Obamas, they're all friends. The Bushes, they're all friends. They all have a common enemy, Trump. And they all have a common thing, one common thing. Kids, fake foundations, dumbass liberal followers, ruining our country. You know, Epstein, Weinstein, any type of Steen, all you liberals crying about the Jays, but yet you're all Jays. All of you, Weinstein, Epstein. What are they? Who's Oprah's best friend in the world? Weinstein. Huh? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Didn't Obama send his 2 kids to be... Oh, yeah, that's right. He sent his 2 kids to work for who? Weinstein. And who is Weinstein associated with? Hold on, let me get down. Epstein. What do they both have in common? Jays. I don't want to hear it from y'all. I don't even want to hear it. I don't even want to hear it. Y'all are too stupid if you can't see what's coming, what's right in your face. What's right in your face? Why did Obama drop bales of cash to Iran on his way out the door? Why? Explain that one to me. Explain that to me. Why? Why did he give Iran a bunch of money for terror or for hostages on the way out the door? Why did he do that? Why? I'm wondering. I'm waiting, liberals. Liberals, I'm waiting. I'm losing views, time, everything. I don't give a damn about this. I want to watch the Indians, but I want an answer. Because y'all got so much to say, but you don't know how stupid you really are. And I do this every day, but you do it to yourself. You do it to yourself. I had no intentions to yell or rant or nothing. You did it to yourself. You FAFO'd straight up. Why did Obama release the worst terrorist out of Gitmo and wanted to close it down? I don't know. Why did Obama have a whole bunch of kids wrapped up in ice, hold on. Let's just look it up real fast. Let's look at Obama administration with ICE. I don't even feel like doing it, dude. I'm going to be honest. If you don't know by now, then you're dumb. That's all I got to say about that. I know. That's why I got it. That's why I didn't even look it up. I'm sitting here going, remember all those photos they were showing of Trump and having those kids wrapped up in the little Marlar blankets? No. Those were stock photos from when Obama was president. Remember that. We all remember that. All of us. I'm yelling because I want to. If you don't like it, get out of here. Goodbye. Yeah, literally. What were the Clintons doing in Haiti? Along with Epstein and the rest of the Democrats. What were they doing in Haiti? I'm just wondering. I have no idea. I'm clueless. Give me hip. What were they doing in Haiti? Remember the journalist that was trying to write a bit on what they were doing in Haiti? What happened to her, by the way? What's happening to her? Oh, yeah, that's right. She somehow caught 2 pew-pews in the back of the head and unalived herself in Haiti. Don't forget it. Oh, yeah, that's right. Bill Gates was there, too. What was Bill Gates doing there? He claimed to not know Epstein, but they sure are all on one same trip together. The Clintons, the Epsteins, the Gates, all sitting in Haiti. And y'all are calling what? Y'all don't know nothing. If you don't know these things, if you knew these things, guess what? You wouldn't be so stupid in my chat. Look at this. This is honestly hilarious. Look how quick it changes. Everybody was against Trump and talking crap until I had to show how stupid you people really are. And look, the whole poll just went 12% flip. All I had to do is show how dumb you are. I'm sorry to all my freaking people that watch. You guys know I have to go on these rants every so often because these people are deranged. And you know it. I don't know what they're going to protest next. I don't really care, to be honest. It'll be more views for me. It's like whatever for me. I don't really care. I think it's hilarious. Like what we saw was just literally mental illness. We didn't even get to Boston. We didn't even get to the 6'4" black trans man coming out telling me how to identify things. Did you hear what I just said? A man who's 6'4", big buff guy came out on stage and tried to tell us how to look at the world through what? You can't even look in the mirror and see what you know about yourself. I said it yesterday and I'll say it again today. And you're trying to give Americans advice. Good job, Boston. Good job, Boston. You're really killing it, Boston. New York City. Let's go to New York City. A bunch of scum. There was like one white woman in a full hour. One white woman. And she was a butch dyke with short hair. One white woman spoke. All they talked about was their little what was it, Ryan? What is it? Walking, help me out. Victims. They're just victims. Oh, we're victims of Trump. Oh, we're victims. It was just embarrassing. Antonio, you started this. I was never going there, but you started this. I had to watch 3 hours of people talking. Dude, the lady got up and started doing nursery rhymes. Hickory dickory dock. Are you talking about mental illness here? She wasn't the only one. doing nursery rhymes while trannies run around the stage. Go America. No kings. No, but there's plenty of little drag queens. No kings. We want drag queens. Okay, yeah. Hold on. Here, we'll give you guys a round of applause for your little drag queen. Are you happy now? We all acknowledged you. We all acknowledged you. We all acknowledged you. So you happy now? Do you want another round of applause one more time? Here, hold on. What's your name? Hidden whatever bars. Here you go, bro. This is for you, dude. Here, let me come on camera too so I can show you. Hold on. And let me do something else. This is what happens when I read your comment. Oh, wow, can't get enough laughing yet. Can't even get enough laughing yet. Corny. You regret your vote? Absolutely not. I hope every illegal gets thrown the F out in your backyard, Pinocchio. This is absolutely not. I regret that I have to share a country with you. That's what I regret. You un-American prick. Dude, the lady was singing nothing. The lady in Boston was literally doing. The lady in Boston, I got you. The lady in Boston was literally doing nursery rhymes. Okay? That's it. I don't know what to tell you. The lady in Boston was doing nursery rhymes.
I'm going to be chatting about an enormously important issue. Let me start off by saying that in my view, and in the view of people who know a lot more about this issue than I do, we are at the beginning of the most profound technological revolution in world history, period. The most profound technological revolution in world history, a revolution that will bring unimaginable changes to our society in a relatively short period of time. Artificial intelligence and robotics will impact our economy, our democracy, our privacy rights, our emotional well-being, our environment, and even our very survival as human beings on this planet. The scale, scope, and speed of this transformation will be unprecedented. According to Demis Hassabis, who is the head of Google DeepMind, the AI revolution will be 10 times bigger than the Industrial Revolution and 10 times faster. In other words, AI and robotics will have 100 times impact.
Hold on. My mic working hours, it still scratches. Keeks, I wasn't done. I was cooking, but my mic went out on me. Is it still effed up?
Cuba must be free, no more social. Is it still messed up? My mic, help me out. Okay, I get it. All right.
In terms of what the Industrial Revolution did. And it's not just what AI companies are saying, it's what they are doing. This year alone, 4 major AI companies are expected to spend roughly $670 billion building data centers and tens of billions more on research and development. Despite the extraordinary importance of this issue and its impact on every man, woman, and child in this country, AI has received far too little serious discussion here in our nation's capital. I fear that Congress is totally unprepared for the magnitude of the changes that are already taking place. While Congress has not paid attention or enough attention to this issue, the American people have. According to a recent poll, 79% of voters are concerned that the government does not have a plan to protect workers from AI job losses. That same poll also found that 56% of voters, majority of voters, are concerned about losing their job or having someone in their family lose their jobs in the next year, not in the next 10 years, in the next year. Why are the American people so concerned? And the answer is they have a lot of reasons to be concerned. They understand that at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, when the billionaire class has never, ever had it so good, some 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. And the American people understand that the AI revolution, these massive investments, are being driven by some of the wealthiest people in our country and the world, people like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Larry Ellison. They
All which are scums. I can't talk.
Understand that these billionaires are investing huge amounts of money into AI and robotics, not to improve life for working families, but to dramatically increase their own wealth and power. Do you think the average American is sitting around trusting that the multi-billionaires are going to transform society for the good of ordinary people? I don't think so. In terms of the impact that AI and robotics will have on working people, let us listen to what the tech oligarchs themselves are saying. Not the Congresswoman, not me. Let's hear what the tech oligarchs are themselves saying. Elon Musk, who has made massive investments in AI and robotics, has stated, and I quote, AI and robots will replace all jobs. That's about it.
To my chagrin, you guys are going to think I'm going to rant on Bernie Sanders right now. And I hate to say this, but he's not all the way lying right here. Even Melania Trump herself, if you watched her and Macron's wife Thursday night when they did the robots to teach the children, what was it called? Whatever it was, the robots to teach the children. She literally said, Melania said that it's going to go from cell phones to robots. What were they called? Come on, guys, help me out. What are robots, humans, humanoids? That's exactly what she said, verbatim. She said that. She also mentioned Palantir, DARPA, ChatGPT, all these companies that are related to our military and brainwashing us all. She mentioned it all as far as AI goes. When it comes to these data centers, it's our military that are putting these up. They're prisons. They're digital prisons. So I'm not all the way. I'm here to listen to what Bernie's got to say on this one. I don't know, but I know he's going to push the blanket
wrong people, I'm sure, because he's probably in on it. But so far, he's not all the way wrong.
It replaced all jobs. Bill Gates, another massive, who's also made massive investments, has said humans, quote, won't be needed for most things, end quote. And Mustafa Suleyman of Microsoft AI predicts that most white-collar work could be automated within the next decade. What we are talking about, therefore, is the possibility that AI and automation could displace tens of millions of workers in the United States from their current employment. We're already seeing early signs of this transformation, with declining employment in AI, exposed occupations, and growing difficulty for young people entering the workforce. If machines can perform most economically valuable work better than humans, and that is the goal, that machines will be able to do the job you are doing better than you are doing. If that happens, pretty simple question, what happens to the workers? How do people earn a living? How do they support their families? And how do programs like Social Security and Medicare survive without a stable tax base? People are not working, they're not paying taxes. And let me ask a very simple question that is on the minds of millions of Americans. How will workers who lose their jobs find new employment if there are no jobs available? What happens to the over 6 million truck drivers, cab drivers, rideshare drivers, and bus drivers if virtually all transportation is conducted through driverless vehicles, which under President Trump seems likely to happen? What happens to the young college graduates who today going out looking for an entry-level job, but that job is not there? And let me say this, maybe from personal experience, I have seen this before, and the American working class has seen this process play out before. In the 1990s, the working class of this country was told by the corporate world, by the elites, by the corporate media, don't worry about unfettered free trade. My God, NAFTA, PNTR with China, it is going to create millions and millions of good-paying jobs. Man, Democrats, Republicans, corporate executives, everybody came together. Free trade, going to be the best thing that ever happened to American workers. Well, not quite. What happened, in fact, is that thousands and thousands of factories in this country were shut down. And what happened is that millions of workers lost their jobs. So we have seen this play out in the past. But when we talk about AI and robotics, we're not just talking about the economy. AI is already reshaping how we as human beings relate to each other. According to a recent poll by Common Sense Media, 72% of American teenagers say they have used AI for companionship, and more than half do so regularly. What does it mean for young people to form friendships with AI and become more and more lonely and isolated from other human beings? Everybody understands we have a major mental health crisis for our young people right now. I fear that AI could make it even worse. And then when we talk about what's going on, we also have to talk about privacy. Larry Ellison, second richest person on earth, who's gobbling up a lot of the media in this country, who is a major investor in AI, predicts an AI-powered.
Mind you, the same Larry Ellison that spoke, it was Bernie Sanders spoke yesterday in Minnesota, Ilhan Omar, then Larry Ellison. Remember that. They were all on the stage together yesterday.
surveillance state is coming where, this is Larry Ellison, major investor, this is what he says, where citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that is going on, end quote. That's your phone calls, your texts, your emails, the websites that you visit, it will be recorded if we continue the current trends. Further, AI is undermining American democracy. The rise of deep fakes, where you have very convincing fake images. It happened to me. I don't know if it happened to you. All right. Where they had me selling some rebates or something like that. Looked very good. Almost convinced me, but it wasn't me. We're seeing fake videos, fake audios. What happens when a day before the election, somebody who looks like the candidate gets up and says something outrageous and people believe it? If people cannot trust what they see and hear, informed decision-making becomes nearly impossible. It will become harder and harder to distinguish between truth and untruth. There's also, in what we're seeing now, a significant environmental cost. AI requires enormous computing power, driving the expansion of energy and water-intensive data centers, increasing electricity demand, and potentially deepening reliance on fossil fuels in the midst of a climate crisis. Finally, and let me say this, and I know some people out there may still think this is science fiction, but it ain't. I have talked to some of the leading scientists and most knowledgeable people in the world about the potential existential threats that AI brings to the human race, including Jeffrey Hinton. Some of you may know that Dr. Hinton, who is a Nobel Prize winner in physics, he's considered to be the godfather of AI. He's worked on this thing for decades. They have cautioned us that AI could soon surpass human intelligence and operate independently beyond our control. And if that happens, what they acknowledge is it poses a profound threat to the very survival of the human race. So, what is happening in Washington right now in response to all of these enormous concerns? Well, we learned just today that Donald Trump has appointed a commission which is made up of the very people who are going to financially benefit from AI and robotics, including some of the wealthiest people in the world, like Mr. Ellison, Mr. Zuckerberg, and the video CEO, Jensen Huang. And needless to say, there is no representation on that commission of workers or environmentalists or consumers. And that is why, in my view, we need a very different approach. Across the country, communities are already pushing back against the unchecked expansion of data centers. More than 100 localities have enacted moratoriums or restrictions, and states are beginning to take action as well. Importantly, and this is a very important point, leaders within the AI industry have called for a pause. The guys who know the most about the threats of the development of AI and robotics, they have called for a pause. In 2023, just about 3 years ago, over 1,000 experts, including Elon Musk, called for AI labs to, quote, immediately pause for at least 6 months, end quote. And if such pause were not enacted, and clearly a pause was not enacted, they called on governments, quote, to step in and institute a moratorium. They understood what is at stake. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and I understand what is at stake. That is why today we are announcing legislation to impose a moratorium on the construction of new AI data centers until strong national safeguards are in place to ensure that AI is safe and effective. That means the government reviews and approves AI products before they are released. Further, that the economic gains of AI and robotics will benefit ordinary Americans and not just the billionaire owners of the industry. Further, that AI data centers do not increase electricity or utility prices, harm communities, or destroy the environment. Importantly, this legislation would also impose a ban on the export of AI chips to any country without such protections, including China. A moratorium will give us time to understand the risks, time to protect working families, time to defend our democracy, and time to ensure that this technology works for all of us, not just the few. So with that, let me now introduce the Congresswoman from New York, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you.
Hold on, you guys. Before we let this young lady speak, if you got anything you're chiefing on, chief it up, because this is, kind of monotonous unless you are enjoying these type of topics, which is something that I'm doing this for. It's not for views. It's just to get the information out. I don't really care what side it is. But just know everything you said, Bernie, sounded really good, except for you're on board with every single person you said. So it was all just a lie at the end of the day. But smoke it if you got it. I might do NASA next. I got my NASA hat on. Look, Keeks. I got the NASA hat on, dog. But anyways, let's go.
Thank you, Senator. First and foremost, I want to take a moment to express my gratitude to Senator Sanders for bringing us together today to introduce this critical legislation. Within just a matter of short years, AI has become often forcibly integrated into many aspects of American existence, into our doctors' offices, our government, and oftentimes to the detriment of working people. Last year alone, AI was responsible for over 54,000 layoffs nationwide. And when we talk about those jobs, it's not just a number. These are industries, these are communities, these are families. Just a few short years ago, Sam Altman came before Congress. And in a direct plea, he begged us to regulate this industry. He said that these tools were under no circumstances ready, nor should they be integrated into weapons of war. That we must impose severe regulations immediately to prevent mass layoffs and to ensure that any productivity that.
If you're interested in knowing about NASA, we got to get up off of this chick then, because Team 10 only has so much left in him, and I am not wasting another. Look at the Chinaman! Yo! Keeks, get ready. You can laugh. There's only 80 of us in here. Dude, look at the NASA story I got. I got cameras. Look at this shit. Sideways. Don't go sideways now. Hold on. Look. NASA. Keeks, don't you dare look at him like that. Don't you dare look at him like that, Keeks. What's up, John? How's it going, bro? Tall Glass always coming with that fire. Is it back again? Scratchy these. Get out of here, bro. Okay.
Manager. We'll have some opening remarks from each of our participants today, and then we'll take questions both from reporters here in the room and those on the phone. For those who are joining us by phone today, a reminder that you can join the question queue by pressing *1. And with that, we'll start with Lori.
Great. Thank you so much, Rachel. And thank you to everyone that's tuned in and here today for helping us share in this incredible excitement of the Artemis II launch. We are getting very, very close, and we are ready. We held our flight readiness review a couple weeks ago, and since that time all of our operations have been going very smoothly. It's been going very well. Our flight systems are ready, the ground systems are ready, Our launch and operations teams are ready, and our flight operations team in Houston are also ready. The crew arrived yesterday, and I know that they're ready. They are more than ready. They can't wait to get off the ground. It was really terrific to see them, to see the crew arrive in Florida, where they'll be spending the next few days doing their final reviews of their procedures and spending some time with their families while they remain in quarantine. Tomorrow, our mission management team will become the primary decision makers regarding our readiness for launch. The team, the MMT team, will be meeting in the afternoon tomorrow to review the closure plan for the few open work items that came out of the flight readiness review to help ensure that we're ready to go. Before we go on today, I did want to just pause and take a moment to make sure I thank all of the personnel who have put in thousands of hours of work over the last few months, including nights, weekends, holidays, to get us to this point. Without them and their incredible dedication to this mission, we wouldn't be here today. I also want to thank our program managers that are with us here. They have been overseeing a tremendous amount of work within their teams to prepare for Artemis II, but not only to prepare the hardware and the personnel for Artemis II, but they're now also at the same time helping to ensure that we're ready for the increased cadence of the Artemis missions that are to come, and so that we are ready for this increased cadence and the new flights that will begin in next year. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Sean Quinn for EGS.
Thank you very much, Lori. Well, first of all, it's great to see everyone. I appreciate all your interest in what we do. This week has already started to be an incredible week with the arrival of our Artemis II flight crew. You know, as they were pulling up into the airplanes, we could actually see the moon in the daylight. And it was really, really cool. Yesterday, we had an important meeting, our launch countdown pre-test briefing. This is like the last step before we get into actual launch countdown, which will start tomorrow afternoon. And I will tell you that it was one of the cleanest launch countdown pre-test briefings we've ever had. And Charlie Blackwell Thompson, our launch director, commented to me that, you know, in all the years that she participated in shuttle launch countdowns, they've never had one that was as clean as this one, meaning we had no significant open work. All of our non-conformances were closed, and the team and the ground systems are absolutely ready to get in the launch countdown. The one thing we are watching is the weather, and we got our latest forecast from the launch weather officer from Space Launch Delta 45, and the thing we're watching is cumulus clouds, the thick cloud rule, and also winds. So right now we're forecast to be 80% go on Wednesday afternoon. So that's good. So the last time we met, you know, we said, hey, we need to get out to the pad around the 19th, and we did. We held the schedule, and it was the shortest pad turnaround we've ever had, or pad to VAB to pad turnaround time we've ever had. It was 21 days. Our previous record was probably around 39 or 40. In that time, we not only changed the batteries out on our flight termination system, but we also made 2 repairs with the helium QD we talked about last time, and also a harness on the flight termination system. Since that time,
I'm literally smoking this incense stick, wondering, what are we talking about again? Are we talking about his toy that he plays with at night? What are we talking about again? He got the batteries changed. He cleaned it up. What are we talking about again? I forgot. What are we talking about? Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. That one, you know, PP looking shaped object that they're going to fly to the sky. Oh, yeah, that's right. He had to clean that little thing. I got you. My bad. Sorry, guys. I forgot.
Pad, we've extended our crew access arm. We've installed our emergency egress systems. We've installed extensible columns on the base of the mobile launcher, and we've retracted our engine service platform. Our launch countdown teams, you know, today was, interestingly enough, was planned to be a weather day. And turns out the weather was not so good today. Well, since we were so far ahead in all of our launch countdown preps, we were able to give the team some time off today, and they've taken advantage of that. Getting into launch countdown, we've checked out our cryo systems, our LH2 and lock systems, and all those tests have passed. We've done radio frequency tests with our launch vehicle and the spacecraft, and that went very well. And so we're really ready. We're going to start our launch countdown around 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We'll finish some pad washdowns, some mobile launcher washdowns, and we'll get on with it. So at this point, we can safely say the crew's ready, the rocket's ready, the spaceship's ready, ground systems are ready, and we only need to have the weather to cooperate on Thursday, and we're ready to go. So with that, I'll turn it over to Cece.
All right, Sean, thank you. We too are incredibly excited to be here. This is our first opportunity to launch humans to deep space in more than 53 years. You think about that. The last mission completed for humans in deep space in December of 1972. I do appreciate your interest, and I'm happy to be here to represent the SLS program on behalf of Manager David Beeman and the entire SLS team. Our teams are working hard to get the rocket ready. You heard Sean talk about all the work that's gone over in the last 3 or 4 weeks, but the energy and dedication of the team is truly electric. Everybody's excited. Now, we all recognize the historical significance of this mission, but our teams are still focused on making sure the rocket is fully prepared and ready to go. That is our focus. Since the rollout was complete on the 20th, the teams have worked.
I just want to make it clear. Hold on. I just want to make it clear. This is what they're talking about. This is what they're talking about. When we're talking, look, what is this thing? I just want to know what this is. It looks like, I don't know, maybe something you would find I don't know. Where would you find one of those? Maybe in a woman's top drawer or something? Is that what you're taking? Are you going to use that to penetrate the firmament? Is that what we're doing? We're using the Blue Origin now to penetrate the firmament so we could go circulate the moon? Is that what we're doing? Right? This whole entire thing is about if they could go around Earth. Not even going to the moon, not just going around the Earth. They haven't learned how to penetrate yet. They need to learn how to penetrate, get deep up in that firmament. Make sure you can get the tip of that Blue Origin all up in that firmament. Maybe one day, just maybe, you can dig your way through. Yeah, probably not though. Anyways, I'm just saying, that looks like a giant, you know what? I'm just put some batteries in that thing. It is what it is.
To make sure that the connections to the ML and the pad infrastructure are all correct. The vehicle is talking to the pad, it's talking to the systems, and everything is coming along good. And like Sean said, everything seems to be going well between the vehicle and the pad. We have completed all our ordnance checks on our flight termination systems. That all went well. That was a critical safety milestone for us. And tomorrow marks the start of our launch countdown. And we'll be working with the same persistence as we've done all along, make sure this rocket is ready. Our number one goal is to make sure that the crew remains safe. That is our highest priority. And that is our unwavering commitment. And we will be there to support the crew until we see boots back on the well deck ship. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Howard.
All right. Thanks, Chris. I am also very excited to be here with you and representing the entire Orion team. We've worked very hard to get to this point. I'll tell you that certainly, we've had our share of work that we need to get done. And when we rolled back to the vehicle assembly building, we powered on, and we didn't have anything that we need to fix. We did top off our launch abort system battery, but there are no issues that we're working to right.
I am going to pretend that the Chinaman did not just say he's going to top it off. He just said, I'm going to top it off. Before we send it out, let me top it off real fast.
Right now. So from our perspective, our spaceship is ready to go and fly. Reed, Victor, Jeremy and Christina to the moon and back. I would say that it's part of normal processing that we have final items that we'd load. For example, the crew's laptop. We're going to have that loaded as part of standard last second or last minute set of hardware that we would get on board. We'll bring forward the batteries for the cameras, et cetera. So nothing unique, very much standard processing that we need to do, prepare for the mission. And of course, tomorrow night at around 8 o'clock, our mission evaluation room team, that's the experts that we have to support the flight control team, will be on station and starting the launch countdown process. They'll be ready to go. This MER team is comprised of all the experts across the program from both our U.S. team and our European team, and they work hand in hand with our flight control team to make sure that we tackle any issues that might arise during the mission and support the flight control team in terms of decision-making and understanding of anything that goes on. So that team is ready to go and really excited and happy to be getting to this point in our launch countdown sequence. Of course, after Chris and SLS team gives us a beautiful ride into space, we've got a lot of things that we're looking forward to in the first 24 hours. We've got a perigee raise maneuver. We've got a apogee raise burn. And of course, we've got our proximity operations demonstration with the ICPS. And it's really awesome time in terms of just from an old guidance navigation control background to see all that happen. And then, of course, along the way during the mission, we're going to be able to check out our first-time systems with the life support systems and our displays and controls. And our MER team, as I said, our mission evaluation room team will be monitoring and looking at all the data very closely and ensuring that all systems are working before we commit to the moon through our translunar burn. So that's going to be a very important time frame, a very exciting time frame. We're looking forward to seeing what the spacecraft is telling us and operating in that relevant space environment. I would say that, as I said earlier, that the team is certainly poised and ready to support the mission. They're very excited. We've worked many years of testing, verification, validation, and of course, final checks of the systems over the last several months to ensure that we're ready to go. And on behalf of the entire Orion program team, comprised of experts from the U.S. and from our European partners, we're excited for this mission. We're ready to go. And we look forward to a successful, almost 10-day mission around the moon and back. So thank you.
The Borg found new ground to assimilate.
All right, it's time now for questions. We will start here in the room and then go to the phone. A reminder for those on the phone, you can press *1 to get into the question queue. If you don't mind limiting it to one question apiece, and let us know who you'd like to answer that question. And with that, we'll start here in the front row with Marcia Dunn.
Hello, Marcia Dunn, AP, probably for you, Lori. NASA's just rolled out this big moon base plan, and it seems to me that puts extra pressure, extra attention, so much extra on Artemis 2 to do well. What's your take on that? I mean, not perfect, but like so much is riding on this mission now that perhaps wasn't before. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, you bet, Marcia. I think there's always been a lot riding on this mission. On Artemis 2, we've always recognized from the beginning that the future of the Artemis program, the first major step with crew, is the Artemis 2 mission. We completed Artemis 1, we demonstrated SLS capabilities, but Artemis 2, where we're really testing out the capabilities of the Orion system, environmental controls, there's always been a lot riding on this mission. But what I can tell you is that the rollout of the moon base plan and the ideas for the accelerated launch cadence, in my opinion, have actually energized our teams. I think our teams are so excited to see an opportunity to not have to wait several years before the next mission. They are, what I see, driven now to how can we work to achieve this amazing launch cadence that allows us to keep our learnings and turn them around quickly and build the muscle memory we've been talking about. So from what I see, it's more of an energizer than anything.
All right, second row, Bill Harwood.
Yeah, Bill Harwood, CBS News for Howard. Making the first flight with a complete life support system puts an awful lot on the plate. that has to work for that during that first 25 hours before the TLI burn. Can you give us a sense of what gives you confidence that that system is going to work the way you want it to in the environment of space, just based on the testing you've done on the ground and the legacy systems that are involved? Just overall confidence all that's going to work right, because obviously it has to if you're going to go to the moon.
Yeah. So, Bill, I would answer, just like all our primary systems and all the systems on spaceship, we do a lot of testing. Uniquely for life support, we put actually humans with the life support system, both in the cabin environment and also in the spacesuits. And we've been designing the system since the very beginning of the program. And over the last decade plus, we've been doing testing across the board with suits and with the environmental control systems in the cabin and with human subjects. We have a vacuum chamber at Johnson Space Center that allows us to do that. So that's one part of it in terms of the final kind of checkout with people. But along the way, just like any other hardware we do, we test at the individual box level. We test at the harness and connector level. And then we also test an integrated system, you can imagine, in a pallet. And of course, we do the spacecraft checkout as well. So there's a varying steps that we take and increased fidelity by which we do this testing. And that testing includes the actual flight software that controls some of the ECLSS hardware, life support hardware that we need. So a very robust test campaign comprised of not only just components, integrated systems, and with people.
Okay. We'll come here, second row, Lauren Grush.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I'm just wondering, do we know at this point the distance that they will come within the moon if they launch on April 1st? How does that change throughout the April window? And if it does change, will they still be breaking the distance record for a human crew? Thanks.
A great question. Maybe, I don't know if, Howard, do you know off the top of your head what the distance is?
I'll just quote these numbers because we're doing the math on it right now. 252,799 miles, statue miles on April 1st. So that'll be the farthest point that we're going on the moon. And of course, we're going to be 4,144 statue miles further than the Apollo has ever gone. So in terms of distance, we're working that on the second, third, and fourth. I would say let's launch on the first and go from there, okay? But we are doing the calculations, and Lauren, if you need those numbers, our teams are working on it very hard. Yeah.
Let's go third row.
Hi, thanks for doing this. Lori, you mentioned that there's still a couple of closeout items from the FRR. Can you remind us what those are and where those stand? And then I also wanted to ask about, we talked about ground forecasts. Really curious about in-space weather forecasts. I know you guys are working with NOAA to kind of crunch those numbers, but they're kind of difficult to predict. Just would love if someone could speak to, how those conversations are going and what you're prepared for if there is, space weather event.
So I'll see if I can remember off the top of my head what the items were. The one thing that we held for, we had one item that had to be closed in time for the L-2, and that item was working with our medical teams, with the chief medical officer, looking at other countries around the world where if we had an emergency abort and we landed in different seas, we needed to use medical facilities that were nearby in some of those other countries. It was working with those countries to assure we have the right agreements in place. And I believe those are getting close to closure. They will be closed by tomorrow. And so that's the intent there. Some of the other items were really a constraint to roll out. And so those have all been closed before we rolled to the pad. I'm trying to remember what they all were, and I can't remember from the top of my head. Sean, you may remember what some of them
was
were.
our comm systems. We've had some challenges with our comm systems. We've done some configuration changes. We've done some retest. And I think we're in good shape to go.
Yeah, I know we've closed them all out. There was like 4 items, maybe 3 in addition to the international piece, and they've all been closed.
Okay, we'll do a couple more here in the room. Let's go with Irene Klotz and then Jeff Faust.
Thanks, Irene Klotz with Aviation Week. For Sean, has a stop work order now been issued for the Mobile Launcher 2? And as far as SLS and Orion, if you're able to each just give a summary of where the hardware status is for the core stage for Artemis.
I'll show you where the hardware status is, Karen. I can't listen to this no more, dude. This is beyond my pay grade of stupidity. I just went from a No Kings rally dummies to NASA back to back. Lord save Tim's soul. When I get out of here, dude, I'm doing a dab that'll knock your Aunt Connie's socks off. Straight up. No way. Yeah, that was definitely a man, dude, for sure. Do you guys want to hear any more of this? Was it that interesting? I'm just wondering. Like, I feel like I could probably get more people in the room than that. I just find it funny that they're bragging, that they're like, we're making this great feat. We're going to go around the moon in 10 days. Like, whatever, dude. Whatever. We're going to go around the moon. Abihashiki. What's up, bro? What's good with you, man? Where are you from, dude? Look, you got a cool looking dog, homie. Where are you from? Hey, I'm one of your 3 views now, bro. Check it out. I'm your 4. Your dog and owl thing is pretty cool, bro. Not gonna lie. You just got a view from me, homie. Love me some Trump. I don't get it. It's a distraction or what? I mean, dude, it's always been a distraction. You know, it's always been a distraction. Like, NASA's always been a distraction. I just did this bit. I just did this bit the other day, dude. They get 60 or $24.4 billion a year. That's $2-something billion a month. And what do you have to offer? That's what look, it took me a minute. It took me a minute to put it together because I was chiefing at that point. But it definitely took me a minute to put it all together to be like, oh yeah, because the dude, I was like, yeah, they get like 30-something million a day. No, dude, they get way more than that. They get a couple billion a month. I don't know how many that equals out to a day. So I'm not 1,000% sure, but I know it's a lot more than 60 million a day, more than 30 million a day. And yet, like Keek said, we don't know nothing about our ocean floor, but yet they're talking about circling the moon. Now, I don't know. I wasn't born yesterday, but I swear to you, I thought we already went to the moon and like got out and played golf on it and drove around on our little Humvees and partied up on that beach. Didn't we already do that? I thought we did. I saw it, so it's got to be true. I mean, I watched it. I mean, I saw the little tiny little toy that they flew up in. I mean, it wasn't even like the Blue Origin. It was like a little mini toy. Like one of them little mini like egg things, you know? But somehow they managed to get up there. I was proud of them. It was a great feat. They made it all the way to the moon. I was proud of them. There was like 1 or 2 guys from Ohio that made it up there. I'm sure they enjoyed their time. Walking said NASA stopped exploring the ocean because they saw something. I want to know what they saw that made them stop. You know, my theory is whenever we watch these videos of UAPs or UFOs and the military shows it, where do they always end up going? You see them chasing them over the water, boom, they land right in the ocean. Every time they disappear in the water. If I were a betting man and you were to say, Tim, I figured out that there's a way to get into space through the ocean, I would believe that more. How crazy do I sound? I know I sound crazy. I know. It's okay. I know I sound crazy. Like I'm out of my mind. I understand. That's why I'm wearing this NASA hat. I know nothing. I'm just using my brain. What do you think they saw? They might have saw that trans guy that was running around on stage yesterday walking in Boston. Maybe they saw that. And they freaked out and they left. Maybe they did that. I don't know, bro. I don't know what they, I just think they know a lot more and they're just not telling us. Honestly, if you were to, if my opinion, that would be it. They're just not telling us what it is. I'm not convinced. The first three looked depressed at the press conference. I'm with you. I was being sarcastic. I'd never believed it from the beginning. Like, it's a joke. If people want to talk about deception, that's one thing the Jays do real well, right? Some good deception. Actually, I was watching Owen Benjamin the other day, and he said he had Stanley Kubrick's daughter on his show. And he asked her about her dad doing the moon landing. And she laughed at him and said, if my dad did it, it would have looked way better, way more real. That was her response. If that tells you anything, like, she laughed. Like, nah, even that was fake. Remember when Elon Musk shot those cars up into space, or the one car into space? Even Elon Musk said it's so fake that it looks real. I mean, they tell you straight up to your face, dude. I think that the rift that the Keiju, we're coming off of the movie Pacific Rim, might be more real than what we lead to believe. I don't know what that is. Can you give me an idea of what that is? Strangest stuff I've ever studied. What is that? I'm not convinced. The first three looked. Oh, yeah. When they came back and they were doing the press conference and they were asking them all the questions, like, they just came back from the largest feat of mankind. And you're over here going with your head down. You're not looking up. You don't look happy. You look like you just saw nothing. Like you have to lie. That's what it looked like to me, too. I see the same thing you see, Tall Glass. I'm with you, bro. I think we're being trolled with AI a lot longer than people would think. I'm with you on that too, Antonio. That's why I said once they really bust out the AI, it's going to be all bad on a different level than what you guys just think. Like, they're saying jobs and all that. What about the deep fakes? We're not going to be able to. We already don't believe anything. We're not going to be able to believe anything. Like, literally anything. Because everything could be fake. Like, dude, it's all part of the plan. It's obvious. Monsters like Godzilla, the mysterious rift in the Pacific where the monsters were coming. Oh, yeah, what's the one? The with the big head. Ryan, are you awake? You like that? The Loch Ness Monster. There's one in Lake Erie. Her name is she's the Lake Erie Monster. What's her name, Ryan? You've been told solid BS and told to lie to the public. Yeah. And people go, well, why would they do such a thing? Nessie, thank you, Walking. Yeah, Nessie, my dog. Nessie, that's because, dude, the hockey team in Cleveland, Nessie was their damn logo, bro. The Lake Erie Monster, dude. Nessie was the logo. Like, bro, what do you think? Do you think there's Nessies out there? Like, dude, there was all those spottings of Bigfoot. Do you think there's... Yeah, she's like the Loch Ness Monster's like bastard child or something, you know? Like, I'm going, but what about... And then, like... So, at the end of the day, can we at least agree, like us, there's only 70-something of us in here. Can we at least all agree that NASA's like on some BS? No? Are we going to still all just be divided? Let's see. We only got 60 votes. I've been doing this last hour for damn nothing. I just been having fun, but nobody supports the AI. Nobody supports. What else was it? Oh man! By the way, the one poll I did, liberals, you are un-American according to my chat by a lot. What was the other one? Trump got smoked today, but I think the liberals just come in at the very beginning and fudge up the poll. Because by the end of the day, if I would have left that poll up, it would have equaled itself out. Because y'all don't, always at the beginning, the liberals like to come in groups and just mess the poll up. But then, everybody that rocks out comes through in the end, and it usually balances itself out. I mean, they keep burning and stomping on U.S. flags, bro. What's the latest with the mysterious blob of heat signature in the ocean? I don't know about that one, Antonio, but let me show you guys this one before I get out of here. Remember that there's remember last week when I was showing you guys you remember? I showed you guys a ton of them. I don't know. I showed you guys a ton of them. Hold on. Check this out. This one, oh wait, hold on. Let me get this roof. Where's it at? Sorry guys, hold on. I can't find where I did it. Okay, it's right here. So this is now over South Carolina going into Georgia. Here's another one, you guys. There's so many of them. I need to do a compilation. If Keeks is still in here or walking, can you show me how to do reels? Because I want to put all these together into one reel. Check this out. And then I'll talk about it and then I'm out.
About that fireball that shocked many of us across the area today. There it goes. Dozens of people sending us pictures, videos of the meteor streaking across the sky. We've got several angles of it for you here tonight. It was bright. You see it in broad daylight right there against the bright blue sky. Many people looked and felt that it was too close to home. So we mapped out for you to show you just how far away this meteor actually was from the upstate. Check this out here. NASA confirming tonight the meteor fell over Henry County, which is south of Atlanta. That's how far away it was. Officials say the meteorite's strewn field, which is the area where smaller pieces of the meteorite may have fallen, is likely southwest of the city of McDonough.
Now tonight, Henry County emergency management officials confirming they were called to this home where you see that picture on your screen. The owner reported at least one rock crashing through their roof. Now they say this unidentified piece of debris did not hurt anyone, but they have yet to confirm what this object actually is. Officials say they consult.
I just want to make it clear that this is the fourth object that's gone through somebody's roof in the last 10 days.
Consulted the National Weather Service, who says it could be a meteorite fragment or maybe a piece of space junk. Now, the meteor was also detected from space. Take a look at this here on your screen. NOAA satellites did detect something bright near Atlanta, moving toward Henry County. NASA also releasing images showing what appears to be the debris from the meteor fall, and that's appearing on radar over the area of that strewn field we talked about.
What a story to tell. And while this meteor is the talk of many towns today, scientists say these sightings aren't as rare as we might think.
Yeah, we might actually just call them something a little different. We might call them shooting stars. That's what one NASA expert says to us. And our Fox Carolina Brianna Walton is joining us now. Bree, you spoke with that NASA expert, but he does say that there is something pretty rare about the one we saw today.
Yeah, if you think about shooting stars, they typically happen at night, and that's what makes this one so rare. It happened in broad daylight, so this time we didn't miss it.
You see that little wisp of light, the kind of in the night sky?
very quick, very kind of dim. That's also the same thing. It's a meteor.
Typically, it's no bigger than a grain of salt or as big as a pebble. NASA expert David Leapart says the possible meteorite we saw in the upstate was probably the size of a tennis ball.
When you get something a little bigger like that, it's going to burn much brighter as it hits the atmosphere and is going so fast, it's just going to burn up and disintegrate.
Drivers on I-85 like Brendan Gilstrap, who saw the meteorite, says it disappeared in a split second, making some like Brendan second guess what they saw.
I didn't know what it was, honestly. I thought maybe it was like some planes fly over all the time. I didn't know something fell. I was like, man, a plane I got messed up. But no, it was cool though.
Scientists say fireballs in the sky happen across the world at least 100 times a day, but experts say seeing it in the daylight is uncommon.
But this one is rare because it came from a direction in the sunward direction. So no telescope's going to see it prior to it entering the atmosphere.
Right now, the National Weather Service is investigating this as a possible meteorite. Professor Mofar did say that it likely burned near Atlanta. We'll bring you the first alert when we found out more. Reporting.
Let me see what y'all got to think. You've watched all the other ones I've shown you. Meteor hits the Earth and the red wave. Well, dude, you saw the one in Texas, right? Or are you talking about a different one? Because the one in Texas went through somebody's roof also and landed on that woman's bed. There was one in Germany where it also went through a guy's roof. All in the last 2 weeks. It's happened not just in America. It's happened on 4 different continents. 4 different continents. And it's happened in just about every state. Just about every state. But what's really weird about it, is the fact that some of them are having these sonic booms and some of them are just bright flashes in the sky. That's what's real weird about it. Like the one in Ohio had a sonic boom, like a straight sonic boom. And that's very sketchy. You know, it was heard all the way in Canada. Oh yeah, Canada too. Vancouver had a crazy one. Portland had one. Like I wish I could go through and show y'all. What's up, Rai? I'm getting ready to get off. What's the score of the Indians game? But yeah, man, like this is really trippy. Like this whole part of it all is like crazy to me. Is the whole let's see what they say here real fast. Or could it be we are actually having unknown iron dome, so to speak? Oh, I didn't even think about that. 0 to 8? 0 to 8? Well, sheesh. Too bad the stream's over now. I let it die out. I thought it didn't start yet. That's the meteorite from Joe Dirt. I thought it started like an hour ago. So what do we got left? I just let this stream die, dude. Like I literally had it up to whatever, and I just let it die so I could get out of here. What's up, Benlin? What's going on with you, bro? China. I'm looking at your page, dude. Are you a Chinaman? From 2011. Okay. It looks like you got Michael Jackson and Mozart and China and some meditative music. All right, cool, bro. I like your channel, homie. I still think are you a Chinaman though? I'm just wondering. I think he's got sideways going through his fucking veins. No, we don't suck though, Walking. That's the part. We don't suck. We might be 2-2 right now, but we're going to be good this year. The Rockies, I don't know, bro. They're rocky. They're real rocky. You know what I'm saying? All right, I gotta find a what's a good? This is perfect. I didn't even get to show this, dude. I skipped a bunch of stuff so I could get out of here. I didn't even get to show this. I so wanted to show this too. I wanted to watch it. This. Look at him. There's your king, y'all. Look. He's like, come on, let me be your king. It'll be huge. It'll be huge. Let me be your king. Yeah. Did you come through a sideways portal? I would. Keeks. You know, might have. They ripped that hole open sideways and I had to get in. I had to jump on in, yo. I went feet first. I dove in that. No, I went face head first. Dove in that bad boy. Like Madman Markham came out like 2 years later. Came out in Columbus, Ohio, too. I left in Missouri and ended up in Columbus, Ohio, all through her tubes. I floated through her what are they called, tubes? Her floating tubes or whatever they're called. I floated through those bitches and ended up in Ohio. Oh, man. I'm going to build. I'm going to build a wall. It's going to be the best. It's going to be huge. I'm going to build a wall. It's going to be a fallopian tube. That's right. I'm going to hop in that fallopian tube head first, and I'm going to shoot my way straight to Ohio, bro. That's it. The fallopian tube. What did I call it? The floating tube or something? Yeah, thank you, chat. I needed help with that one. I'm always trying to get to like, what was the other thing I'm always trying to get? Help me out, Walking. I'm always trying to like get past that one level. I'm like, get past, you got to get in there. How does the layers go to where you hit the uterus? You got to get past that one little, the other part. What's that called? It can't be fallopian. That's gross. I don't want to hit the fallopian. Is it the fallopian? I don't know, bro. I guess I'm going to have to knock around the fallopian. Oh, the cervix. That's it. Thank you, Walking. My guy. Yeah, bro. You got to bust through the cervix. Go on through the fallopian tube. Get your ass on in the uterus. What have you got me saying? You got me sounding like a NASA. Like I should be working for NASA. No, I was saying I spelled it wrong. Oh, it's okay. I knew what you meant. Giving spleen. Oh, yeah. Spleen shots all day, Antonio. All day, bro. Listen. I'm coming hard like the Blue Origin in this piece, bro. I'm going to come hard like the Blue Origin. I'm going to go 10 days in that piece, bro. I don't care. Basil, what up, G? Hey, you can trust me, bro. I've got a NASA hat on now. Everybody just chill. It's all good. We got the hat says it all. That little cherry you feel in there is this. God, Keeks. I know exactly that little feeling, that little thing that you hit. So that's the cervix. You got to get through the cervix. Straight to the ovary, or is the fallopian next? I'm just trying to figure this out. Baseball, it's the Rockies. I know. Bro, how are we going to go from fallopian to the Colorado Rockies, dog? Come on. You stick to one topic, Bubba. You're all over the place. You got me thinking about baseball as I'm thinking about diving into something. It's the cervix entry, then it's the fallopian. All right, so I bust in like I'm gonna go ahead and get the they call it the arteries, the artists. What is it? NASA uses the arteries or whatever the hell it's called. Artemis 2. I'm gonna hop in my Artemis 2 and I'm gonna bust on through. That's how we're gonna do this. I don't even need it. Listen, dude, you guys, who was watching the show earlier when they did the when they did hold on, let me see if I got anything else wrote up. I do. All right. When they did that damn commercial for Viagra in Spanish, bro, that was insane. It was intense. Why are they giving me ads in Spanish now? And to top it off, Viagra. Like, bro, it was intense. Like, dude, I don't know how anybody could get it up with the way they be talking so fast and intense like that. Like, eat 17 Viagra's. I'm like, dude, they really getting at us. I'm surprised it wasn't in like Muslim talk. I don't even know. What do you call it? Surprised they're not doing it in like Muzzy talk. And then they're gonna do it in whatever, you know. The cervix is at the end of the vagina. Then all the other weird alien. I'm trying to get up in all of that. That was just that's a back joke talk glass that I did way back in the day. I used to. It's kind of funny, you know, but they need a bean for their bean. They need a bean for their bean. I'm with it. I agree. They do. I need a bean for their bean. They beaning it up. Let me find the better. President Trump. I'll go ahead and do that one tomorrow. I want to hear what he said to the farmers. I'm not doing it tonight. It's over. Like, bro, the algorithm done kicked itself in the nuts. It's over. I'm just BSing with my guys, really. Vag, cervix, uterus, fallopian tubes, ovary. That's why Kristen kept telling me it's damn near impossible for me to get to the damn ovary. She didn't even mention the fallopian tube. We need to get Kristen in here. Ryan, if you can, text Kristen to get in here real fast. I got to ask her a question. Why did she leave out the fallopian tube? This whole time, I'm thinking I got a shortcut straight to the ovary. She said, but I'm getting told the fallopian tube is blocking it. That's like the border wall that Trump promised us. Perfect. All you got to do is hit the cherry. Hey, that's what you're aiming for, right? Yeah, give it a try. If she wants to come in, cool. If she doesn't, it's whatever. I mean, yeah. I thought at first when Ryan said it, and you said all you got to do is hit the cherry, I thought Ryan was like, I'll try to hit the cherry. I seriously thought that's where this was going. I really did, dude. I really thought that's where that was going. I'm like, Ryan's getting into this, dude. Yeah, hit the like, share, and subscribe. Thanks, Ryan. Hey, Tim, remember what I said about the one chick I was dating for a bit? Yeah, dude. Hold on. Let me get to, all right. Let me read Keeks and then we'll get to you. Ryan, if he falls in the shower, yeah, he ends up in Canada. See, we're right across the lake, so it's a quick shot, but it's a nice shot, dude. You know, he pole vaults over there. Just do the math. Now, walking. Remember what I said about the one chick that I was dating for? The one that had multiple personalities? That one? The one where, like, if you banged her one night, she was like Sally, and then you banged her like 2 hours later, and she was like Sarah, and then you banged her the next day, and she was like Amanda. That one? That's a keeper, dude. That's like 18-1, bro. Is that the one you're talking about? No, seriously, he had a chick that identified as 87 different people. She's got to be a freak, like Freaky and the Sheeties. You know, you say, hey, what was her name? Whatever her name is, bring out what's her name? Bring out what's her name? Bring out Amanda. Yeah. Bring out Amanda. She a freak. I love it when she's Amanda. She usually is Amanda on like Tuesday afternoons. But on Sunday nights, she sucks. She becomes Karen, and it's just all bad. Ain't no getting to the fallopian tube. No way, let alone the uterus. Oh, yeah, right. She was sweet. She was sweet. I was just making a joke. Oh, yeah. She had a shallow. Yeah, now I get it. Half in, half out. Can I talk about it? Hit one if it's okay. If I talk about it. Okay, she had 4 different alter egos, but she was Vanilla AG. Amanda was a freak. Never had Karen. I've had Amandas. Never had a Karen. I do have a J aunt. Her name is Karen. She's not blood though, but she's a J. She lives on the east side of Cleveland. For anybody that knows, Murray Hill, home of the Jays. Oh, I got you, Vanilla. Meaning like she wasn't very like freaky in the sheets. Is that what you're saying? Watch out for Peggy. Dude, I have a feeling Antonio might be somebody I know, dude. Yeah, boring. Well, I'm talking to Walking one day, and he was telling me about this person. And he said to me, you know, Tim, she's got a shallow vajiji, you know? And I'm like, what the heck is a shallow vajiji? Like, what is a shallow, you know? Like, what is it? And he had to explain to me that, like, she's only like, you read the chat. I don't got to say it. Read the chat. Yeah. She got, exactly. Thank you. Yeah, it was like going into the wading pool. He couldn't get into the deep end, you know? He had to just sit in the shallow end, halfway up to his waist. Just like, I want to be with all the other big kids. I want to go under, Mom. Why am I stuck in the shallow end? Well, and for the first time in my life, I heard that there's shallow, you know what? Now, Walking, the question is, did you turn that shallow end into the deep end or what? That's the real question. Did you end up deepening the shallow end? I can't believe I'm having this conversation, dude. Ah, dude. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. No. I listen, one more funny story, then I'm gonna get off here, dude. I'm just sitting here. I hope I'm making y'all laugh a little bit because I'm laughing inside. One more funny story, then I'm out. All right, Walking's asleep. I'm what me? It was me. It was me. Alien. It was me and Alien. I can't remember who the other one was. I think it was just me, Alien, Walking, and his girl. What's up, Batty? How you doing? Good morning. But it was like me and Alien were the only ones, and we're sitting there, and his girl was on with us, and she was like not saying much. This is the girl that we're talking about right here. And me and Alien are talking about how, and Walking fell asleep, dude. You could hear him snoring. We're on Discord. And we're talking about how he was going to go backroading with this one guy that we think might be a transmission. And I was making fun of him going, yeah, Walking and Alien are going to go on a road trip with so-and-so. Remember that? And like next thing you know, Alien starts getting graphic. And we're going back and forth, just getting, yeah. The one where you got woke up by your dad. Yeah. He's sleeping, has us on speakerphone, and we're getting graphic, dude. Alien's like, yeah, we're gonna blah 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 you over the car while blah 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 blah. I mean, we were getting graphic, dude. And like his girl's in the room, but we're like, sorry, like don't listen to us. We're just carried away. It was like 4 or 5 in the morning, dude. And we're still awake, just like clowning. All of a sudden, dude, and we're like getting just like 40 minutes of us just going back and forth, like talking, like, and all of a sudden we hear, have some respect. His dad came in and heard that whole conversation, dude. He's talking about pulling my long hair and, do the math, dude. Do the math. And I was inviting it, going along with it, like, oh, if you're going to pull my hair, then you might as well, like, blah, 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 blah. And the whole time, Walking's poor girl's just sitting there listening to us just rant away. And his dad, dude. My dad smacked my knee and woke me up saying, be considerate of others. Yo, that really happened, dude. That really happened. It was funny. That's the best part of Discord, is when you're up and you're awake and everybody just doesn't care no more like us. And then that happens, dude. Dude, by the way, you were snoring so hard last night walking. It was hilarious, dude. You were snoring like a savage. I was laughing so hard, dude. And then you, Alien, and my girl all the time all started laughing. Yes, we were laughing so hard, dude. Dude, when we heard it, we all just started dying, dude. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do at that point? There's no going back, right? We had just said like even his girl, we're like, don't you listen to us. Don't listen to us. And she's like, how could you not listen? She's like, I'm not. Yeah, right. She had her ear straight to the phone like, what are they going to say next, dude? Have you ever had your buddy's mom do a cheer when you came out of the bedroom from smashing a chick? I've had one of my friends' moms doing a cheer. You feel me? I thought, say less. Say less. I don't blame y'all. Bro, you could look. At the time, it was a dick move. I get it. We didn't know you had us on speaker, and we felt bad. I genuinely felt bad, but I laughed so hard. Bro. Like, how are you not gonna laugh at that? Like, if you don't laugh at that, your personality just went out the door, dude. For days we laughed about it. As a matter of fact, it's been about a year and I'm still laughing. Maybe longer than a year, and I'm still laughing, dude. I wish I could say who it was, dude. I wish I could say what kind of car you guys were gonna go backroading in, but it would totally blow the cover of the whole story. So I can't say the type of vehicle that y'all are gonna go backroading in. Pops was not just pissed, Antonio. Pops went back to his room questioning everything in life. Like, what the heck did I... Listen, we were saying things that were... Look, let me give you even a better background. We were over on Socialized for like 5 hours playing poker. And so when we came back, we were on straight whatever, bro. And here's the thing. I need that on my soundboard. And here's the thing. It happened right when he got up and ready for work. Dude, do you think on the way to work he was just shaking his head like, damn it. I won't say your real name. Like, damn it, Walking. Why you always got to piss me off on my way to work, dude? I know I feel bad, buddy. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. Then the other homie smashed the homie's mom and pulled her. Bro, one more story. You guys got me. Bro, so my one dude, right? We were in high school. And one of my dudes was 10 years older than me. So I was like 17. He was like 27, right? And my boy's cousin was our age. He was on my baseball team. You know, I grew up with him my whole life. I'm not going to say names or nothing like that. But the homie went and smashed my dude's aunt, my dude's mom, right? And we're all sitting down in the basement. And he comes down and his hair's just all over the place. He has a cigarette hanging down from his mouth and he's in his boxers. He looked right at my dude and said, your mom. Or no, dude said something to him. He's like, shut up, Steven. Your mom. And just said straight up, shut up. I just said a name. Damn. Oops. Your mom. Your mom, dude. And we were all like, what? It was the funniest thing. We were laughing so hard, dude. My boy puked in his guitar case. I'm not even lying. He threw up. He had nowhere to go and just puked in his guitar case. Yeah, crazy times, y'all. Crazy, crazy times. Oops. Yeah, right? Right? It was one of the funniest things ever, though. He literally looked at this cat. He was drunk. Real drunk. Like, yeah, shut up, Steven. I just effed your mom. I'm like, whoa. We were crying, laughing. That is still like our inside joke for the rest of our lives. We will always remember that. Always. You can't forget something so outrageous. Can't take it back now. Oh, no. He was so proud when he said it, bro. He was so proud, dude. He was so proud. He had a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. It was like he had just won the gold medal. His hair was everywhere. He had sweat all over him. He came down like Rocky, bro. He came down like Rocky, dude. Like he just knocked out Apollo or something, bro. He definitely made it through the cervix, bro. He got through there for sure. Can't. No, you really can't. I mean, you can forget about it, but you can't undo it, I guess, right? Walking. What do we do with people like Walking, Antonio, and Keeks? They're up to no damn good. My faves, though. All right, you guys, we're getting there. I'm getting to the point now where I'm like, I can sit here and chop it up with you guys all damn day. Like, legit. My whole goal when I started this, I would have done the show so differently. Like, oh yeah, perfect angel. Bro, I gotta mod you. I gotta mod you guys. All you. Antonio, you, Walking, you, Keeks, all y'all. I gotta mod you guys. You guys, Walking, the reason why you're not a mod is because you're tyrannical. You're tyrannical, dude. You've proved it. We call him Tyrannical. I wish I'm not going to blow out his first name, but we call him Tyrannical T, bro. For a reason. Man, remember when I was talking up a chick on your live while also going hard in the paint? I absolutely do, bro. You were doing it like he was using dad humor. Oh, yeah, dude. As soon as you give Walking that damn mod, bro, he just starts booting people and blocking people. And it's just like, all right, bro, we get it. Like, dude, one day I'm sitting there like arguing with somebody like real heavy, right? And I'm like arguing with them. And all of a sudden, dude's gone. I'm like, where'd he go? And Walking just disconnected. Like, I booted him. I didn't like how he was talking to you. I'm like, bro, I've been waiting for somebody to roast. You got rid of him. You do too, bro. He said, I didn't like how he was talking, bro. I didn't like it. I just didn't feel like, I didn't like how he talked. I'm like, all right. Hey, one more funny thing, you guys. I keep getting them. I got plenty. Yesterday, we're sitting there. I think it was on, oh, yeah. Arguing's fun, too. I'm a joke mood now, but yeah. Yesterday, we're sitting there. It was me and Ryan. I might have been walking. Were you in the room when that Ethan guy hopped in the room? And you remember who was watching when I started roasting the Ethan in the chat? And I started talking about how there's no such thing as a good Ethan. Every Ethan sucks. And I just started ranting about Ethans on here. Do you guys remember that? Because I just started ranting at this guy, Ethan. I didn't really have nothing to go on. I'm like, dude, I've never met a good Ethan in my life. They all suck. They all suck. Ethan, the name sucks. I know Ryan remembers. So I was ranting like, F Ethan. F you, Ethan. And we're sitting there yesterday, and and this is, we're watching the Indians game. This was after we had just watched 4 hours and 20 minutes of psychotic liberals screaming at the top of their lungs, right? So me and Ryan were completely deranged out from liberals. Like, we were just, whatever, started ripping death. Boom, one after another, roll one up, one after another, dude. And then all of a sudden, this dude named Ethan pops in the chat with us, dude. And I thought it was a joke. Like, I thought it was somebody I knew pretending to be an Ethan and popped in there. I don't remember having an Ethan on my server even, you know? And he comes in. I'm like, what's up, Ethan? I thought it was Alien, to be honest. I thought it was Alien. I'm trolling. And I started calling him a flag, like an Iranian flag. And like, I was like, Ethan is an Iranian flag. And I was like making fun of him, right? Real hard. I was like, he's the Iranian flag. He's the Israel flag. All combined in one big whatever. And I'm just roasting him. And the dude's like, no, I'm Ethan. And it was totally not it was totally like just somebody on my server, dude. And I was like, oh man, it was like 2 a.m. though. He's like, no, really, my name is Ethan. Like, you invited me over here. Like, we were playing poker, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't really, I didn't know. I felt bad. Then I'm like, I thought about it for a minute. I'm like, but your name, though, is Ethan. It sucks, bro. And just started roasting him. I couldn't help it, dude. I thought 1,000% dude would leave the server after that. And he didn't leave. He just left the call. Like, bro, I just started roasting him. I'm like, I didn't know how to handle it. Bro, tell the story about the Giga-ass dudes we trolled while I was on the shrooms. Are you talking about when I was Stacy? Those people? I can't, dude. There's no way I could do that righteously. I can't tell that story without getting myself in trouble, dude. I don't know how to get around that one, dude. It's way too hard. I know Keeks remembers it though. Remember when I was triple chromosome Stacy? Keeks. Remember when I was Stacy with 3 chromosomes? And I wanted you to be my 3 chromosome Kikis. Remember? That's what he's talking about. He's talking about that day. When I went off as the 3 chromosome Stacy, he was sitting there. He's on my Discord, and I'm over on Socialized just roasting. Yeah. I was saying that, right? Just roasting cats on my Discord or on Socialized. But what I did was I had my speaker going into my Discord so everybody could hear me roasting people on the other Discord. And he's sitting there and I pop in and this dude's just crying, laughing like I've never seen him laugh so hard. I'm not gonna lie, dude. You inspired me. when I seen how hard you were laughing, it was like, you know, when you're doing something wrong in class and the teacher's like, sit down, but the whole class is laughing. So you just want to continue to make them laugh. So you just keep doing it. That's kind of what it was like. It was like, oh yeah. I'm getting dude. I tried to get Keeks to be my third chromosome girlfriend, but she never really came through. She's not a good what she said in the chat. She's not good at being that. She's got to try it sometime though. Had a homie smashed a chick one time, came out screaming she's an alien. She explained she has extra vertebrae, kind of like a tail. Ew. I was going to say she might be Asian, bro. They got some extra stuff in their tail, but I don't know about a tail. Was it a furry, bro? Was it a furry? Dude, that was something like, again, like me and Ryan were laughing at this because I was sitting there setting up the show, right? I'm setting it up and I'm going, dude, Operation Fury. And I'm like hashtagging it in my description. And I'm laughing at the name. I'm like, if I were a troll, if I were a liberal, and I wanted to be funny in this chat and talk crap, I would start calling it Operation Furry. Right? Like they can't come with nothing funny, bro. Like if somebody would have said, yo, that shit is G Operation Furry, I would not erase it. I'd be laughing. I would probably pin it up and give them the clap of the day because it was a funny troll. But when you start saying something about Orange Man beds and tacos and all that, bro, you lost me. You're not funny no more. You're corny. But Operation Effing Furry, now that's funny, bro. Now that I'll laugh at that one, bro. Nah, I'm talking about I was on Planet Technicolor when we were in Socialize and someone popped in and was 3 shirtless dudes acting fruity. In mid-trip, I popped off with fruit baskets. I don't remember, but it clearly stuck in your brain very well. Because honestly, dude, when you describe that scenery, that probably has happened a million times, dude. You know, you're funny, bro. Hey, give Walking a round of applause. Hold on. Do I got something for you? I think I got something for him. Hold on, let me give the whole chat a round of applause. I gotta have. Yeah, there we go. Good job. Funny stuff. What? Hey, bro comes in hot, dude. Bro just came in hot. Death to Islam. Okay, word, bro. Let me check you out because I want to just boot you because I haven't done it in a while. Yeah, you already got your message held for review by YouTube, so you're already a dick. All right, you're going into the corner. Give me one reason not to. 1, 2. See you in 24, Bubble. Bye. Okay. I didn't trust that. I don't know. I didn't trust them. I called those guys a effing fruit basket because they were acting GSF. Dude, the Native Americans coming out and walking right now. Calm down, Tonto. Calm down. When you're done, I'm a troll. Hey, Antonio. Good. That's why I love having you around, dude. I know look, dude, I know you get carried away sometimes, so I just gotta but I don't ever get mad. You're hilarious, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Bro, I've searched for the trolls. If you're not a good troll, you won't be in my crew. That's for sure. Keeks, she's a hell of a troll, dude. She can troll like a mug. Walking. We get together. Hey, Antonio, if you like trolling, join my other Discord, and you can come out and trolling with us one night. But we like to get together, and we'll do a little bit of trolling. It's fun. I mean, I do it. while I'm just sitting there. I do it while I'm just talking to people, like literally. I'd be sitting in this one Discord called the Purple Army. They're all zesty ass, like I can't remember where they're from, but I pretend to be somebody, and because I act a certain way, they can't boot me, so I push it all the way to the full limit of being full American flag, you know? Like I just totally am American flag. And like every time they're like, "Oh my God, what did he say?" I'm like, "Don't you dare talk to me like that." And I start to act like, you know what I'm saying? Bro, everybody that's been with me's gotten booted in the first 10 minutes, and I'm still there. Yeah, you got booted right away, dude. You got booted. No, they are fun to troll. I troll the crap out of them, dude. You just didn't do good a job as I did. And I was behind the keyboard. I was a keyboard warrior. It wasn't even like talking like this. It was with the keyboard. I had them all stunned. They didn't know what to do. They were like, "What? What? You got booted. You said something stupid. Oh, you left it so you could go back." Well, buddy, old pal, we're going to hit that up sometime then. We're going to hit that up for sure. I was able to rejoin the server. Oh, good. Well, then guess what we're going to do? We're going to troll that server because that's one server that I just go in and use the keyboard, just troll with. Like, I could do that just chilling, you know? So, whatever. But yeah, I really wish people were funnier. I really do. I wish people were funnier. The funniest people are you guys. Like, my chat's got to be the funniest. Like, me and Ryan were talking yesterday about how funny you guys were. We were dying at the comments. We were just letting them flow during that No Kings rally. Bro, you guys were on fire yesterday, dude. You guys were on fire yesterday. Like, straight up. I'm not even going to lie. Me and Ryan were crying, laughing. Like, yo, we can't even stop these. We can't. We went live for an extra good hour because we were just letting y'all just go at it. And it was really funny, dude. Oh, yeah, dude. You missed me going live during the No Kings rally. And I went from Minnesota live. I had Bernie Sanders. I had Ilhan Omar. I had Larry Ellison. We went to New York. We had Robert De Niro. We had Al Sharpton. We went to Boston. There was a 6'4" trans. Bro, we went all over, bro. Yeah, they were psycho. Go watch that stream. Look. We both know both sides suck. We all can agree on that. We can agree on that. Politically, both sides suck. But if you go watch my video from yesterday, because what I did is what other people didn't do, was I picked out all the look at the cover of it right now. Go look at the cover of yesterday's show real fast. Just go look at the cover. Go look at the thumbnail. Just do it. Just do it for me, please. But yeah, dude, I literally pulled up. Look, like my main people couldn't even sit around and watch it. They're like, "Bro, I can't take no more of this." I mean, it was so eye-opening that, like, if you have any question on where I stand, Tim Zahler, the Tim Zahler Show, on why my disdain for liberals are, read my chat every day, and then go watch that video that I did yesterday on the No Kings rally. Read the chat. Well, a lot of the chat got erased, though. No, Ryan, we let a lot of it up. Go watch it. You will see mental illness at its best. At its best, dude. Jason, am I right or am I wrong, dude? They were screaming nursery rhymes like about Trump, nursery rhymes, and like it was just like like the 3 chromosomes people of all across the United States got together, because it's a small percentage. There wasn't that many, like they say. And they all just started acting very, very, very special, if you know what I'm saying. Just go watch it. Elizabeth Warren, she was another one, screaming about privilege. And I'm like, what? Elizabeth Warren? Oh my gosh. Go to sleep, Tall Glass. It was good chilling with you today, Bubba. Be good. Yeah, it was super lame, Keeks. Like it literally makes you like the Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing, right? So is liberal derangement syndrome. It can get real, dude. We haven't discussed it, but that can really get real, dude, because they push their ideology on you so hard that it drives you to not like them anymore at all. Like their whiny, screechy, crappy voices and their lies, dude. Dude, the governor, I wish Father Time was in here. The governor of Boston, Massachusetts, the governor of Massachusetts was talking about voter ID and voters outside of Boston, outside the voting polls, saying that if you're part of the LGBTQ elemental P group, if you're handicapped, if you're black, if you're anything but white, you're basically not going to be able to vote without a problem. Like he's going to attack you. That's what he said. I had to stop. It was 700 something people in there and be like, no, bro, he's lying. He's just lying. Like there's no way anybody should worry about going to the voter booth if you're legal and you have a normal ID in your birth certificate if you need it, which I don't think you do if you have a normal ID. I don't see nothing wrong with that. Me personally. I don't even see nothing wrong with ICE being there. ICE should be there. I don't see nothing wrong with it. That's, I don't. Like, they should. Bezel, I love you, bro. Like, bro, what are you scared about, y'all? What are you scared about? Why don't you want ICE outside there? What? They just kept crying about it over and over. And it's like, hold on. So basically what you're saying is when I got up, he's like, I got a family of people in there. They can't even know about their voter ID. What do you mean you got a family of people? What family of people can't vote with this voter ID, huh? Bro, you're full of crap, dude. The only reason you guys don't want it is because you want the illegals to be able to vote. And to be honest, not even that, but they want to go ahead and say it got rigged because the illegals voted. They're going to blame it on the illegals when it happens. Watch. They'll blame the illegals, bro. It'll somehow be all the illegals' fault. Not the Democrats, the illegals. Not the liberals, the illegals. They're using you. Hey, if you're here and you're illegal, F them all up and don't vote at all. Just don't vote. Because, dude, they're using you. They're literally using you. I'm just letting you know it's a joke. It's a big joke, and we all should be laughing. Like, it's crazy to me. Again, if you're doing nothing wrong, you should not have nothing to worry about. Go vote, but leave. I'm not even wasting my time, bro. Bez, I ain't even wasting my time, G. I'm not. Not this time around. I might. It just depends. We still got a long time, I say I'm not going to, but it just really depends because who knows where we're going to be at, I'm an American citizen. Yeah, right? Like, come on, dude. Like, it's just so crazy that's the thing. Bess, you know what I'm talking about. Go vote, but leave it blank. See, I feel like that's just a waste of my time. I could be sitting here talking to y'all. I could be with my family. I could be sleeping. I could be doing anything. Anything. I mean, hell, I could be outside throwing rocks at the grass. I think it would be more accomplishing. Like, honestly, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about that one, dude. Voting this year seems to be not in, but I would be a bad person if I were to tell you I'm not going to vote. Because if somehow it was somehow just possibly legit, just maybe, we can't lose. We can't let these freaks get in charge, dude. We can't. It's a catch-22. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. You know, the last couple times I voted for Trump because I wasn't taking no damn. I wasn't gonna take risk, dude. You know, it's like I'm not taking the risk. I cannot hear babbling Joe talk and stuttering freaking Kamala talk, that cackling ass laugh for 4 years, dude. I can't do it. Just like Hillary, I'm just gonna go ahead and vote Trump. Just in case the elections aren't already predetermined and my vote actually does count, I need to make sure Trump gets it. I'll admit that. I don't care. Just like every other Trumper or person that voted for Trump, we all had to sit down. We had to dig deep and go, what? I think it was a very easy decision for a based human being. If you're a based human being and you look at Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Tim Walz, remember, it was Tampon Tim and Kamala Harris running for president and vice president. If you really were on that side of history, say less. Say less. I mean, come on now. Exactly. But what's weird, policies are definitely what matters. That's why, like, Trump got my win. Yeah, dude. You gotta support Trump, dude. I mean, whether you like the guy, and people argue with me and say this isn't true, but I truly believe that if Trump fails, we fail. We as America go as far as Trump takes us. Now, are we screwed one way or another? Yeah, I think everything's already written in stone. But we can't root against them, dude. I'd pick Trump's. Oh, dude, it's not even a question. It was the border. Everybody knows that. A lot of us could give a damn about Trump, but we do care about the border, especially he lives right in the same area as me. We know about the Haitians. We know about the illegals eating the cats and dogs. That was in our backyard. So why would we not vote the person that's bringing in the threat to our country out? It's just like, yeah, we got to go do that. Trump said, if we elect Kamala, she is so stupid, she will bomb Iran. Hey, bro. All right, bro. See, now you took your comment and effed it all up, homie. Now I'm not even going to pay attention to you because I don't even know if it's real. That's how corny it is. I don't even know if that's true. Fact checker. I don't believe so because I've got an interview of Trump saying that as soon as he's president, he's going to get Iran. I don't know why he would say that. Hillary said it. If she was president, she would get Iran too. The clips are there, bro. What are you talking about? That was an absolute lie. Defund the tyrants. Okay, you social justice warrior, GEY, American flag. He said it in 1998. He would attack Iran. Thank you, Bez. I just watched it. And he said it in 1988. And I think he said it in 92 also. He did. And I want to show that interview to you guys. but I'm scared Charlie Rose will like copyright me. Because it was on, you guys could go watch it for yourself. It's on Charlie Rose's YouTube channel from 1988. It is Donald Trump, and he says everything that's going on right now, he would do it. There is no shock at all at what's going on from Trump. I'm not, bro, if you pay attention, you pay attention. I'm not defending anything. I'm just telling you what's out there, bro. And forever and a day, Trump has talked about hitting Iran. So your comment of Kamala is a lie. Liberals are horrible liars. You're horrible debaters. You're horrible commenters. You suck in the chat. You suck at doing live streams. You suck at comedy. You suck at everything you do. Literally. Everything you do, you suck at it. Look at Robert De Niro yesterday. He used to be a fine, good actor. He was fumbling so much over his lines, dude. He was the only, well, I can't say Italian now because I don't claim him. He ain't Italian. He was the only non-black in the room, and he couldn't speak straight. He was scared, but he had no problem yelling "Mooly" over and over in his movie, so no problems. But he's talking about racists, but he yells "Moolies." Oh, dude, go look at his old stuff and how he talked. Go look at how he talked. But then he wants to act so woke yesterday. I was like, bro, what a joke. What a joke, dude. King Trump. King Trump, let's go. King Trump. So dumb. The dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. So, yeah, I mean, what else is there to really say? If any of these Democrats take office and have House or Senate, Lord help us all. That's what I'm saying, Antonio. Exactly. That's why you guys see me like, I'm not really shooting for views as much. Like, bro, I'll stop and just start playing stuff just to get liberals mad and show them what they're dealing with. I've done it now for the last week. Honestly, I just like can't. I read so many comments. I'm like, you know what? See for yourself what you're dealing with here. Just see for yourself. I didn't speak for yourself, bro. I don't know what to say. You know, I support the human race and our ability to create a planet that can provide for everyone, eliminating poverty globally and building world where everyone lived peacefully with no poverty or war. Hey, bro, Thomas, I support that. You got to be a psycho if you don't. I mean, that's what everybody wants. I mean, that should be the human goal, but unfortunately, we deal with a bunch of psychos. You know, like on both sides. Trust me, both sides. Yeah, dude, thank you. I love you, Bez. Bez, I was thinking that, bro. I was thinking that. I was thinking it in my head the whole time you said that, bro. Oh my God. We are too locked in, dude. I was thinking the exact same thing, my dude. Like, whoa. When is he going to disappear? When he hops in your mom's fallopian tube and takes a trip? Mr. Taggy? That he'll disappear all up in your mom's fallopian tube. He'll treat it like a slip and slide. In 2.7 more years. And then he's going to become king. And then he's going to become king. And he's going to call you all a bunch of drag queens. That's what's going to happen. Anything else there, social justice warrior, Mr. Faggy? Huh? Oh, Taggy, my bad. Mr. Taggy. Anything? JD Vance or Marco Rubio will take office and allow Trump for 2 years to step down. Trump will serve 2 more years. Yeah, bro. Trump's not, dude. I would never vote for Trump again. That doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. That's just literally you guys being fed propaganda. Nobody is. JD Vance is clearly the Republican candidate. No kings here. We left that when we left the UK. Hey, Billy. Good for you, brother. When are you going to disappear, Taggy the flag? Rubio and Trump 2028. Antonio. See, we're just trolling. Like when I was calling him a king just now, I was trolling you. I was trolling you because it was like, if you really believe that, then I'm going to keep saying it. It's funny. You're dumb. I just, like, really. They still on Agenda 2025. They don't realize that we're past that. It didn't happen. We're going to Agenda 2030 now. Nothing to pay attention here. Just Agenda 2025. How well did that work out for you guys? I just want to know, to all you liberal conspiracy theorists, you guys suck at trolling. You suck at being funny. And I forgot, you're the worst conspiracy theorist in the world, too. You were wrong at every damn conspiracy for the last 15 years. You rolled your eyes. You talk all this, and then you come in and you're like, we want the files. You guys are conspiracy theorists, that MAGA group. That MAGA group talking about Pizzagate. Now you're all up in it. Welcome to the party. You're like a decade, maybe 15 years late, but welcome to the party. He has lied about everything. He was shit before your friend. I don't know what that is, Billy. Ryan, are you awake? Let him declare martial law for no reason and remain president. Then I'll say he's a tyrant. Exactly, Antonio. If he does something tyrannical, then we're going to call it out. I'm with it, bro. If he does something tyrannical, call it out. If you guys watch me, dude, if they say something, Bez, support me, bro. When they say something crazy and I'm showing Fox or something, I'm going to stop it and say that's not true. I don't just sit there and go along with the get along, bro, ever. I literally will say that is not true. This is not true, bro. Bez knows that. Bez knows that better than anybody does. For real. Nah, Billy's not good. He needs to take a bye-bye. Oh, wait, wrong person. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you, Wahoo. It was Billy that's got to go. Billy, take a 24-hour break. Go sit in the corner. Maybe drink a Gatorade. Maybe do what you got to do and come back tomorrow a better man. Okay? I gave you 24 hours to think about it. How does that? Bye, Billy. Yeah, exactly. Bye, Billy. Bye, Widow Billy. Tell all your friends we said hello. Billy. Bye-bye. But yeah, if he declares martial law, then yes, we're going to be on a whole other level. Dude, you guys don't understand. The Patriots are sitting back, just chilling. And that's another thing. Like, bro, if you guys remember the Second Amendment Million Man March, it happened during the scamdemic, right? You do realize it was both sides. You do realize there was more people, I guarantee you more people at that march, it was in Virginia, there probably were at the No Kings rally across the country. There was hundreds of thousands of people outside of Virginia state capitol. How many crazy things happened that day? I'll wait. It was a 3 or 4 day event. How many riots? How many police interactions? How many robberies or thieving or any of that happened? For as a matter of fact, what I'm trying to tell you is none. None. Everybody got along perfectly well. Yesterday was left, right, middle. It didn't matter. They were there for their Second Amendment right. Yesterday was pure hate. It was pure hate. It was un-American. It was pure hate and lies. Like if Trump got up there and a bunch of Republicans and conservatives all got up on stage and started screaming and acting like that, I couldn't support them ever. I would say they're equally as handicapped. That was crazy, dude. I'm telling you, I've got TD, or what is it? I got liberal derangement syndrome. I got LDS from it. How many riots have been protests by the left and it went left? When was the last time? Never. Everyone. Antonio, dude, yesterday they said it was peaceful. That's not true. Go look it up. They stormed the Capitol in LA, or they stormed the Capitol in Los Angeles. They kicked down the fencing and stormed the Capitol in Los Angeles yesterday. I watched it live. It happened. It was like 1 a.m, my time. 2 a.m, my time. And it happened in Portland too. So like that was just 2, and I gave up. Like I just didn't care, you know. But remember 3 days ago we said, bro, I bet you anything that there will be something that goes down at one of these. We were right. We were right. We were 1,000% right. They did get out of line. It wasn't peaceful. What they do is they wait for the kids to go, the parents and the children, and then Antifa comes out and they make a mess of things. It's a fact, not an opinion. It's a fact. How many? Oh, no. Not to mention the Clintons were literally connected to the. Oh, yeah. You didn't like all their funky frogs? The funky frogs. Dude, I can't even. Cal. You know, what are you supposed to do? Exactly. I love that. An armed society is a polite society. You said it, bro. I was trying to make a point. Antonio said exactly. My side doesn't go in on violent protest. Last was Jace. That was set up. That was peaceful, bro. I know people that were there. I saw, for real, when I watched the DC thing yesterday, and they showed the water with the monument at the end, and you could see the monument going into the water, and all the people are sitting around the water there. There was 30 to 40 times as many people on J6. And when it was going down, my friend was there, and he was recording it from his phone. They were all singing God Bless America and singing like hymns. And you could see the Capitol on fire. There was a small amount of people, and it was set up for that to happen. And where it wasn't happening, if they really wanted to do an insurrection, right, they could have done an insurrection. There was so many people. but they didn't. What we did watch was the police letting in people and actually guiding them through the Capitol. It was an absolute setup. Like, if we wanted to take that bitch over that day, it would have gotten taken over. They didn't even have the National Guard, dude. If you want to send it to me, cool. I'll show it real fast. If you want to send it, I'm just saying, like, I would love to show it. I would love to show it. But yeah, like, that happened that day. We watched it live. We watched the police pick up the thing everybody was standing behind and guide them in, open the door, let them in, walk them right up to Pelosi's office. See, that's what people are like bringing up in all of this. And it was hundreds of thousands of people. If they really wanted to, they could. Look, bro, you look. 10,000 patriots is like 50 to 100,000 liberals. You know, they always say, like, could one man beat up 50 midgets or something, like, or 100 8-year-olds? That's kind of what it's like, you know? Now flip the tables of crowd. No, that's what I'm getting. You're right. Now, if you were to flip the table and it was the matter of Trump getting in or blah, 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 and it was a bunch of the people that we saw yesterday at the rally, No Kings rally, and they were sitting around that water and they were watching the fire burn from the Capitol, what would they be doing? What would they do? You know damn well they're followers and they're joining in. They're going to start burning down everything around them. It's just a fact. We've watched it happen time and time and time again. Time and time again, dude. Let's see what Bruce sent me. Your mic is scratchy. Oh, that was a long time ago. Thank God. I'm like, not again. It's messing up my algorithm. Not being able to have my mic all the way right and everything. It's messing up my algorithm, y'all. I'm trying to wait because Keeks is gonna send me the video. And we'll go ahead and watch what she's talking about. What I'm talking about. Because yeah, man, we can't forget those. We can't forget how we behave. You know what I'm saying? Like, definitely can't. We gotta like remember these things because when they happen, we tend to forget as time goes. You know, we tend to forget things. And we gotta, keep certain things in mind on why they happen. Now, I'm not saying that everybody's not involved. I'm just telling you what I saw with my own eyes from my dude's cell phone, straight up. Not, thank you, Keeks. Not the news. Not him sending it. No. I watched it from his. All right. Sorry, I got to go to Discord, not here. What am I doing? Okay. Discord. Keeks. Boom. Boom. I hope. I got to watch it first to make sure it's something that I could show. All
I have given warnings about chemical munitions. I need the less than lethal team position above me to start deploying. Launch, launch, launch!
You're on the wrong side of history!
Hey, walk up to the front of the fucking line. Come here. Show those cops what they just did to you.
You gotta turn around. We need more fucking munitions.
Because what they will do is they won't let me show this if they start yelling F bombs and all this stuff, right? They'll just deem it not, you know. But here, I get it though for sure. Look, there they are, just standing outside. Getting hit with something. I'll be your king if you want. You could be my my trans queen. I don't know. Again, look how many people there are. There's so many people, dude. It's like endless amount of people. I want to see the scene where the police are letting everybody in. This isn't really showing too much. It's not really showing them letting them in. It just shows them throwing stuff at the crowd. Look, he just chucks that in the crowd. Whatever. I don't know, man. I don't know. What do y'all think? Yeah. I'm not. I'm like way too far at the end, dude. I'm like 10.5 hours in, dude. I'm not trying to like F it up in the last 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I'm good on that. But the point is, the protesters weren't doing anything wrong. Yeah, that's the whole point of it all. Yep. I know we have. I know. And I love it. And I appreciate all the people that really get it because that's why we're here. You know, that's why we're here. Look, everybody's screaming. Look, they could have easily rushed that. They're singing songs as they're getting, dude, it was insane, dude. Look at all the people. Look. That's patriotism. That was not your no kings type rally, yo, at all. It just wasn't. Like, we're living in a world where there's just no more truth. There's just no more truth. Truth is we're being hidden. Yep. F them, man. They want to suppress us, dude. Like, I don't think they realize if we get pissed off and want us exactly, dude, Antonio. See what I'm saying? This is what I mean by like, bro, if we really wanted to. Yeah, I did. And like I wish they would have showed further away when they were like an extra like quarter mile, like maybe 5 football fields away, 4 football fields away. There's hundreds of thousands of people. I swear to you, looked like they emptied out the Buckeye Stadium twice. And it was just full, like a wave, like a giant wave of people. And they were all singing in harmony. Bro, it gave me goosebumps. That's what I saw. That's what I saw. That is a bad thing. That is like a bad time in American history because it's all based on lies. But what I remember personally was a ton of people gathered in harmony, singing, praying for our country. I remember that clear as day. And you know what? I remember even saying that guy had the rubber bullet in his face. And yeah, dude, he was a patriot. That's what we got. Remember the chick running just not that long ago from ICE tried to pick up one of their tear gas things and just got blown up? Bro, that was hilarious. She dropped like a bad habit. Bang. Jelly rolled like jelly roll, bro. Because conservatives have thicker skin. Yeah, we have thicker skin. We have morals. And we do it. Do you think that our forefathers who took over the real kings, right? And took over the real king back in 1775, right? Because it really wasn't until 1776 where they declared it, but we took it a year or two before. But whatever. Point being is, do you think that if they wore pink hair and cried if they got hit with tear gas, or that the people coming in on horses wearing like armor or something? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they're soft. They don't want none. They don't want none at all, bro. Because all they're going to hear is like, they just don't want none. They're going to hear things like this. They're going to be like, it's going to hear, hold on. See if I got it. It's on my other, hold on. Let's see if I got it on here. Oh! Hold on. They're going to hear, I got a couple. This will be kind of funny. They're going to hear. Okay. I'll try this one first. They're going to hear. That's how it's going to go, bro. Straight up. And then we're all going to sit around and go. That's probably a show ender, but I had to say it because that's how I feel right now. You see how many men were there? Yeah. That's what I was trying to say, Keeks. The real American men. Like the patriots. Like the ones I say to you guys that when this stuff hits the fan that you're going to be depending on, those were the people. They actually believed that their rights were being stripped. And they got treated. I'm not going to look, bro. Hey, if you think I'm going to cover for Trump on this one, you're crazy. Because Trump set them all up. Hey, if you were dumb enough to go, that's on you. But that was a giant honey trap if I've ever seen it. Trump acted like he really was about to do something, and he didn't even do nothing. He got all those people there. I thought that was like a little weird. Alex Jones and what's his name? Alex Jones, and what was that other dude's name? They got locked up. That was like part of Trump's campaign, and he was friends with Alex Jones. Ryan. What was his name? He was like lightweight of truther a little bit. What was his name, man? I can't remember right now, but he got in trouble for J6 a lot. And he was on the mic, though, telling people to come, telling people to do this. And it was like, dude, you're getting set up. You're getting set up right now. I'm just saying. You can't remember? Damn it. Not the Buffalo guy. I'm talking about Alex Jones's guy. He was actually on Trump's administration. I'm gonna have to look him up now, dude. Keeks, I can't believe you don't know this. As soon as I say the name, we're all gonna be like, oh yeah. He got in trouble for something. I can't remember what it was, but he actually served time for it. It wasn't Bannon, it was the other one. Oh man, that's the $1 million question right now. And I damn it. Let me see if I can figure it out. There he is. Roger Stone. Roger Stone. That's who. Roger Stone. Yeah, it was Roger Stone, dude. I actually had a friend that got locked up for it. I'm not going to say too much, but I had a friend that got locked up. Not for that, but for leaving the state to do it. He never made it. Never made it. They went after everyone was talking or looking for people on Facebook. Dude, they're still doing stuff like that. There was like a bunch of people from Ohio that are just getting out. And I thought it was weird too. How long did it take Trump to pardon them? It took them a while. It took them a while to pardon them, dude, for real. It really did. It was like crazy. The Buffalo guy, I think he personally was not real, bro. I think he was set up. I think he was like an actor. The Buffalo dude, he was there to make people look bad. That's my opinion. He was like are you talking about the QAnon shaman? Yeah, he was definitely a plant. You talking about the QAnon shaman guy? Yeah, he was a plant, dude. He was trying to make everybody look bad. If that's who you're talking about. I'm with it. I agree. I literally agree on that one. 1,000%. Hey, Keeks, do you remember the time when I was live? I know Walking does. Ryan does. Antonio, here's a funny one. One time I was live and I was drinking hella coffee and I had to pee so bad that I was going to end the stream. And I was like, dude, I'm ending this stream right now because I got to take a piss like really bad. And they're like, don't end it. Just go pee. We'll wait. We'll wait. And it was like one of these where it was like, actually not 50 people. It wasn't that many. But there was still people like, waiting, right? It was back when YouTube used to lie to me and tell me nobody was watching, but I truly believe there was. But that being said, I went to go. I was like, all right, I'll go. And I was rooms away. And I took like a 40-second urine, 40-second pee. Well, everybody heard it live. It was clear as day. Just a heavy stream. And Keeks, good old buddy pal Keeks, clips it, and puts it in the damn main chat of the Discord, so everybody got to hear it, right? I was so embarrassed that the next day I did it again. Basil, were you there for that too, bro? Were you there for that too? You were there for that one too, bro. That was funny, bro. I freaking let it go, dude. And I'll never forget. I was like, ah. When I got done, right? I was owning it. And then I just remember going back like, you guys have no clue how good that was. And they're like, oh, yes, we do. Oh, yes, we do. They had it on camera, on tape. I was like, ah. But, hey, man, it is what it is. But look, y'all, I done ran my voice up again. I'm about to have no voice again. I love you guys. I love you guys. I don't really know what else there is to really get into at this point. So that being said, man, I don't know. I don't really know what else there is to say. Ryan's like, nothing. Get off, bro. What is wrong with you, homie? As far as the AI thing goes, 73% are not supporting the AI race. I'm not surprised at that at all. I'm not surprised. I'm actually I'm a little bit surprised because a lot of people were saying a lot of people are super down for the AI and want the newest iPhones and want all that crazy stuff. I don't know. A lot of people do want that. I'm kind of surprised at that. I'm way more surprised at the fact that so many people said that liberals were un-American, but yet everybody hates Trump. So where do we stand with that before I end it? Antonio, Bezel, Ryan, anybody, Keeks. How does that make sense? Do we just not like liberals? Is that what it is? Is that becoming the thing? And I know I keep going, I know I keep circling back to it, but that's just sort of where I was just talking about the poll, and the poll literally stated that nobody thinks that thinks that liberals are un-American. And yet a lot of people came in right away and said they did not support Trump. And I think those correlate. I do. I think those same people, I think it's hilarious. It's just my opinion. I think that's really funny. I think they've got no mind of their own at all. At all. I've been sitting here drinking coffee, you guys. That's why I'm just sitting here yapping away. What's left? He said, because Liberal Party has collapsed, but everyone's ready to end the TV reality grudge match and get back to actual politics. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm ready. Look, dude, not just to get back to actual politics. I'm ready for all this stuff to go away. Like literally get all these illegals out of here. Get these wars done so we can get back to talking about what's going on with our food, what's going on in the sky. There's so much stuff that we're not talking about because we're stuck in these politics. And I could go ahead and get on tomorrow and start talking about GMO and red dye and red 40 and et cetera. But it won't, it's just not going to hit right now, bro. I could get on and start talking about 5G, 6G, 7G. I think it's all the way up to 9G or something, But, but, it doesn't hit the same. And I'm ready to get back to that stuff. I'm ready to argue with people about whether the earth is on a spinning ball or not. And at this point, I would never argue with any of y'all over that. There's no point. Oh, yeah. Dude, David, I'm not going to forget about the chemtrails, brother. That's part of it all. The 5G, the chemtrails we got. That's what we should be talking about. The food. These are the things that are really affecting our lives. And instead, we're arguing over liberals. Like, dude, do you guys see what they're doing to us? That's where my brain goes. Every time I end a show. Dude, last weekend, I ran out that I had to take a 3-day break because I literally couldn't feel like I was making any right decisions because I had to sit back and let my brain take it all in again. I did. I was questioning a lot of things, man. I'm like, what, as you should. But if you just sit there and you're constantly in the moment and you don't get a chance to sit back and take it all in, it gets overwhelming. But I was able to decompartmentalize it all. Wow. If I said that right, that was gangster. But I realized that we're fighting an uphill battle and we're all in on this together. And like David said, no one's talking about the chemtrails, the weather, the crazy meteors that are coming, the crazy weather of it being 85 degrees in Ohio and then dropping down to 35 degrees and snowing in the same day. No one's talking about those things. It's not a topic. It might be for the 50 people that are chilling right now because we want to talk about these things. 60 people, 50 people, there's no difference at that point. But we want to talk about these things. These are things that are way more important to us than hearing liberals scream and cry. It's just true, but it sucks that we're in a point where we have to defend ourselves all the time. We're constantly defending ourselves, dude. We're constantly in defense mode. It's a polar shift that we can't stop even if we tried. Yeah, man. No, it's true. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't. That's why I'm doing the best I can, dude. I had to slowly work my voice and to be able to talk to y'all because I'm not really engaged into this Iran stuff, dude. I don't like wars. But obviously, if you watch it for a whole month straight, and then last year we watched it for as long as we did, you tend to know what's going on. And now I unfortunately know too much. Loads of conservatives on YouTube have been taking time to themselves as of late. We have to, David. And God bless all of them. Because we're going, dude, to be a conservative and to talk about the things that I talk about on this platform, it's not easy. There's not many of us that are really able to stand on our ground and not be bullied by them right off the damn platform. So yeah, we do got to take rest because mentally it's draining. And you got to be able to recreate and invent where you're at with it. Because dude, if you hear the same stuff so much, you're going to get brainwashed too. So yeah, I had to sit back. I'm a man of God. I prayed on it. I was debating if I would ever even talk about it again. That's how I felt. That's why I was like, all right, yep, I'm on overload. If I'm over here saying I don't even want to go live again, I'm on overload. I need a break. And I highly suggest if any of y'all get into that position, do the same thing. Just sit it out. Give yourself a few days. Enjoy your family, eat good food, smoke, watch a movie, laugh with your friends, whatever you do. Hell, join my other Discord and at me. I'll come in and kick it with you. I'll make you laugh. That's what I do on my spare time. I usually hang out with Ryan, dude. I hang out with Ryan and Walking and other people, Alien and other people. We just chill. Keeks. Talk to Keeks every day. every day. And we don't talk about this stuff very much. We used to. And now it's like we leave these topics alone because it's divisive. So we don't even really get, like when I talk to Keeks, we're not talking about Trump. We're not talking politics, maybe for a hot second, but we just talk about life. You know, like me and walking. We might make fun of liberals and stuff, right? But we don't just sit there and politic. We troll and we talk crap. We talk about music. We listen to music. We smoke. We do other things, man. You know, if there was one person that I spill my political spew on, it's Ryan, because he did it to me for so long. Ryan spilled his political. Look, dude, Ryan was the first. He's the OG liberal. I don't hate saying hater, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. Liberal hater. He's the OG. The Mac Daddy OG. The Mac 11, the RS 11, the whatever, RS 1000. That's Ryan. And I used to yell at him on the old, if you go watch my old shows, Ryan would be on and we'd be talking about stuff. And Ryan would be like, it's the damn liberals. And he would always be screaming at the top of his lungs, it's the liberals. And I'm the host, right? And I'm going, Ryan, shut up. You're always blaming liberals. Like, bro, it can't always be the liberals. And like, this was before I was doing politics real hard on here, you know? And he was right, dude. It was totally the liberals. Like, it was the liberals. He was right. And I hate it that every time I get off of it, and when I get done here and I get on the Discord, I'm going to bitch about the liberals to Ryan. And I'm going to tell him he's right just about every day. You're right, Ryan. You told me so. I'm sorry. You're right. You warned me about the crazy liberals. And I thought it was just TikTok melting his brain. But he's not lying. I stay away from the city and people. I do like watching people and at the mall and trolling with my wife. I'm an ass that. I'm an ass like that, though. Yeah, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. I love teasing, man. I've got nephews and nieces now, dude. I love teasing my nephew, bro. Oh, he's so fun to tease. I used to, I'm the oldest brother. I got, so like having a nephew, being able to troll my little nephew is fun, dude. Trolling my brother, trolling. But that's how I get people to laugh, like you got to be able to make light of things. Trolling or cracking jokes when people are least expecting it. I don't know if this is a troll, but I'm reading your comment about being at the mall. And I was reading this story the other day. And this dude was in, I'm going to go ahead and say like a Giant Eagle or a like Kroger's or something. And there was two lesbians in Giant Eagle. And the one was down. This is true story, guys. This is the true story. One was on the bottom shelf getting something off the bottom shelf. And a guy walked by and crop dusted her, right? And just ripped one when he walked by. And him and all of his boys were all laughing and stuff. And yo, the clip of her crying was so funny, dude. It was so funny. The security guard having to tell these guys to not fart on this lady. She's like, my point is, it's just a troll. Like, dude, it's okay, lady. He just farted. It's not going to end the world. It was a joke. It was guys get together and we egg each other on to do stupid things. Like walking by a lesbian on the bottom shelf and ripping one while you walk by. That is really funny. There's like, dude, have some humor in life. Have some humor. You know, like if I saw Ryan, literally, Ryan, I am not even, look, if you, look, dude, you're definitely getting put in timeout. I don't trust you. I'm telling you. I don't trust you, bro. Bye. Bye. I don't trust you. Anyways, I'll give you 24 hours. That way, just in case I'm wrong. But Victory, I don't trust you, so you're gone. Fart spraying people in the air costumes. Oh my gosh. Bro. That's maniacal, dog. Remember being a kid and going to Chuck E. Cheese and like literally trolling Chucky when he would walk around? Oh my gosh, dude. We used to troll Chucky so hard. Man. None of y'all, you guys never like trolled Chucky? Never? Chucky and all of them can get it. Exactly. Antonio, exactly, bro. Chucky and all of them, bro. Chuck E. Cheese was one of the best ones to get, dude. Oh man. That, I guess if you want to say it, that started my trolling career was Chuck E. Cheese. Realizing how much you could piss off that mouse and how funny it was. Might have been. Damn. We just had like a counseling session. Think I just found the core to my trolling. Was it possibly just maybe Chucky? It might have been. It might have been because of that damn mouse. We never did like rats, Antonio, did we? Remember doing oh my gosh, do I remember doing prank calls, dude. We used to prank this guy named Mr. Hank, right? Me and my dude, I will not say names for legal reasons. Me and my best friend when we were kids. And we figured out how to get into his voicemail. And we would change his voicemail. And we would say, "Hi, this is Mr. Hank. And I'm blah, 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 blah." And we used to troll him so hard. One day we called and my dude was like, "Yeah, F you, Mr. Hank, blah, 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 blah." And guess who it was? It was his cousin, who was the sheriff of the police department, answered the phone and knew it was us right away, bro. He's like, he was like, "Wait," and said his name. We're like, "What?" They just said our name, dude. We hung up the phone real fast. We're like, "Oh my God, they just said our name." And yeah, we were trolls before we knew it. Absolutely, Antonio. We were born and bred to be trolls, dude. You know? I'll never forget though, dude, hanging up, and then his uncle called us and was screaming at us. And like, that was in like 8th grade, dude. 7th grade. 8th grade. Like, we've always been trolls, dude. Gen X took trolling over the top. Yep. Our generation's the best, bro. I'm a millennial, but I am a fringe millennial. I'm like a year from being Gen X. So I grew up in the best time. I was just old enough to enjoy the 90s and the 80s. We had the homies, moms, and dad freaked out thinking they were being deported. Dude, I remember what, dude, you guys got me tripping. I can't believe I'm still on here telling stories. Keeks, if you were still here, doesn't this remind you like one of my old shows? Bro, I remember one time I was out of town, right? I was out of town, and my boys were all pranking, and they pranked me. It was all my friends. And they called, and my dad answered, and they're like, "I know what you did last summer." And my dad's like, "What? What did I do? What did I do last summer?" He got all noited out. And my friends were all like, bro, we called your dad and said, well, we know what you did last summer. And I was born in 82, bro. The poor guy was only making $6 an hour. He put up with your nonsense. Yeah, Dave. Horrible, right? Horrible. We're horrible people, Dave. I'm telling you, David. Yeah, I'm an 82, dude. I'm a fringer. My birthday's coming up. So, but yeah, actually, is it coming up? Yeah, I got like 2 months, couple months. But yeah, that was fun times, bro. Like all y'all that are sticking around now, I'm shocked. We got about 60, 70 people that stuck around and just BS. These are good times. I have a good time. January 3rd, 81. My brother was January 1st, 81. RIP, bro. Makes sense, Antonio. I rock with you, bro. I rock with you. I rock with a lot of people around with that birthday. Right around that year seems to be like people I end up being connected with. I swear to you. My sons are from 87 and 89. My sister is 86. And my other sister's like 90. So your sons are my sister's age. Fringe millennial, but we're old and raised Gen X. Exactly. Yeah, fringe millennial, but we're old enough to be raised to where it's like, dude, we played outside, we drank out the water hose, we, prank called, we did all those things. Yep. Hungry hippo. Hungry hippo. We did all the fun stuff. I remember when 4th of July was 4th of July, and we actually used to have real fun on 4th of July. It ain't nothing like it used to be. Not even close. We really celebrated 4th of July back in the day. The boomers and Gen X raised us. We were the last feral nation. Yeah, man. That's why I keep telling everybody, Antonio, that they better, appreciate us because we're the last of the dying breed, dude. We're the last of the actual real man American before everything gets soy. Shut up, Walking. You're pretty base, though. You've got an old soul. I'll give you that, dude. You got an old soul. You really do. Ding dong ditch, ghost is the graveyard, kick the can. Exactly. Ding dong ditch. We used to do that all the time. Dude, going and kick the can was just like all of it. I was raised by I can tell, Walking, because you're not like, dude, you're Gen Z, right? But I've hung out with Walking for years now, and Walking's always been an old soul. Don't you agree, Ryan? Don't you think Walking's got an old soul? He does dad. He was doing dad jokes like 5 years ago, 4 years ago, busting out dad jokes. So, he's got a good old soul. I love the guy. Nah. What did you call knocking and running? Be real. You know what it was called. See, is that racist, though? Be honest. Because I never called it ding dong ditch. Ryan, that was very PC of you. I'm proud of you. But I'll be honest, as a man, I'll be straight up. I never called it no ding dong ditch. That sounds pretty zesty. Like, that sounds like some sort of GEY act, like some American flag act. I'm good. No, we went knocking, I wish there would be a better term for it, What's a better term? I don't even know. I'm trying to think of what else we used to do. No, sir, we didn't call it that. We called it. Yeah, I know. Yep, David. Yep. We get it. Cracker knock. We called it the cracker knocker. We went cracker knocking. All right, we'll go ahead and put it on us. I'll take the L. We went Italian knocking. We knocked and ran like some Italians. That's all. We all can laugh at that because that's funny. If you grew up in that time frame, it doesn't matter what color you are or whatever. That was what we did. Works toilet cleaner in 2 liters. Oh my goodness. And like put a little bit of foil in there. Throw those things. What was the other one that we used to do? Ryan, remember Super Kmart and the Taco Bell was right there. That giant parking lot. And we used to take Alka-Seltzer and throw with all those seagulls from the lake. And you throw them all in the middle, bro. You put them in bread. Bro, if you haven't thrown Alka-Seltzer at a bunch of seagulls, then you haven't lived life. Burby. YouTube boys called you Cracker and Pecker One. Hey, bro, you can call me whatever you want. I don't care. Look, bro, it is what it is. You can call me that. I don't care. I don't. My feelings do not get hurt, dude. I'm not a snowflake. I keep it whatever, bro. It is what it is. I am far from a snowflake to where like words would bother me. Like, oh no, did you just call me that? Tin-foiled toilet paper cleaner and a steel pipe. Dude, I shouldn't yell at that. Am my camera on? Tell me my camera's off, please. Is my camera off? Can I rip this? Am I good to go? Interesting, Ryan. I never tried that. That's what we did in our town, bro. Bez, it's off? All right, thank you. Or is it on? I'll look in a second. I got my jar in my hand. Going with the lemon haze, dude. I need a little bit of sativa in my life. Sativa. Dude, if I'm not mistaken, Ryan, it causes a loud... No, it's not. You just creep me out. Walking, you made me just look. Then you made me realize there's only 42 people in here. I've never stayed in a room under 50 in the last year. I've done 5-gallon jugs. You guys are crazy. All Ohio boys right here. Mind you, we're 3 Ohio boys talking about some crazy stuff. Don't get us twisted. David said, all I see is their fearless leader. 47. I had to have my ass off the roof. You what? I had to LEM. I don't even know what that says, bro. You guys both got me confused. Laugh your ass off. Okay, I got you. I'm like confused. Like, what is going on here? You guys are killing me. You guys are funny, bro. I haven't sat down and just BS with you guys like this in a while. So I am off camera. Good. All right. This might end up. I had to laugh my ass off at rolling on the floor. Hey, bro. It is what, dude, there's so many different things. Keeks, if you were still around, you're getting an insight to how us guys grew up as youngins. Laugh my ass off, roll all over. I know, right? I don't know. You left the door to make that joke. Why? Whatever, dude. I don't leave doors open for anybody to enter them. You know what I'm saying? My door is always locked, especially the back door. What did we call Ruby on the schoolyard? Ask Ryan. I don't know about that one. I literally don't know about that one. Oh, rugby. I don't know, dude. Where are you from, dude? To your face? He said, "Did you hear what happened?" Yeah, to your face, bro. I heard what happened. Dang it. That is another inside joke. I don't know about you guys, but for us, we always try to catch somebody slipping like, "Yo, did you hear what happened today, bro?" Like you got to catch them really come in hard, like talking, like, yeah, da, 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 like, oh yeah, dude, did you know what happened, dude? And if you can get them to go, what happened, bro? To your face, like it doesn't happen too often no more. We're all very much like, oh yeah, Ryan's on that one, dude. Ryan's on that one. To your face, or Ryan will be like, someone will be like, all right, I gotta go, like, good night. Ryan will be like, hey man, try not to. He'd be like, try not to what? Try not to any D on the way to bed. Get you hard with that. Try not to, hit you with that. Try not to. Pickle in the middle. You don't want to be in the middle. Dude, being the pickle in the middle would be horrible. I don't want to be the pickle in the middle. Screw that. All right, dude. I cannot believe you guys. You guys kept me on here for, like, honestly, 3 more hours at least than I was planning on it. Once Keeks came in, and then it was me, Antonio, walking, and Keeks, I was like, this could be a lot. Then David fit in here. I didn't even know. I was like, this is more just having fun. I'm just using up my StreamYard. I really love this StreamYard that I have right now. And I just used half of it. Remember flicking the cherry off your friend's cigs while they weren't paying attention? Oh my goodness. Do you guys remember, like, getting your lighter real hot and put, like, the smiley face and see how long you can put it out, Or, like, I was wondering, I don't know if that was an Ohio thing, but we used to flick coins into our knuckles to see who could take it the longest. Don't do any knocking, you Antonio. Yeah, bro, we used to bust each other up, dude. We used to bust each other up real bad. You guys, all right, here's another one. Here's a good one. Good one. Here's a good one, you guys. Do you remember playing Pediddle and Beaver Whack? Who remembers the Pediddle Beaver Whack game? When you were, or like Slug Bug. If you saw a buggy, and you got it, you punch we would be riding deep, like going to football practice or something as kids, going to Cleveland to like an Indians game or something. And we'd be riding that deep. Or Beaver Whack. That was another one. So a pediddle would be a car with one headlight. A beaver whack would be a car with the fake wood on the side. What was the other one? Beaver whack. And then, slug bug. And then if you saw the VW buggy, you would slug. Then we came up with one called the Hunter Donker. And it was all the above. We would go hunker donker. If you saw a beaver whack with a pediddle, bro, we're taking off. We're popping you, bro. You guys didn't play that driving around in the car back in the day? Now, you never see no beaver whacks. You hardly see the slug bugs. Pediddles, you could get away with the pediddle. What'd you guys call the pediddle game? The one light, the one headlight. What'd you guys call that where you guys live? Like I said, we called it Pedito. Slowbug was hilarious, dude. Those were all fun games, dude. We beat the crap out of each other. Cyclops, see how the difference goes from millennial to Gen X? Pediddle to damn Cyclops. I call my thing in the morning Cyclops, dog. That's like the name of a shaft, you know? Me and my friends called it Cyclops. That's what I call my dong in the morning, bro. Around about this time, I'm usually trolling black leftist channels. And he tells the monitors to leave me alone. It drives them nuts, dude. Well, I'm appreciative that you're chilling, bro. I'm just talking crap. You know, I'm just talking crap. I see you popping in, David. You're a gangster, brother. You've been in it. You be in there before anybody sometimes. I appreciate you chilling. I know you're one of us because look, there's been 60-something people just sitting in here. That's what's kept me going. It's because we're laughing. Like, I know you guys are sitting back reminiscing like I am, because I am. I'm laughing with you guys. Like, you gotta be. It's funny. Like, come on, man. Like, remember the Toys R Us? Like, the Toys R Us song? Come on. That song was, when that song came on, you got so excited, bro. You would get so excited. Like, I want it. But the part is, we'd slug each other even if we saw someone missing an eye, too. Yeah, bro. We showed no love, bro. We would beat the crap out of each other. For sure. For sure, for sure. Absolutely. And like, I remember being younger and going trick-or-treating. And like, it was before the whole, like, everybody's got Fetty. I mean, there's always been some sort of scare. Don't get me wrong. I understand that part. There's always been that, like, some sort of scare of, like, like, there's razor blades in the candy. Don't eat it. Now they're lacing the Mary J or the candy with Fetty and stuff like that. But when we were kids, oh come on, you don't remember like people decorating the yards to like little like haunted houses, and you would walk through people's houses and they would have it all decked out like a haunted house, and like it was like normal to go through like your neighborhood and like people would deck out their houses and they would be like, you know what I'm saying? Now it's like you can't even like I take my nephew trick-or-treating and it's like, bro, I had to yell at this old guy. Dude, I'm not even lying to you guys. I swear to you on everything I love. This was 2 years ago. I took my nephew trick-or-treating for his first time. And he walked up to the porch, and I'm not lying. This old lady gave him some candy, and this old dude like popped out of the side and took a picture of him. And took a picture of my nephew. And we're in like a real rich neighborhood. And like I'm standing there, and you guys know how I think, bro. I'm a free thinker, first off. You guys know what type of stories I cover, so you guys know where my brain's always going. Like, I'm always on the swerve looking out. And I'm like, why is this guy taking a picture of every kid that gets candy with their candy? Like, this dude was like in his 70s. I'm like, that is really effing weird, bro. Like, really weird. So we walked like 3 houses, and I was with my nephew's dad. My sister was not there. If my sister was there, my sister would have been up in that dude. So I'm walking with my brother, my brother-in-laws, and my nephews and stuff, like the guys, right? And I'm the one free thinker of everybody. Everybody else is sort of like, rose-colored glasses, but they're very smart and intelligent people, but they just don't think about what we would think about. I walked back up to that old man. I said, "Why are you taking pictures of these kids? Why?" And the lady's like, "He's been doing it for 40 years." I'm like, "So you've got 40 years worth of kids' pictures? Delete my nephew out of your camera now, dude." And now I started yelling at the dude, like, "Delete him now, bro. What is wrong with you? Like, what would he do with it?" I'll never forget that, bro. I'll never forget the closest I ever came to socking an old man, bro. Like, if he did not delete like 30 pictures in a row, I swear to you, I was going to sock him. I was pissed. Now, he wasn't frail, no. Don't worry, I'm not beating up like an old guy. But he was old enough to know what he was doing. And old enough to get socked if he didn't get my nephew out of his phone like ASAP. Or not phone, but his camera. You know what I'm saying? So, like, yeah, now we got to deal with all this technology to where, like, you got to watch your kids like 24/7. You got, crazy people out there, bro. Creepy ass Uncle Herb from Family Guy vibes. Yes, he had those type of vibes. And I'm the crazy uncle that went back and made the guy who raised the camera. It was like I was the Chad or like the Karen of the group. I was like the Karen of my family. You raise this right now, mister. That was me. I was like, "Yeah, bro, nah, you're weird, dude. Nah, I'm not playing that." Like, what are you going to do? Post it on Facebook? What do you do with it? Like, I just want to know. Like, where's all these other pictures? So then this past year, when we went, this is God's truth. This past year, we went trick-or-treating the same route, and I made my nephew skip the guy's house. I just was like, "Nope, you don't need his candy. Just keep going." And he didn't argue. He just kept moving. But I remember that house like, dude, I can spot it anytime. Make asylums great again, right? Need to, dude. People are nuts, bro. They really are. Like, they really have lost their gajibos. And it's like, bruh, I just would love for my nephew and for like my nephews and our kids and your kids to be able to freely play outside like we did and not worry. And it sucks. And you would think with all the cameras and everything going on, but dude, the cameras are even used wrong. It's like you can't even, dude. I don't know, man. I feel like this, like, dude, it's ironic. We got the AI question. I don't think this AI is to help us. I think it's to really do the opposite. And it proves it. I mean, look at how our lifestyle has changed. We used to be able to go to parties and party and not be put on camera and actually be yourself. And now people go to parties and can't even be themselves because people got cameras everywhere. And, so it's like, dude, that's why the AI stuff can get so scary. God knows what people could do with the AI. Like, I don't even want to know. It's beyond my pay grade. So that's like, I don't know how I took it to this level, but yeah, the AI stuff plays a huge role in why we're not safe no more. People got creepy ass dudes got cameras. Nah, bro. Back in the day, there used to be like cameras, you crush the light bulbs. Remember that? We need to go back to those days. Come on, man. Where it was expensive to take a picture. You only took a picture if you really had to. But David, I feel like it's about time for you to start trolling your leftist black YouTubers. Feed them to the hogs and gators. Yep. Whichever, bro. My thing, and one more thing, I used to like to troll I don't troll YouTubers anymore. I just don't have time to do it. I just don't have time. But back in the day, I used to love to troll the tarot card readers. Walking, are you in here? Remember, Ryan, what did she call me? Put it in the chat if you're listening. What did she call me? She called me like a white, pink, devil, little white pink devil or something like that. I got called that by a tarot card reader lady. I swear to you, bro. She went in. I laughed real hard. I was like, that was great, bro. That was a great comeback. I mean, I said something real nice too. Like she had some nice Hershey kisses under that. You know what I'm saying? I said something. Time for online digital ID and track people's hidden identities of trolling. No way. Dude, if you know what, I'd be cool with that. If we just busted open the whole troll line. Miss Cleo here to give your site. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Bro, Antonio used to go in there and just roast them. And dude, I'm not lying that I get called that, bro. But I'm so good at it that the host tells them to leave me alone. It's respectful and a step towards the right direction. Hey, look. I've got trolls in my chat that I know are trolls, but I let them go. As long as they're not disrespectful and as long as my views aren't being affected, I don't care. That gives other people someone to argue with. But like, if you see me like today, dude, how many people did y'all see me block today or put in timeout? Hundreds and hundreds. Why? Because I had no other mods. And the liberals like to come in mobs and they F up your show. So I just go ahead and throw them in 24-hour timeout and say, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for the view. Like, peace. I'm not going to sit here. Like, if you come in and say FDJ, or FDTJ or whatever the hell is, I'm going to go ahead and do what I got to do. I'm going to do what I got to do, dude. I don't know. You know what, you guys, since I'm sitting here, I might put this on if you guys want to watch it. Do you guys want to watch Trump? Put one in the chat if you do. If you don't, then I'll just keep BSing and get out of here. Do you guys want to watch Trump talk to the American farmers? Hit 1 if you do, hit 2 if you don't. I won't be mad. I don't care either way. I was just sitting there going, I do have the video sitting right here. The picture you have that's in the thumbnail, that's the video. I didn't get to show it though. So I didn't get to show it. But I'm so now don't start trolling me, David. Don't start trolling me now. I would love to go trolling with you guys. I've watched it, but I'm down. I just want to give my voice a hot break for a second. Let me throw it on. If it doesn't do nothing, then I'll come back. I want to give my voice a hot break just for a minute. Look at him. He's sitting there looking like a king. Why not?
This beautiful house. It's a beautiful house. There's no other house like it. I've seen them all, believe me, and this one is tops. But I'm thrilled to welcome all of you to the South Lawn for the single largest gathering of American farmers that the White House has ever seen, has ever had. And rain or shine, and you don't mind rain, shine. The one thing about farmers, they don't care about that weather. They get out there, it makes no difference. But rain or shine, no one is more grit or greater spirit than the American farmer. We love the American farmer. I just gave you $12 billion. I don't know if you know that or not. You make enough money, it doesn't matter to you, right? But we just provided $12 billion, right, Brooke, for the American farmer. You think Biden would have done that? No, he wouldn't have done that. We're delighted to be joined by Secretary of Agriculture, who's doing a fantastic job, Brooke Rollins. Brooke, thank you very much. Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Robert. Bobby. EPA Administrator is doing such an incredible job. He's getting those costs down for you, and he's always protecting the environment, but he does it quickly. A real superstar, Lee Zeldin. Thank you, Lee. Great job. And someone everyone loves, and they love in particular the job she's doing, Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler. Kelly, thank you very much. Thanks as well to John Hoven, Joni Ertz, Pete Ricketts, along with the chairman of the House Agricultural Committee, G.T. Thompson. And I tell you, they're fantastic people, that they are warriors. And representatives, Jim Baird, Randy Feenstra, Monica De La Cruz, Brad Finstadt, Michelle Fishback, Mark Messmer, Victoria Sparks, Frank Lucas, Tracy Mann, Zach Nunn, Adrian Smith, and Derek Van Orden. They're all out here. They want your votes desperately, desperately. They're only here for your vote. You know that. But they're here because actually they did a great job. Those were people that were the most, I would say, the most aggressive for the farmer, which is what we want. Other than me, they were right in there. I was more aggressive than any of them. But also with us is the CEO of Tractor Supply, Hal Lawton, who will soon open the company's 2,500th store in honor of America's 250th. Hal, thank you very much. It was great to meet you at the Oval Office 2 minutes ago. I also want to thank the...
I've already got a complaint. The Tractor Supply Company is so un-American. Everything there is not made in America. Literally, any bit of their clothes, anything from there is Vietnam, not America at all. The only thing they do have is good non-GMO food for your cat if you ever want any. But
President of the American Farm Bureau Federation, Zippy Duval. I've known Zippy for a long time. Zippy's been with me right from the beginning, right, Zippy? From day one, he liked Trump. He said, well, I don't know, but I just had a good meeting with him. I'm gonna go with Trump, right? That was in 2015. And very special thanks to the proud young parents of two beloved American institutions, Future Farmers of America and 4-H. Two great ones. For 4 disastrous years before I took office, Sleepy Joe Biden and the Democrats in Congress crushed America's farmers with the worst inflation in the history of our country. Prices were going through the roof. So bad, it was so bad what they had done to our country. And by the way, in so many other ways too, borders and everything else. But they crippled the American agriculture industry with brutal restrictions and failed to negotiate even a single new trade deal on your behalf. Not one trade deal was negotiated on your behalf during the Biden administration. And we happen to be the exact opposite. We have so many trade deals, we don't know what the hell to do with them. We need more lawyers. But now the American Farm Office, and in my first year back in the White House, farm income has soared by 20% very quickly. I repealed the Biden EPA's ridiculous water restrictions. You had water restrictions that gave you everything but water. Yet it needed a little water. They wouldn't give you it. It was crazy. To keep federal bureaucrats off your land and out of your pockets. It's a big deal. With the help of Republicans in Congress. We passed the largest tax cuts in American history. Already 45% of filers have taken advantage of our new tax provisions with an average refund so far of almost $5,000, a record. In fact, we passed them and people are just starting to see how important they are. It's amazing what's happened. The numbers are, they're reporting that it's much more money than I thought. I tell you, I call it the great big beautiful bill. Is a great big beautiful bill, and it's especially in terms of your tax refunds and your taxes, because it's the lowest tax we pay. It's the biggest tax reduction in the history of our country. It's also the biggest regulation reduction in the history of our country, which as farmers, you know what that means. It means a lot of good things. We made the small business tax deduction permanent, benefiting 98% of America's farmers and ranchers. And thanks to bonus depreciation, farmers can now deduct 100% of the cost of new tractors and all equipment in the first year. In other words, you buy a tractor, you deduct the whole price. Normally it goes over a 38-year period. This is slightly better. You got these tiny little deductions that weren't even worth it. Now you can do it at one time. Only Trump could have gotten you that one. That was a big thing. And in the first term, you know, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country in the first term. We are blowing them away right now. And by the way, we're doing really well in Iran, just so you understand. You know, I mean, how good is our military? How good is our military? Very importantly, we saved 2 million American farms from extinction by virtually ending the unfair estate tax. We've ended the estate tax, or as they call it, the death tax, and you can now keep your family farms in the family. We had a problem. See, these are all people that are clapping that love their children. If they didn't love their children, they wouldn't care about what I just said. But most of you, does anybody not love your child? Because that would be the one person that would have clapped the other way. No, it's a big thing. I would see farmers and they pass away. They love their life. They love this. There's something about a farmer, maybe more than anybody else. They love that. They love the soil and they love their farms, and they'd pass away. They'd have wonderful children, and the children would get hit with this massive tax bill for the value of the farm. Sometimes the farm is very valuable, but the cash isn't so readily available. And they'd go out to a bank and they'd borrow money, and they'd borrow and borrow and borrow to pay the tax. They'd be working for 20 years to pay it off. If they had a bad season, they'd lose their farm. We lost it many, many times. And you'd have actually many, many suicides over it. They would actually commit suicide because they couldn't stand the concept of losing their family farm. And I ended the death tax, or the estate tax, on family farms and small businesses. So I think you're appreciative of that. It was a terrible thing. It's too bad that so many people in the past couldn't have taken advantage of it, because it would have made a lot of happy people out of people that really have had a miserable life. When they lose their farm, they're never the same. They're never the same. And I hope our farmers never forget that every single Democrat in Congress voted against all of the provisions I just mentioned, including the estate tax. And Republicans, all of these Republicans have stood strong and fought hard and gotten it. But the Democrats voted against every single provision that I just mentioned, including the tax reduction.
I do know that there's some truth to what he's saying for sure, because the Amish came out and voted for Trump, and they've never backed a candidate before, ever. And the Amish came out because he did look out for them and the farmers.
And including, frankly, the estate tax. But we delivered. The Republicans delivered for the farmers, and it was not easy because the opposition to farmers by Democrats is very strong. Thanks to our trade deals, you're now sending over $40 billion in American soybeans to China. I want to thank President Xi of China, because we had a deal at 20, and I said, could you do me a favor? It's a big place. Could you double it? And he said, what are you talking about? I said, could you make it 40 instead of 20? And he overrode all of his people. He said, all right, I'll do it. And you got 40 instead of 20. So now you go out and buy bigger tractors. What can I tell you? Remember when that was announced, everybody was surprised. Everybody thought it was going to be 20. He was very good. But the American soybeans are now being shipped to China in record amounts, and we expanded markets for American beef, dairy products, biofuels across Asia, Europe, South America, like we've never had before. Our farmers and agricultural producers do not want handouts. They really don't. The farmers come to my office a lot, and they just, sir, please just give us a level playing field. Others want more than that. They want everything. The farmers want a level playing field, and I talk about it all the time. That's all they want, because you were just the last 4 years before this one, before our great first year, we have records in so many categories. But during the past administration, you were treated really badly, and you were treated badly by the world because you had nobody that cared about defending you. But you want that fair shot and a level playing field, and I'm giving that to you. And I think I'm actually giving you much better than a level playing field. I'm giving you a field that goes like this. Makes it a lot easier for you, the things that we've done. And to further help farmers recovering from the Biden catastrophe, we use money taken from tariffs. The tariffs, we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from the tariffs. And as I said, we gave you $12 billion in farm relief. And that happened just recently because you were hurt by certain countries unfairly. And I said you were unfairly hurt, and we gave you $12 billion, and that made up for it. I'm also asking Congress to quickly pass the new farm bill. And today I'm promising to request additional farm relief for our great patriots in the next funding bill. So we have you taken care of in both instances, and we're pushing very hard for the new farm bill. The Democrats fight us. I don't know the Democrats fight us on farm bills, and they always have. They are not your natural politician. Any farmer that votes for a Democrat is crazy. They are brutal on the farmers. One of the Americans benefiting from our policy.
Step on up there, little Gothics. Who do you support, and what should we be supporting right now? Huh? It's way more important than this. Who should we be supporting, bro? You just said, how could anyone still support this? Admin is wild. What should we support, bro? Should we run around and cry like no kings? What are we supposed to do, bro? And who says that we're all sitting here supporting him and not just watching what the president's saying? Because he does run our country. And some people do like to know what's going on around them. Some people aren't just deranged in their head where they don't want to know. I just want to know, bro. This is COAT. Whatever that means. What is COAT, bro? Explain it. Come through, bro. Come through, homie, because you ain't saying nothing. You're not saying nothing. I'm just waiting. You came in talking hot. Now you're not saying nothing, bro. Goodbye. You're a buster. Yeah. You've been in here plenty of times too, bro. And you seem
Policies and new market access is Joel Virek, a fourth-generation farmer from Woolwich Township, New Jersey. Joel, he really has a great story to tell. Please, Joel, come up and tell that story.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity.
Oh, yeah, you haven't? You haven't been here, huh? Here, little Gothics. Let me show you what you've been since you've been here. Okay, your last show you were in, you put Israel first, and then you've got 2 deleted messages. Let's see. You've been deleted once, and you've been timed out once. You've got a channel that's 15 years old with 13 subscribers. Okay? Another show you were in here, you said, people are going to look back and see me, some random guy, talking about this for 2 years. LOL. You also said Trump also did the big merger with that plasma company. And then you also said, seen Lockheed practically teleport an aircraft the size of stadium using their plasma tech. That's just one show. That's another show. And there's another show. What do you mean, bro? You liar. You're a fan, bro. It goes so far down that I could be reading your comments all day. But you say you don't know me? Oh, okay. Well, clearly you've been in here enough times. You better recognize who I am, bro. Check it. Check who I am, dog.
Opportunity to speak today and for having this event and inviting us all here. Yeah, I'm a vegetable farmer from Woolwich Township, New Jersey. We farm a few hundred acres where we specialize in Jersey fresh tomatoes. I do that along with my family. Also, I guess most importantly today, as you spoke about the farm bill, I just urge Congress to pass the farm bill. It's vital to everything that we do, everything from financing to crop insurance, and it's vital to the USDA and the farm credit system. Also, we appreciate the bridge payments, your policy on trade.
I got sold. Oh, little Gothics. You're the little homo that's friends with Sean. Little Gothics. Man, I troll you so hard on damn Discord. You're a little kike too, bro. No, I'm not mad at all. I'm not mad at all. And I definitely didn't sell out, bro. I don't know what you mean. Selling out as in mean doing well? Okay, bro. If that's what you want to call it what you will. Call it what you will, buddy.
Everything, it's going to help strengthen what we do. So I just want to thank you again for just everything you're doing to make America great again.
You know, while I'm up here, I'm looking around. I love construction. You see all those nice Caterpillars and John Deeres. We have a lot of John Deeres. That's a big dig. And we're building a ballroom for 150 years. They haven't, they've wanted, every president said, could we have a ballroom, please? A room where you could have a lot of people. So when the president of China, France, when somebody comes over from the UK, including the king, we have the king coming over very shortly, and King Charles. So we can have like a large room, because the White House is incredible, but it was never had a ballroom. And we're building, that'll be the finest ballroom anywhere in the world when it's completed. And I'm just looking at the construction. In fact, if you don't mind, I'll walk over there and look for a little while. Then I'll come back and I'll continue to speak. I love construction. I love building beautiful things. But you're going to have something very, really tremendously. And thank you. This month, we issued a major new rule declaring that farmers have a right to repair your own equipment. Can you believe that one? And that action will save the typical farmer up to $30,000 on major repairs. I mean, I heard about this. I said, you got to be kidding. You don't have the right to fix. These guys can fix anything, but you didn't have the right to fix your own equipment. We ended that rather quickly. And now you do. And I did another thing, and I'll explain it in a second, because we had a ridiculous Washington restriction called the so-called diesel exhaust fluid requirement. Do you know about that? It was a basic disaster. Today, we're announcing new guidelines drastically limiting these ridiculous DEF rules, saving farmers and consumers billions and billions of dollars. And when I was in Iowa recently, I met a man who was the chairman of John Deere, great company. And I asked him, I said, could I ask you a question? We cut a lot of the restrictions, almost all of them on cars. What have we done for tractors and trucks and different things that you use on the farms? He said, sir, they never got to us. They never did that. I said, well, we're going to have to, that was about 2 months ago. We've worked very hard, and Lee is working on that. It's a top priority. I told him, Lee Zeldin, a top priority. So when you buy a tractor today, you spend 50% of your time fixing the environmental impact statement garbage that's on the tractor. In fact, I buy a lot of things that having to do with farm equipment, where I own clubs and other things. And I said, give me 10-year-old equipment. Do you have any 10-year-old equipment hasn't been used yet. And whenever they had it, I would buy it because it was much better than the new stuff, which has so much environmental nonsense on it that it ends up costing thousands of dollars more to produce, and it doesn't work well. Too complicated. And then you'll get somebody that is a farm worker, and he's looking at heavy computerized environmental equipment, and you have where the tractor will turn off if the environmental equipment isn't working. It was an automatic turn off. It did absolutely nothing for the environment. It cost you $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a machine. And to save fuel, many of you are working over massive deposits of fuel. To save a quarter of a glass of fuel, this much, just a little bit, they'll have 2 extra computers in it that never worked. And I said to the head of John Deere, is this a good thing or a bad thing? He said, sir, you have no idea how bad it is. It's made our tractors so complicated. You need a major degree from MIT in order to turn on a tractor. We want to go back to the old way, sir. And I said, I agree with you 100%. And we are working very hard and very quickly to get rid of the horrible chains placed on tractor suppliers. That's a beautiful tractor. That's a gold tractor. Somebody had me in mind. What's that all about? That's a hell of a tractor. I'm looking at this. That's a good one, too. Red, white, and blue. But somebody really hit me with that one. That's beautiful. Well, but so we are going to be, Lee, I think we can say, I know you're in the process, cutting out massive amounts of nonsense that are mandated to be put on your tractors and all of your trucks that costs you a fortune. And I know that they're going to do this. And I asked him, you got to promise me one thing. You're not going to take it in profits. You're going to lower the cost of a tractor. I want you to lower the cost. And if they don't lower the cost, you'll let me know, and I'll have to do a big number in those companies, okay? Because they're going to be able to very shortly produce a bigger, better tractor at substantially less money. It's going to be better. It's going to be a better tractor at substantially less money. It's going to be more reliable. It's not going to be turning off every 15 seconds because a computer went haywire that you don't need. You're going to have a better tractor for less money. But I want John Deere and Case and all of their great companies, Caterpillar. I want all of them. Got a lot of Caterpillars in there all over the place. I look forward to seeing them later. But I want these companies to give it to you in the form of lower tractor and equipment costs. And I think it's going to have a huge impact. And Lee, when you do this, I really want you to mandate to the companies to sell the equipment cheaper, not to get the same price and make a spread of, could be $6,000 or $7,000 a machine. So we'll work on that together, okay? Thank you very much, everybody. I think it's going to be a great thing. We're working on it very hard. So Americans love our farmers, and to make it easier for consumers to choose products raised by ranchers like Michael, we recently announced a brand new food label. It's product of the USA. I love that. Product of the USA. We have another one called Made in the USA. That's better for a car. I like US product for the USA. I hadn't heard that, but it's good. They want the USA product. When Americans see those words in grocery stores, they'll know that it was raised, harvested, and processed by the greatest farmers and ranchers anywhere on the face of the earth. You are the greatest. Nobody even close. Just like we have the greatest military, we have the greatest, most powerful military in the world by far. We have the greatest farmers also. Thanks. And thanks to your hard work and incredible productivity, we're slashing the prices of key staples for American families. The cost of cheese, butter, potatoes, and fruit, many, many other products is lower today than when I took office. Eggs are down, as an example, 60% from when I took office. And we have others coming down, and beef is starting to come down. Beef was an amazing thing. I was told by Brooke, I said, I don't really believe it. They wanted to have less cattle in the country for environmental reasons. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what that means? Can you believe it? Who would think of this? These are sick people. No, they want less cattle for environmental reasons. It has something to do with gas. permeating throughout the air. And we actually, and that's what happened. And these, the number of cattle was way down. I said, what happened? They were mandated, they were restricted for that reason. These people are crazy. But anyway, we got rid of that one too. That was an easy one. It was, you know, if I said this 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, people wouldn't even believe what I'm saying. It's like men playing in women's sports. Would you believe we have an argument over that? Men playing in women's sports. Did you ever see the weightlifting record? It stood for 19 years. Women, great women athletes, they get up there. And then a man came along who happened to transition, and the record was broken by 119 pounds. And he was a bad weightlifter. It's true. He was a failed male weightlifter. He shattered the record. I would say that's not good. So we're bringing all that back to normalcy too. And look what happened at the Olympics. The Olympic Committee, the heads of the Olympics just announced there will be no men playing in women's sports. Who else could have done that? You think that was easy? That wasn't easy. That was not easy. It's probably, you know, they say it's an 80-20. No, I think it's a 99-1 issue, and nobody can find the one. To help lower gasoline prices for farmers and consumers, this week I issued an emergency order to allow immediate sales of E15 and just as I promised in the campaign, I'm seeking congressional action to allow E15 all year round, okay? And I'm trusting Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune, they're two good men. I'm trusting them to find a deal that works for farmers, consumers, and refiners, including small and mid-sized refiners. And they're going to send me a bill, and we should be able to get that done. We've worked with the refiners before, and we're going to get that done. Today, I'm also announcing a dramatic update to the renewable fuel standards for 2026 and 2027. A big problem. What they've done to you is, and the country, what they've done to the country is just incredible. The environmentalists, I mean, they are terrorists. They were terrorists. I call them the environmental terrorists, and will now be requiring the highest volumes of renewable fuels in history. These new standards will generate over $10 billion of rural economic benefit, create an estimated 100,000 new jobs, and massively increase our nation's energy supply. It'll come right out of the farms. In addition, to help bring down grocery costs even more, today, I'm pleased to announce that the Small Business Administration, that's Kelly, is opening up massive new loan guarantees for farmers and food suppliers, including vegetable farmers, grain farmers, and seed farmers, cattle, pig, and poultry producers, grocery wholesalers, and many more. So if you're in the industry, Kelly, you better get ready. You're going to be inundated, right? It's the first time that's happened. And you know, when they say she's the head of small business, when you add it all up, it's got to be the biggest, it's like the biggest bank in the world or something. It's nothing small about it. But you'll do a job, Kelly, right? Help them out, right? From Texas to Kansas, from Iowa to Idaho, and from Minnesota. Did I hear Minnesota? How is Minnesota doing? What's going on? What's going on in Minnesota with that crazy governor, that crooked, corrupt governor? How about the Attorney General? Do you think he's a dirty cop? You think he's a dirty cop? All right, we'll get Minnesota back. We'll take it back from Somalia. Now, do you believe these people come from Somalia? They have nothing. It's not. They come. Somalia is considered the worst country. It's not even a country, like the worst country in the world. The worst. They come over here, and they steal $19 billion. We'll get it straightened out. It's happening. Our vice president is in charge of a new division. It's called the Fraud Division. You know, if we straighten out half the fraud that took place in this country over the years, we'd have not only a balanced budget, we'd have a big surplus. So we're going to get it done. We're going to get it done. But from Minnesota to Mississippi, we're lifting up our hardworking farmers and ranchers and growers, and we're putting more money in American pockets. We're going to prove that the golden age of American agriculture is right here and right now. And I want to ask, just if you would you come up and say something? Because I'll tell you what, come on over here. This is a great farmer. Would you just tell your quick story, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Michael Cliver, and I operate my family's ranch in Westfield, Pennsylvania, Doble Circle D Farms. And the work that you guys have done, it's unexplainable how big it is for the American farmer and the next generation that don't have to headache and don't have to worry about the death tax. It's astounding what you guys have done. It's absolutely spectacular. And also the working family tax cut policies that allowed us to get my daughter a Trump account, and we can teach her fiscal responsibility, compound interest, and investment, and plan for her future. And it's just absolutely astounding what you've done with that. Also, your energy policies up in Potter and Tioga County, Pennsylvania, the gas companies are leasing mineral rights again actively, and that's putting money back into the farmers' pockets up there too. So for all that, I applaud you and thank you, Mr. President.
I'm glad I called him up. I didn't know who the hell he was. He's standing up. You know, he's standing. We went through one, and I said, there's another guy, but they don't have anything about. But you did it. It's an extremely good job you did, huh? Wow. Thank you very much. I do want to say, do you mind if I step over here and just look at that tractor for a second? Because I assume it's a gift to me. That's crazy. It's beautiful. Oh, that is really something. Well, thank you very much for the gift. I appreciate it. Oh boy, can you imagine if I accepted that gift, what they would do? A Democrat can accept. We're not allowed to accept. No, but that's a beautiful machine. We make the greatest machines. That's a beautiful, beautiful machine. I'd like to ask a very special woman to step up. You know, Brooke, I always said, could run any company in the world. She could run these big companies. She's a great executive. And we've talked about it. My wife's actually said, you know, Brooke could be an executive anyway. That doesn't mean you're leaving, okay? No. But when I had a chance, I said, what about Department of Agriculture? I had no idea that she has like a PhD in agriculture. She went to school in agriculture. I would have put her there even if she didn't. But she's so highly trained, and she loves it, and she loves the farmers just like I do, and ranchers and everybody else having to do with this very special world that you live in. And Brooke has really been a star, and I want to thank you very much and say a few words. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Sir, the first thing I want to say is when we had that unexpected conversation about this job, November 21st of 2024, I've often said that sometimes you have plans for yourself, but then God and Donald Trump redirect your plan. 1 year in, I can't tell you the honor, the joy, the blessing of getting to fight every day. There is no better job than this. Even President, I believe, there is no better job than being your 33rd Secretary of Agriculture. And Mr. President, thank you for your trust. It's just incredible. Not in our lifetime. The President and I on our walk over here, we're talking about how the farmers, the ranchers, rural America, we are your people, sir. From the moment he came down the golden escalator to today, no one has stood more proudly, more strongly, more courageously for this man, this transformational president at this moment in our country's history than you all, our farmers and ranchers. I want everyone to get to their feet and just thank him for what he has done for our community, for our farmers and ranchers. He's the best, the best. Never cry in trouble, but yeah, so grateful. So grateful. A couple of other really special people. I know we have some friends in from Pennsylvania. We have some amazing Amish farmers. And I started thinking, I maybe shouldn't do this because I don't think they like the recognition, but they drove all the way here. If they're willing to stand up, let us thank you for making such an effort and your wonderful support for our president. I was told that even a new dress was made for this event, and I know this is out of the box a little bit for you and your amazing community, but I know on behalf of our Pennsylvanians and others, we're so grateful for you and your leadership. I also want to do a big shout out to Senator Hoeven, Senator Ernst, our congressman, Senator Ricketts, who fought so hard to get rural America in the one big, beautiful bill. You all deserve so much credit. It was the largest investment in rural America for our farmers and ranchers in American history. This man drove it, but you guys executed, and we're so grateful to you. So thank you. Thank you. Also, very quickly, my mom is on the front row. State legislator Helen Kerwin, thanks to Donald Trump, is doing remarkable work for us in Texas. My beautiful sister. We talked about, Mr. President, the future of farming with a faith born not of words, but of deeds. You have the FFAers and the 4-Hers here. We're so glad you are our future, and we are so grateful. Thank you. And speaking of the FFA, sir, my ag teacher from 35 years ago came all the way from Glen Rose, Texas. Mr. Rosenbush, stand up. I love you. There were a few times he put me in the back of the bus for being too sassy. And we've come a long way, Mr. Rosenbush. God bless you and thank you for everything you mean. Listen, everyone, the president did it so well. What we inherited when we came in just over a year ago, we left with an agricultural trade surplus when we walked out of here in January of 2021. We came back with an agricultural trade deficit of $50 billion. Not one new trade deal under the Biden administration. When we left, the cost of inputs were 40% less for our farmers and ranchers than when we came back 4 years later. We inherited a mess, but this president understands that there is no more American of the Americans than our farmers and ranchers and the pioneering spirit that you all represent. And today on the South Lawn of the White House, to have the largest gathering of farmers in American history at this White House is historical. It will go down in the record books. I believe this president will be remembered as the president and our administration with Bobby, with Lee, and with Kelly, who are all here, my best friends from the cabinet, across the cabinet, as the moment in American history where we reversed the trend, where we stopped losing family farms, where we fought for rural America because it is the very, very best of who we are. And that began with this president, with his leadership, and we just couldn't be more grateful. God bless you, Donald Trump. God bless America, and God bless our farmers and ranchers. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
So the Farm Bill is going to happen. It's all going to happen. And I just want to thank you all for being here. You're very, very special people. I'll never forget, we won like such a number, like nobody's ever won before. You voted for me. I will never forget that. I'll never forget the friendship, the great friendship that we've had. And we've got a lot more to do, Brooke, and we're going to do it, and we're going to get it done very fast, very, very, very fast. And thank you all for being at the White House. Thank you very much. Bye. Thank you, everybody. Navy's gone, the Air Force. Hello, everybody.
Mr. President.
So we've had very good negotiations today with Iran, getting a lot of the things that they should have given us a long time ago. See how it works out, but they're very good, moving along very nicely. And they've destroyed a lot of additional targets today. The Navy's gone, the Air Force has gone, we know that. But we destroyed many targets today. It was a big day. And we are negotiating with them directly and indirectly. We have emissaries, but we also are dealing directly. And as you know, they've agreed to send 8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2, so it was 10 boats. And now today they gave us as a tribute, I don't know, I can't define it exactly, but they gave us, I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait. And that's taking place starting tomorrow morning. Over the next couple of days, a lot of boats. And I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation. But you never know with Iran because we negotiate with them and then we always have to blow them up. Whether it's the B-2 bombers or just terminating, as an example, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, probably the worst deal we've ever done as a country, one of the dumbest deals we've ever done. But I terminated it, unfortunately, otherwise right now they'd have a nuclear weapon. Then we did the attack with the B-2 bombers and we stopped them from having nuclear. And now we had to blow them up again. And we will probably, I think we'll make a deal with them, pretty sure. Whether it's possible, we won't. But we've had regime change, if you look already, because the one regime was decimated, destroyed, they're all dead. The next regime is mostly dead. And the third regime, we're dealing with different people than anybody's dealt with before. It's a whole different group of people. So I would consider that regime change. And frankly, they've been very reasonable. So I think we've had regime change. We can't do much better than that. The regime that was really bad, really evil was the first one. That was done. The second was appointed, and they're gone. They're all dead, other than one who may have a little life in them. And then there really are the third group. And the third group of people that seem to be much more reasonable. It truly is regime change. And regime change is an imperative. I think we have it automatically. I did something today. We just got these in from the architects. A lot of people are talking about how beautiful the ballroom is. For 150 years, they've wanted to build a ballroom at the White House. And other presidents have wanted it. When we have dignitaries coming like President Xi of China or anybody else, we have very small rooms. They're not big enough to handle the kind of capacity that you need. This is the same height as the White House. It's an incredible fitting. You see what that is, right? Nice. I'll show you. Here's another view. This is coming from right opposite the Treasury building. Beautiful Capitol. Beautiful building. One of the, I think it'll be the finest ballroom of its kind anywhere in the world. A lot of people are giving it really good reviews. Some are giving it reviews without even seeing the building because this just came out today. These pictures we just made today. We got rid of, quite a while ago, the stairs on the south side. And it's become really beautiful. But it matches and fits the White House. It's also capable of handling the inauguration. We have all bulletproof glass. We have drone-proof roofs, ceilings, everything's drone-proof and bulletproof. And unfortunately, we're living in an age where that's a good thing. And this is the view from the Treasury, opposite the Treasury. Let me see another one of them. Here's a view from on the south with the porch, which is a porch and it's also a fire stair, basically leading down to the grounds. And that porch will be magnificent, looking in between the columns. They no longer, we took the stairs out and we're on the south side and really replaced them with these stairs. So you have an open porch and you have the closed porch under the columns. overlooking the Washington Monument, the Jefferson Memorial, and the Lincoln Memorial / Monument. So that's great. This is a view of the columns as they are going to be made. They're going to be hand carved and they're beautiful. Top of the line, there'll be Corinthian, which is considered the best, most beautiful by far. Okay. What's your timeline? That's it. Timeline. So we're ahead of schedule and under budget. And all of this money, all of the money paid are paid by myself and donors. It's all donors. There's not one dime of government money going into the ballroom. Now the military is building a big complex under the ballroom, which has come out recently because of a stupid lawsuit that was filed. But the military is building a massive complex under the ballroom, and that's under construction, and we're doing very well. So we're ahead of schedule. It's part of it. And the ballroom essentially becomes a shed for what's being built under the military, including from drones and including from any other thing. The glass, with the windows, you see the big windows, the glass is extremely thick. It's high-grade bulletproof glass. So all of the windows are bulletproof. I think the Times wrote, gee, some of the windows are fake. We have no fake windows. They talked about a stairway to the south. We don't have a stairway to the south. That was replaced a long time ago. But this is a view of it from the north, and that's, if you see it, it fits in with the White House. It's almost a twin to the White House. It's something we just wanted to pay tribute to the White And so that fits in beautifully. Let me just see another one. Here's another one. Excuse me, wait. I thought I'd do this now because it's easier. I'm so busy that I don't have time to do this. But I'm fighting wars and other things. But this is very important because this is going to be with us for a long time, and it's going to be, I think it'll be the greatest ballroom anywhere in the world. It's its highest level. Same height, exact height, if not higher, same height as the White House, exactly the same height. And if you look, you have the White House over here, you have this, and that's a duplicate of the wall. So it pays total homage to the White House, which is, I think, very important.
Mr. President, deal in Iran this upcoming week.
Say it?
Sir, could you foresee a deal in Iran this upcoming week?
I do see a deal in Iran, yeah.
Mr. President,
could be soon.
Are you considering still putting boots on the ground, and would you do that without going to Congress?
I just have lots of alternatives. We have tremendous numbers of ships over there. We don't need them all because of, the power. Look, I would say we're just like we're ahead of schedule on the ballroom. In a much bigger way, we're ahead of schedule with Iran. We're weeks ahead of schedule. If you would have said that in 3 days we were going to knock out 158 ships, their entire Navy, which we did, we knocked out their entire Air Force. We knocked out most of their missiles. That's why you see missile attacks, but they're down to just sputtering. And we have a group, it's really a new regime. It's a group of people that we've never dealt with before, that are acting very reasonable. It is truly regime change.
Is Khamenei's son still alive, sir? Is he a part of these
We think he
conversations?
may be, nobody's heard about him. He may be alive, but he's obviously very seriously in trouble. He's seriously wounded.
You had offered that 15-point plan to Iran. Did they ever come back?
Yeah, they came back on the 15-point plan. They gave us most of the points. Why wouldn't they?
You make it sound like they made some concessions. Can you identify those?
Well, they're agreeing with us on the plan. I mean, we asked for 15 things, and for the most part, we're going to be asking for a couple of other things.
Oh, yeah.
And just to prove that they're serious, they gave us all these votes. When I talked about 4 days ago a present, I said they gave me a present. But I didn't think I was at liberty to say what it was. What it was 8 plus 2. It's 10 massive boatloads of oil. And today they gave us another present. They gave us 20 boatloads of oil. That starts being shipped tomorrow. We're having very good meetings, both directly and indirectly, and we're getting a lot of very important points.
Sir, were you caught off guard when the Senate passed the DHS funding bill?
It's a shame. They should really just go to a filibuster. They should terminate the filibuster.
And will you compete?
And they should vote. That's what I think. Look, I think the Senate is playing it too soft. The Republicans are wonderful people, but we're dealing with very sick individuals. The Democrats are sick. There's something wrong. They're like terrorists. And we have to protect our country. We have to protect our border. We have to protect our wall. It was up to them. They'd open up the wall. They'd let millions of people pour into our country again. And we've all been through that. I don't care if you're liberal or conservative. What we have now is we have a beautiful, closed border. We're getting murderers out of our country that Biden let in, the administration, the Democrats. We're getting the drug lords out of our country. We're bringing them back to other countries where they came from all over the world. We have great crime numbers despite the fact that they let in 25 million people. And we're focused on the bad ones. I mean, the ones that came in, we'll work on something, but we have to get the killers out. We have to get the drug dealers out. We have to get the criminally insane. We have people that are criminally insane. They are unbelievably violent people that come out of insane asylums. The Democrats want them protected. I want them out. They have to be out. You can't have a country if they're here.
Would you sign a DHS deal without ICE funding in it?
ICE is vital to the well-being of our country. ICE, first of all, they're great patriots, but they are physically and mentally very strong people. And they are able to protect us from the animals that have been sent in, allowed to be sent in by the Biden administration, where you have people, jails were prisons from Venezuela, from the Congo, from all over the world, from every continent. They were allowed to come into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. You can't have a soft, weak, sad person deal with this. You need strong people. Now, they love our country. They're very brave. They're very strong, like some of these guys. But you have to have these people removed or you don't have a country. So we had the best crime numbers that we've had, murder numbers, the best in 125 years. Think of it. Since the year 1900, before my father was born by a lot, we have the best crime numbers. And we're going to keep it that way. And that's despite the fact that so many criminals were allowed into our country. So we need ICE. We need Border Patrol. The last thing you people want to see is our country overrun again by criminals. And that's not going to happen. We're not going to let that happen. And by the way, our country doesn't want that.
How do you feel? Some Republicans, including Senator Mike Lee, say reconciliation won't work to pass the Save America Act because it's not budget related. What's your response to that?
Well, they say they'll have to, the parliamentarians going to have to make a decision on that. But I say end the filibuster, terminate the filibuster, just vote, and you'll get everything you want. You get all 5 things. We have voter ID, we have proof of citizenship. It's so important. Mail-in ballots have to be stopped, with exceptions for the military, for sick people, people that are sick, people disabled, for people that are traveling. If you're traveling, you can vote. But other than that, mail-in ballots are inherently dishonest. Jimmy Carter and his Carter Commission said you can't have mail-in ballots. We're the only country in the world that has mail-in ballots. We're the only country in the world that has, we have a big case becoming in the Supreme Court that had to do with the babies of slaves after the Civil War. And instead of that, it's being used as a way for rich countries and thousands of people from China coming in and getting citizenship for people within their family. This is not what they meant when they did that. So that's a big decision coming up. But if you look at it and you look at what we've done here, we have 5 points. We don't want men playing in women's sports. The Democrats do. We don't want transgender mutilization of our children. The Democrats are just fine with it. You could do every child in America, they'd be very happy. We don't want the mutilization of our children. It's transgender, and we're not going to have it. So we want to go into those things, the 5 points, and with the filibuster termination, you could vote them all in. the Republicans would have the vote.
Mr. President, leaders told me that they do not have the votes to terminate the
I
filibuster.
know,
How will
but
you get around
that's
that?
part of being a leader. You have to get the votes.
Do you have confidence in
I
leadership?
mean, I like him so much. He's a high quality person. And he told me the same thing. We don't have the votes. Well, he's only a couple of votes short. But that's what being a leader is. You have to get the votes. You have to get the votes. And those people will not be able to withstand the onslaught because Republicans and the country wants it. You know, it's polling at 87% voter ID. Think of it. We're talking about Save America. And it's not Save Act, it's Save America Act. It's just Saving America. Save Act, nobody knows what it's saving. It's the Save America Act. And you have to have it. You have to have it. The Save America Act, voter ID, all of these things, proof of citizenship. It's an 87% issue with all voters, including Democrats. The only ones that don't want it are Schumer and these corrupt Democrat leaders, because it will not give them the ability to cheat in an election. Look, why wouldn't you want voter ID? There's not a reason in the world you wouldn't want it except to cheat. And if they don't cheat, their policy is so bad, they'll never win another election.
Mr. President, on Friday you mentioned that Cuba will be next. What did you mean by that exactly?
And who will be next?
Cuba.
Yeah, Cuba's going to be next. Cuba's going to be.
In what way?
Cuba's a mess. It's a failing country, and they're going to be next. Within a short period of time, it's going to fail, and we will be there to help it out. We'll be there to help our great Cuban Americans out who were thrown out of Cuba. In many cases, their family members were mutilated and killed by Castro. Oh, Cuba's going to be next, yeah.
Are you considering withdrawing Casey Means for Surgeon General and nominating someone else?
Well, we're looking at a lot of different things. I don't know how she's doing in the nomination process. I'm more focused on Iran, but something like that would be possible.
Mr. President, do you still have confidence?
We certainly have a lot of great candidates with it.
Do you still have confidence in Tulsi Gabbard, sir?
Yeah, sure. Follow up. I mean, she's a little bit different in her thought process than me, but that doesn't make somebody not available to serve.
Is she on the same page
I
as
would
you?
say that I'm very strong on the fact that I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Because if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it immediately. I think she's probably a little bit softer on that issue, but that's okay. Some people are. Most people aren't. Most people are saying thank you very much for doing what you did. They are decimated right now. They're going to give up nuclear weapons. They're going to give us the nuclear dust. They're going to do everything that we want to do. And you know what? They're going to go on and maybe have a great country again. But if they don't do that, they're not going to have a country. They're not even going to have a country. So she's softer on that issue, but I have other people, not too many. That's an issue that we've had great support. You saw the CNN poll where Trump with MAGA, and I think MAGA is most of the Republican Party, is 100% approval. In fact, the young gentleman that does the poll was very good, actually, because he's honest. He said, I've never seen 100% before. I'm 100% in the CNN poll, which just came out. Thank you very much, everybody.
One more thing on Cuba. There's a report that the U.S. is going to let a Russian oil tanker go to Cuba. Is that true?
Well, we have a tanker out there. We don't mind having somebody get a boatload because they have to survive.
So that report is true as far as you know?
Well, I would say, I told them, if a country wants to send some oil into Cuba right now, I have no problem with it.
Do you worry that helps?
Whether it's Russia or not. What?
Do you worry that helps Vladimir Putin, though?
Doesn't help him. He loses one boatload of oil. That's all it is. It's fine.
President,
If he wants to do that, and if other countries want to do it, it doesn't bother me much. It's not going to have an impact. Cuba's finished. They have a bad regime. They have very bad and corrupt leadership. And whether or not they get a boat of oil, it's not going to matter. I'd prefer letting it in, whether it's Russia or anybody else, because the people need heat and cooling and all of the other things that you need. Go ahead.
No, the issue of the Strait of Hormuz and Iran control of it and charging tolls. What do you think about that?
Well, I have to find out if it's true. You know, they're going to do whatever they have to do. We could close that up in 2 minutes. We could close that up so fast your head would spin.
Do you want to see Gulf countries that are being attacked by Iran to start to fight back?
They are fighting back. Saudi Arabia is fighting back hard. Qatar is fighting back. UAE is fighting back. Kuwait is fighting back. Bahrain is fighting back. They're all fighting back. Actually, they were surprised to be hit. I was very surprised they got hit. And once they got hit, they started fighting very well. We're very strong communications with all of those countries, and they've all been fighting. They're 100% on our side.
How long can you pay TSA workers for? How long can you pay TSA workers for from the One Big Beautiful Bill?
Well, we're going to pay them for as long as we have to. And I will tell you, the ICE workers have been amazing. And that's helping people with their bags. It's very interesting. We put ICE there, and ICE got a very unfair press. They're doing an amazing job getting hardened criminals, murders. 11,888 murders were allowed to come into our country through Biden. And ICE has been amazing. Now, we said, give us a little hand during this period of time, because this is caused by Democrat terrorists. These people are sick. They don't care about our country. They don't care about people. But what it's all about really is they want to have open borders, and they want to have criminals come into our country so they get more votes, because they're losing votes fast. Look at how I did with the Hispanic population. And now I'm doing even better with the Hispanic population. And that's bad for them. They always had it. Now they don't have it anymore. These are people that want our country to fail, and the voters see that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The war in Iran could be over in a matter of weeks, not months.
We have objectives. I told you what those objectives are, and we are very confident that we are on the verge of achieving them very, very soon.
Rubio told G7 allies that this could be wrapped up in 2 to 4 weeks, as the Pentagon's currently considering sending 10,000 more ground troops into the Middle East. And the clock continues to tick for the mullahs. The president says the Iranians are on their knees.
Iran! What's the latest with Iran, sir?
On Iran, they are being decimated. They are talking. We are talking now. They want to make a deal. Very simply, our military is the greatest in the world by far. Iran is being decimated.
It's only going to get worse. Our kamikaze speedboats have just entered the war zone for the first time in the history of combat. These robo-skippers, also known as GARCs, are like remote-controlled jet skis that explode on impact. They're cheaper to make than missiles and have already logged over 2,000 miles in epic fury. And they're targeting Tehran's fleet of high-speed attack boats. The Strait of Hormuz is becoming a testing ground for next-generation warfare. The USS Abraham Lincoln was also pictured just outside of the strait in the Arabian Sea. The warship's nearly the size of the Empire State Building, and it's untouchable.
A very valuable thing that we had floating underwater, namely an aircraft carrier, biggest in the world. And they were shot, 101, going 2,500 miles an hour. And out of the 101 missiles shot, 101 missiles were shot down.
The USS Tripoli is almost in position, and on board, the Marines. New photos show the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit conducting a live-fire deck shoot from the ship, preparing for action. Joining our F-35s in the air, the F-15 Strike Eagles, designed for high-speed, long-range, and deep targets, both in the air and on the ground. New video shows U.S. forces continuing to decimate key military infrastructure deep inside of Iran.
Are you LLC curious? Wondering, is it time to make my business official?
With Tom Shiloh. I don't know who he is. Next month, we'll be in Georgia and Alabama. Then Idaho and Missouri in May. That's exciting. Go to ggutfeld.com for tickets.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube.
A spokesman.
So the Pentagon reportedly weighing in sending more than 10,000 additional troops to the Middle East as President Trump extends his pause on striking Iranian energy plants by 10 days. Retired four-star general, Fox News senior strategic analyst, chairman of the Institute of the Study of War, General Jack Keane joins us now. General, we're 28 days in. How many more weeks do you think we need to finish the job, and what does finishing the job look like?
Yeah, certainly. Well,
We got a little less than 3 more weeks in the minds of our commanders to complete this operation. Given it's taken a little over 3 weeks to get where we are, you can ascertain then that we have a lot of work still in front of us. And what does that really mean? Well, for a fact, we're going to accomplish all of the assigned objectives that President Trump has given the CENTCOM commander. And in talking to the IDF, they fully intend to accomplish all the objectives that Prime Minister Netanyahu has given to them. And the general time frame is as described, around 3 weeks. If it happens sooner, fine. If they have to take a little longer, we've said from the beginning that this is conditions-based. The enemy has a vote. And what is the enemy trying to do right now? Number one, they're trying to personally survive and keep the regime somewhat intact. Their assets, we know where everything is. And we're systematically taking them down. They want to save something for sure. So they have the ability to retaliate against what? When we begin to open up the Straits of Hormuz, if we're going to take Carg Island, they're going to want to do some kind of sources, while at the same time still trying to fire missiles and drones at our bases and at Israel. So that makes those targets identification and destruction more challenging. Are we going to be able to do that? You betcha. But it takes more time, it takes more identification, more tracking to do that. I try to describe it in a football analogy. You know, we're in the red zone here. We're on the 20-yard line. We're trying to get to the goal line, and the opposition is putting as much impediments in because they can see how close we are to attaining our objectives, and they're doing everything they can to prevent that from happening.
Right.
We have the wherewithal to get this done for sure. And major events in front of us is take down as many missiles as we can, all the drones and nuclear enrichment, all of those targets still there, not all completed yet. And obviously, we fully intend to open up the Straits of Hormuz and keep that open. And that means it's not just about escorting ships, it's about securing it to make certain it's protected. Right. And that it's an acceptable risk to begin and to move ships through the Straits. And Iran's not going to sit on their hands while we attempt to do something like that. They're going to come after us, and we got to make certain we stop them.
And General, I guess they're charging $2 million if you want to move your tanker through there. So the extortion's got to stop. I understand, too, what the Iranians are saying is, and the Houthis are confirming, they say they're ready to get into the act and essentially try to shut down the Red Sea if they say if the Iranians ask them to. What will we do if the Houthis get in? And why don't you think they're in yet?
Well, I think the reason why Hezbollah isn't full in, they're only largely attacking mostly in the north, and they have capability to range all of Israel's major cities. And the Houthis, it's self-protection. And listen, they're not sure Iran's going to survive. So why should they hang themselves out and lose all of their resources and their capability to impose their will situation the Iranian regime is in? That's got to be a part of the decision-making process they're going through.
I understand, according to reports, we had the coordinates, or the Israelis had the coordinates on the Speaker of the House and the Foreign Minister. And we're asked by the Pakistanis, don't kill them. We're dealing with them. Those are the two people we can talk to. So the U.S. told the Israelis to back off. Would that be a good move if that indeed happened the way I said it?
Well, I don't know anything about that, nor do I pursue inquiries like that. It's plausible something like that would happen to keep the lines of communication open for negotiations. Listen, anybody close to this knows who the Iranians are. None of us think that these negotiations will materialize. And the reason is simple for our audience to understand. We're asking Iran to give up, to surrender everything that we're willing to take away from them, everything. And if they don't do that, no deal. And that's the reality of what we're facing here. So are they in a position to do that? Given this 47-year history of the regime, their tendency is not to surrender all of that, to dig their heels in and try to survive.
Right.
That's more likely the path we're on. I actually prefer the military option anyway, because the military option continues to destroy that leadership, continues to break them down, continues to make them much more vulnerable to collapse after. It enables us to take Carg Island, which is 90% of their fuel distribution. That would cause economic collapse. And it gives us huge leverage in holding the regime accountable then for what? Don't go out and kill any of your population. If you do that, this is what we intend to do to you. It gives us huge leverage that negotiations would not provide us.
General, you had a huge day. You got up early for us. We truly appreciate you keeping your Friday appointment. General Jack Keane, thanks so much.
Love them. And Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left. Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone.
Very important point here. Talking about the Apache helicopter, talking about the A-10 Warthog. Operation Epic Fury rolls on. First in the Apache, top speed 170 miles an hour. It can be a killer in these down low areas too, because the surface ceiling is 20,000 feet. If you had an effective air defense, 20,000 feet is nothing if it's effective and can hit it. But right now the Apache is operating in an area, a theater of war, that it can just do what it wants. So too with the Warthog. They've been trying to put the Warthog out of business for years, right? Been in service for 50 years. It's still doing it. Back during the Iraq War, it was a tank killer. Come on over here and I'll show you what's happened just in the past 24 hours. And as we did yesterday and the day before, I'll look at this area right here with that green dot. That's a confirmed airstrike. That is in the Strait of Hormuz. That's the town of Bandar Abbas. And you're going to hear a lot about it as the campaign continues to ramp up in that part of Iran. Here's the naval assets that are spread out, well covered just about everywhere. Retired Lieutenant General David Deptula, former commander of air operations over Iraq and the principal attack planner for the Desert Storm air campaign. You know it well. Based on the air campaign now, sir, and the devastating advantage, what's the next move and how important could it be to win this, to bring in ground troops?
Well, Bill, it's a great question. Let me start basically outlining the concepts of just what U.S. military doctrine embraces. They embrace a concept known as joint warfighting. I know you and Dana are familiar with it, but maybe perhaps some in the audience aren't. In a nutshell, it's really about using the right force at the right place at the right time to achieve a campaign's declared objectives. So it's not unusual to see Central Command contingency planning involve ground forces, particularly if diplomacy stalls and maritime pressure in the Gulf persists. Now, use of ground forces is not necessarily a preferred option because of the great risk of casualties. However, there may be options out there if there are objectives that cannot be accomplished any other way, such as physically securing Iran's enriched uranium, where they become very viable. That said, there are also some of the island seizing options that have been floating around that need to be addressed in the context of just exactly what effect does one want to achieve. So, you know, if seizing Karg Island is aimed at controlling Iranian shipping, the same thing can be accomplished by using air-delivered mines around that island. One doesn't need to seize the island and expose it. So this is an example of the kind of thinking in the context of effects or outcomes rather than just simply the traditional use of a particular type of force.
So
But,
there are
you know,
Marines. There are Marines en route there. They'll be there and in position within days, and more will come after that. And then you got the 82nd Airborne Division. This delay until April 6th, is it diplomacy or is it a delay to get those forces in place?
It's a great question. With respect to the president's announced 10-day delay in attacks on Iran's oil infrastructure, this is a classic case of coercive diplomacy. What the president's doing is using very visible military pressure to improve its negotiating leverage while keeping one foot on the escalation ladder and one foot at the bargaining table.
On the map behind me, sir, Strait of Hormuz, you mentioned Karg Island up here around the area of Iraq. Do you think the Iranians can maintain control of that strait, that 21-mile strip of waterway that's so important to so many countries?
The short answer is over time, no. They may be able to have an impact in the short term, but the plans that are in place for controlling Hormuz are ones that will ultimately provide the United States control of that region. And, I know time's an issue, but I'd be happy to go through some of those means that are being planned. But ultimately, we're going to control the Straits, not the Iranians.
Last question here. When you look at the air supremacy on behalf of the Americans and the Israelis, I don't think historically you can point to a moment like this in the history of warfare. What compares in your mind?
Well, it is an extraordinary campaign, and U.S. and Israeli forces are delivering exceptional results. They haven't quite gotten up to the level of effort that was accomplished during Operation Desert Storm, 43-day campaign, where we engaged over 45,000 aim points. We're up at over 10,000 targets right now. But it is a magnificent example of the competence and the capability of U.S. and Israeli forces.
New standard, I'd say. General, it's good to have you on. Thanks for coming on. Interesting thoughts there. Lieutenant General Dave Deptula. Thank you, sir. We'll speak again.
You bet.
Meanwhile, the Pentagon is now weighing another surge of troops to the Middle East, as thousands more Marines are expected to arrive in the region today. At the same time, President Trump is giving negotiations another 10 days to play out.
Fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. And they are begging to work out a deal.
And that may be true, but here's the catch. We spoke with a former Iranian political prisoner who says Iran is even better at running out the clock. So if Iran is just buying time, what are the next steps in this conflict? Joining me now is former CENTCOM deputy commander and member of the Iran Policy Project at the Jewish Institute for National Security of America, Vice Admiral Robert Harward. Vice Admiral, thanks for being with us here today. Let's just accept that assumption for just a moment, that these negotiations are just a delay tactic, it's a stall tactic. If that's the case and we arrive at our 10-day window at the end of this deadline from President Trump, what happens next?
Well, more forces are there, more options are on the table, and rightfully so to make that conclusions, because we've never seen anything come out of negotiation with the Iranians unless they got something significant in return, like the ability to continue developing their nuclear weapons and billions of dollars, as we've seen in previous administrations. But by that point, well, more troops, not only the Marines, but the 82nd Airborne, the ability to put boots on the ground anywhere in Iran you want, and the ability to have more force to bear. So again, I think the time plays on both sides of the table here, and it gives us the continued pressure going after their missiles, going after the Straits of Hormuz to make sure that they can flow and traffic can flow. So those efforts will continue while this goes on. We just won't hit any industrial targets, which President Trump was never a fan of anyhow. He thought if you're going after regime change, those are elements that would help the next government. So the time plays out on both sides of the table.
The troops surging into the Middle East, Vice Admiral, of course, that means more options on the table for President Trump to make whatever decision he feels like is necessary. But what do you feel like right now the Pentagon and the president are considering those troops for?
Well, let's start with shutting down Iranian oil. In the case he's going to let them flow some as an indicator to let them know how valuable. But those Marines have conducted maritime interception ops. We can blockade any Iranian ships. We can blockade access to CARD without boots on the ground. We can also focus on other important critical infrastructure like Abadan, another accessible from the waterway, where they refine a lot of their oil. And then all the islands that are the approach of the Straits of Hormuz. If you seize those, you can shut down any other traffic, including any aircraft or any craft that may have mines on them. So again, all these options will be stronger and in position to execute after this period of time.
Vice Admiral, does the number give you any insight? The number of troops that we're sending at this time, the number of Marines, the 82nd Airborne, USS Tripoli, does that give you any insight to exactly how they'll be used there, either off the coast or in Iran?
Well, that's business as normal. The MEUs were built to go and take land, come from the water approach. 82nd Airborne, you can always put airborne, they jump into a target. So what it allows us to do to put forces either from the waterway or the air anywhere in Iran we want. So there's a tactical advantage that, but there's also a strategic messaging to the Iranian people how committed we are and that the collapse of the regime is inevitable. I think you're seeing that play out in their strategy. Anything they can do to get time and try to wait out President Trump and increase pressure globally to find a end to this conflict works in their advantage.
All right, Vice Admiral Robert Harward, thank you so much for being with us here today.
Good to be with you.
Moving developments in the Middle East, CENTCOM releasing dramatic new footage as U.S. forces continue to carry out these precision strikes all across Iran. It comes as President Trump extends a pause on striking Iranian power plants as he pushes to wind down the war. Let's get to Mike Tobin. He's in Tel Aviv. Good morning.
And as you mentioned there, Dana, the president has extended that deadline for Iran to allow ships to move freely through the Strait of Hormuz. The president says he's going to allow another 10 days for Iran to let those ships move. After that, he could begin striking power plants. The president wrote on Truth Social, I'm pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6, 2026, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Talks are ongoing. Now, twice, Trump has extended the deadline, saying Iran reached out in good faith and gave a gift of 10 ships through the strait.
They're not me. They're begging.
And Iran's surviving leaders have posted that they have never reached out for talks. The foreign minister says the U.S. acted in bad faith.
This war of aggression is blatantly unjustified and brutal. They initiated this aggression on 28 February, while Iran and the United States were engaged in a diplomatic process to resolve Americans' alleged concerns over Iran's nuclear program.
Meantime, the Israeli Defense Force is working just across the border in southern Lebanon. IDF soldiers located a tunnel network built under a Christian church. Israel says the use of civilian Christian churches for military purposes violates international law, and they say Hezbollah repeatedly exploits the Christian population in southern Lebanon, turning their places of worship into war zones. Dana?
Mike Tobin in Tel Aviv. Thank you.
Let's get some analysis right now from our man Dan Hoffman, CIA Chief of Station formerly. And Dan, good morning to you. Senator John Kennedy, Republican from Louisiana, kind of a rare voice in the Republican Party, said the following this week about getting out, like now. Watch.
As far as I'm concerned, it's time to get out. There will be those who say, well, the Iranian leadership is still standing, and they could rebuild. But I will tell you this, we have inflicted massive damage on the Iranian government.
He's exactly right about that last part there, about massive damage on Iran. What is your analysis if the president were to say we're done at this point, Dan?
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that we began military action against Iran because we didn't have a deal on Iran's ballistic missiles, their nuclear program, and we wanted to also to deal with their support to proxy terrorists in the region. Added to those three challenges that we continue to face is Iran's closing of the Strait of Hormuz. So we've got to get to those objectives. How we get there, whether it's through negotiation or continued airstrikes, potentially boots on the ground in some fashion, or some combination of all of those things, that's yet to be determined. But we need to get to the conclusion of this campaign and ensure that our strategic objectives are met.
Here's General Keane from Fox and Friends earlier about those military objectives.
They're trying to personally survive and keep the regime somewhat intact. And believe me, that is an enormous problem that they have. And on the 20-yard line, we're trying to get to the goal line, and the opposition is putting as much impediments in because they can see how close we are to attaining our objectives.
And yet, of course, Iran is trying to drive turmoil in the oil and gas markets. And at the same time, I thought this was very interesting when you pointed out that Russia is providing Iran with drones. And so there are many different players here. It maybe isn't so easy as us just saying, okay, we're done.
Exactly. Look, Russia wants this war to go on, I think, as long as possible, and they want to inflict as much pain. Iran has dispersed their ballistic missiles and their drones, what's left of them. And I agree with General Keane. We've got to finish the job. Iran wants to inflict as much pain on the oil and gas markets and cause as much turmoil as they can. If the regime survives, that's a victory for Iran, particularly if they don't have to meet our objectives regarding their future ballistic missile program, the nuclear program. And remember, there's 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium we need to find.
Sure is.
As well as their support to proxy terrorists.
Dan, it's hard to see behind the curtain of diplomacy at whatever degree it's happening right now. What do you think this delay that the president announced yesterday until the 6th of April at least, what do you think that does on the battlefield?
Well, I think, remember, it's a delay in striking Iran's energy infrastructure, not a delay in our ongoing assault on Iran's defense industrial base with the airspace that we now control. So I think the president is indicating that he's ready to talk. He's always been ready to talk. I'm quite sure that behind the scenes, the CIA is collecting intelligence on the regime to determine whether there may be officials in the regime who might be interested in striking a deal to save whatever is left of their country and potentially have for some sanctions relief and economic growth down the road. But if those things don't happen, then we're going to use this time period, these 10 days, to put in place a plan to potentially to put boots on the ground. There have been some unconfirmed reports that the United States is considering sending as many as 10,000 troops into the region. And so we'll have to track that closely.
Dan, thank you. The weekends have not been quiet times, so we appreciate you kicking us off as we go into Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Secretary of State Rubio saying that all options, of course, are on the table, as always, and you can see that table's pretty crowded. There are quite a few options there as the Pentagon is continuing to deploy potentially an additional 10,000 combat troops to the Middle East right now, on top of the 50,000, which are mostly stationed in the region at all times. New video from CENTCOM shows the assault on Iran's offensive capabilities continues as President Trump extends his pause on strikes against energy sites. So remember, that's a carve out, no energy sites. But as you can see, that target is clearly on the list and is being struck. Joey Jones is going to join me in just a moment here from New York. But first, Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin in Washington. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Martha. Well, it would take at least 2 weeks for the 10,000 troops that the White House and Pentagon are weighing whether to send to arrive in the Middle East, an effort to force open the Strait of Hormuz, possibly, a mission that is fraught with risk, according to current and former military commanders. In other words, no ground invasion is likely before mid-April. These troops would be in addition to the brigade of 82nd Airborne paratroopers who have been ordered to the region, along with the commander of the 82nd Airborne and his higher headquarters. More than 40,000 U.S. service members are already assigned to bases already hit by incoming Iranian missiles and drones across the Middle East. Many have had to be relocated to hotels and apartments in civilian areas as a result. The 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit is still days from the Strait of Hormuz and would still have to cross the contested strait, where they would be a very large, vulnerable target. Unless the Marine Expeditionary Unit crosses the strait, it will not be in a position to help with any sort of ground invasion, I'm told by multiple sources. Opening the strait will require Brad Cooper said U.S. forces have destroyed 92% of Iran's largest naval vessels, but experts tell us they aren't the vessels that pose the greatest threat to ships that are passing through the Strait of Hormuz, Martha.
Yeah, interesting. We heard some of that yesterday, that there are a lot of small boats that can be very useful for the Iranians in those kinds of attacks in the strait. Jennifer, thank you very much.
And military analyst and international relations expert, Dr. Rebecca Grant. Dr. Grant, thank you so much for joining us. So the president has pushed the deadline back 10 days to reopen the Strait of Hormuz while these negotiations get underway. But at the same time, there is this reporting that the Pentagon is considering sending more troops into the region in what is described as the troops being able to deliver a final blow. So with all of that in mind, where do you think things stand right now?
Well, I'll tell you, 10,000 additional troops is not an invasion force. This is more
strategy of carrot and the stick. We'll negotiate, but at the same time, there's lingering in the background the possibility of a larger military campaign on the horizon. Let's take a moment, Dr. Grant, to listen to the moment the president revealed what Iran's present to the United States was. Watch this.
They say, we will give you a present. And the present was 8 ships. We're going to give you 8 ships. And they actually made it 10. And that proved to me that we're dealing with Iran.
What do you make of this?
Well, you know, a few dozen ships have gone through the strait with various destinations, including India and China. So I think President Trump here is working on the negotiating channel. He said, let some ships through. Iran said, okay, we can do this. And this proves that there is a coherent command and control from the negotiating team down to the remnants of the IRGC. He's seeing if there's a workable structure in Iran that could uphold any agreement that they may reach and have the Strait of Hormuz free of Iranian threats, so the shippers will go ahead and put their cargoes through.
Also, Dr. Grant, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was in France this morning for meetings with G7 officials. And obviously, the president has made it very clear that he is deeply disappointed by Europe's lack of cooperation when it comes to reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and said that it's something that he will never forget. So what's your reaction to this, and where our relationship with Europe stands, and also how our adversaries are viewing Europe in light of the fact that they were not willing to help out?
Oh, you know, I love Secretary Rubio, and I guarantee you Rubio is going to lay into these particular allies. You know, Japan, so much of the oil that comes through Hormuz goes in that direction. All these countries have P-8 radar planes, frigates, Navy vessels, missile defense capabilities, and they can be the core of an international stabilization maritime force in the Strait of Hormuz. And wow, it is past time for these G7 allies of ours to step up.
Yeah, and the president said yesterday during his cabinet meeting, he noted that the German chancellor said this is not our war, and then went on to say, well, the war in Europe between Russia and Ukraine, also not our war, but we were willing to help out. So a notable point there made by the president. Dr. Grant, thank you so much for joining us.
Simple. I only pay $10 a month for my internet connection. Fast, unlimited, anywhere.
Have you heard about Ryoko Pro? This is the cutting-edge portable Wi-Fi hotspot that people wish they found out about sooner. With this pocket Wi-Fi, you can simply stay connected whether you're working, traveling, or simply on the go. But why should your internet be overpriced, unreliable, full of hidden fees, and riddled with poor coverage when a modern, affordable solution is reshaping the industry as we speak? Introducing Ryoko Pro, the revolutionary portable Wi-Fi device that provides reliable, high-speed internet globally. Ryoko Pro's advanced features make it a game changer in 8 distinct ways. 1. With state-of-the-art chip technology, Ryoko Pro delivers a fast, stable 150 megabytes per second connection no matter where you are. Say goodbye to weak and unsecured Wi-Fi at hotels or coffee shops. 2. Americans spend around $600 on internet bills over 6 months. With Ryoko Pro, you can enjoy unlimited data for a fraction of that. For a one-time payment, you get fast, secure internet anywhere, anytime for half a year. 3. Whether you need to stream, work, or stay connected across multiple devices, Ryoko Pro has you covered. It can support up to 10 devices simultaneously, making it perfect for families or remote teams. 4. With up to 8 hours of
catch them by surprise and you go in on the ground. What is the best mission here?
That's a really good question, Julie, and the timing here is critical. If you're going to send ground forces in for a limited incursion, you don't do that at the front of the process. You do that at the end of our process of degrading and incapacitating Iran's military capabilities. You want Iran to be as weak as it possibly can be in order to make sure that the risk to our forces is kept to an absolute minimum. So what does that look like? It means using our air assets to degrade their missile capabilities that they could use to hit our ships, to take out their surveillance capabilities so that they are able to track in real time where our forces are, to destroy their weapons stores. Some of those are kept underground in locations around the coast. A lot of targets that Pentagon planners will certainly be aware of. You need to hit those targets and work your way through the war plan as a precondition of putting any kind of ground troops in country.
All right. And at this point, I believe, the update on troops being wounded has gone up. But if you think about it, the total death count right now for Iranians is around 1,900. You're looking at about 18 to 20 Israelis and around 20 U.S. troops. There's obviously a lot of pressure on civilians being killed in this whole mission. The president intends on making it safe for the world, but at what expense? And where do you see this going as far as civilian casualties?
Well, every civilian casualty is a tragedy, and it's something that our armed forces train and plan.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for
I forgot you guys. Sorry, I was reading the chat, enjoying you guys. Yeah, I'm just hold on. I'm gonna play another video, but then I think I decided I'm not going to. I wanted to talk to the chat. Oh, there's still plenty of people in here. Air fried. What's up, Benji? Good to see you, bro. Antonio, what up, bro? Are you Antonio from New Jersey, bro? Like the one that I know from my old server, or are you somebody else? My bad, dude. If I'm like getting too personal, but are you the same one that I've been trolling? I've been trolling with Emmanuel. If it's the same cat. George, what's good with you? Nah, mason jar, leave it light. Yeah, you put it in you want to put it in the mason jar and burp it, give it some air, Okay, cool. Now, I got a homie named Emmanuel from New Jersey, and you guys have kind of the same humor. So I was like, yeah, it could be him, bro. I don't know. That's what's up, George. Good to hear you, bro. Benji, you still in here? What's up, Benji? And you too, walking. You and Benji both better be in the damn Discord when I get done, because I just stopped the video for you. I was hoping y'all would be there, bro. You guys better be in there. I'm glad to hear you're doing good, George. I just wanted to chop it up with y'all. I was like, you know what? I got enough people in the room. Let's chop it up for a hot minute before I get up out of here. We all know what's going on. Yo, I was laughing really hard when Trump said, look, you guys got to understand, Trump be doing a lot of dang trolling. And when he said the Strait of Trump, I started laughing so hard. Like, bro, he is just trolling. He's trolling, bro. He can talk crap with the best of them. You got to give him respect. Got to give him respect, bro. I don't know what those are, bro. But it sounds like you really like those things, though, bro. Bro, this permanent or this rainbow marker is straight. Yes, yeah, straight taunting them, dude. It's great. Dude, did you hear what Jesse Waters called that new Ayatollah? He called them the GAYY cardboard cutout, dude. He's like, it's like the G cardboard cutout. I started laughing so hard. I was like, dude, I don't really like Jesse Waters right now because he's extra loving this stuff. And I feel like he's enjoying it way too much. And I was just not feeling it. But like, dude, he was cracking me up today. I don't know. I don't know if it's that super lemon haze that I'm smoking or if it's what. That's why I was asking you guys if Gutfeld was actually funny earlier or was it just me, dude? Because I was actually laughing. I don't know. I spent a lot of time in Detroit. What up, Detroit? I'm from Cleveland, son. Bro, he did. That's why I was playing his stuff, dude. I wanted to play another one. I have another one of him just trolling the crap out of him. And when I can get a bunch of people in the room like this, if you didn't notice, Antonio, to give you guys fun, I can bring in All I have to do is turn on specific stuff and we get the room going. Give you somebody to, talk to. But we were just, Jesse Waters said that Trump is playing mind games and the libs think he's crazy. I know, it's hilarious. Yeah, Jesse Waters said that, dude. Jesse Waters called him the GEY cardboard cutout, Ayatollah cardboard cutout, dude. He's like, so they have a gay cardboard cutout of the Ayatollah. It was funny, dude. I was just like, dude, my family is all over Texas. I could throw a rock and find family. So Antonio is definitely Mexican or Spanish. That's a given. I mean, I should already know that with the name Antonio. I mean, you could also be Italian, though. But if you're in Texas, say less. Say less. I get it. Yeah. I can tell, bro. We have the same energy, man. I'm Italian. I feel like Italians and Spanish have the same energy. Here in Columbus, Italians and Spanish, they link up. There's actually like Italian, Spanish restaurants and stuff around here. If you, dude, I don't like you, bro. You gotta go, bro. I'm not gonna lie, man. Give me one reason. I'm gonna give you 1 minute timeout. You can think about yourself, boy. Come back and act like, say funny stuff. I don't care if you troll, but if you're corny, bro, just go sit in the corner and think about it, because you're not even that funny. I can't even swear and I'll troll you, bro. It's like you're not funny. They've only showed a cardboard cutout of the new Ayatollah. He hasn't appeared. I know, that's why he called it I was dying, bro. I was dying laughing. Like, he called it the G cardboard cutout. Like, it was just like, he doesn't say too much funny stuff anymore to me because he's like really enjoying the war. And I don't know. Some of it, it's weird. I find myself agreeing with the liberal lady on the 5 a lot. I don't know why, guys. I'm not a liberal guy, but I do feel like I can understand logical stuff. I don't give a damn where it comes from. Like, Bernie Sanders was talking today about the data centers. And I was playing his speech. I didn't play the whole thing because AOC came on and nobody wanted to hear her talk. I'll play it another day. But because I'm interested. But see, the thing is it sucks hearing it come from them, though, because they don't care. They don't care. Like, they're literally, it's like, he was talking crap about Larry Ellison, and like he did a speech 2 hours prior, or 2 speeches prior to Larry Ellison on the same stage on Saturday. So like, you're talking bad about him, but you were on the same stage doing a rally with him. So you're in the same pocket, dude. Like, I don't know how I could even listen to you at all. That's why it's hard to take any of these people serious, because they're all in each other's pockets, literally. It's gross. It is what it is, but that's where they're at. Who do I gotta get up out of here? Somebody's effing up my algorithm or something. But yeah, man, it's just wild. Yeah, Jesse is funny lately. Jessica, I don't know what her name is, dude. I literally don't know what her name is. I don't. Okay, you, right. That's who it is. It's you. Goodbye. All right. Yeah, I don't really know what her name is. Is that her name? Jessica from the 5? Yeah, I don't really watch the 5 or nothing like that enough to know her name, but yeah, her. No Jersey Shore for me. I've been to the Jersey Shore. I used to have some people in New Jersey. The chick with the glasses that's kind of whiny. Yeah. Just this week though. Normally I can never stand her. But this week she's made some decent sense to me. And she's just not like all the way up, Trump's butt. She's actually like asking questions. So I'm like, yeah, I dig that. Because right now, all the mainstream media is really bad. That's why you guys see me stopping and talking crap about Fox all the time. Like, bro, they be lying. They be saying stupid stuff. They be mentioning all types of dumb stuff. So does CNN, all of it. They all are on the same page. All of them. It just depends on what side you're on, dude. Do you want to hear bad stuff about Trump? Go to CNN. Do you want to hear bad stuff about this? Go to this one. If you go to Australia, you've got even Australia news be talking about the liberals at this point. Everybody. So, I think they really embarrassed themselves this weekend. Hey, Paulie, pass the oil. Tell him, Walkie. He said, hey, Paulie, pass the oil. I've never heard her make sense. Gutfield is, yeah, he was giving her some right then and there too, bro. He really was. He was giving her crap, bro, but he was giving her crap, but I don't care. Like at that point, Gutfeld also, like Jesse, very much has been giddy about this war too. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Nobody cares, Jeep. Why don't you take your crybaby self and go to the corner and think about it? And you could have all the regrets in the world, JoJo. Little JoJo Phillips. Little JoJo Phillips. How about that? Having regret. Wham, mommy, wham. It's okay, buddy. We all will feel better for you in the morning, little JoJo. Man, don't you care about what people really have to say, liberals? If you guys know what I meant. Sorry, I said that wrong. Do you guys really care what these liberals have to say? I'm waiting for you, Antonio. You tell them what's good, bro. You get them. I'm bringing them in. You toss them out, dog. And voting for him in 2028. Oh, aren't you funny? I'll let you know what? Oh, see, you effed up. Did you read the rules before you came in? Did you? You do know. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to think about it and say sorry. But you do know. No caps, bro. Come on. This is a dictatorship. This isn't a YouTube sponsorship here, buddy. Everybody's marching against Trump being the dictator when I'm the dictator. Yeah, you're welcome. It's all good. I'm the dictator. I dictate how this stuff goes, and I'm a proud one. Aren't I, Walking? I'm a proud one. They call me Tim. Tim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un. Yeah, go to the corner, Antonio. You tell him. They call me Tim Jong-un. If I get mad enough, I'm going to get Walking and Benji to fill up a bunch of poo balloons and send them your way. That's how we do it over here in the Kim Jong-un lane. Tim Jong-un lane. All right, just joking with y'all. Anyways, oh, you're good. Yeah, you're good, bro. I was just messing with you. Tim for president. Look, if I was president, boy, you guys would love me. Walking, I need to be president. Tim Dong-Wan said, go to the corner. Yeah, man, Tim for president, bro. If I was president, bro, things would be way different. Way different. There would be no games played. Ladies and gentlemen, we would have a lot of common sense going on. Too much of it. You know what would happen if I was president? They would murk me in a week. They'd be like, nope, not this guy. First off, nah, I won't say it. 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 Food would be cheaper. Gas would be cheaper. Everything would be cheaper. Yeah, vote for me, guys. Trust me, all the Democrats would be in Greenland. It would be so much easier. And trust me, the rhinos too. I'm going to put them all on a boat. Whatever you put them on. And I'm sending them all to Greenland. Because I'm going to take over what Trump was doing. And I'm taking over Greenland if he doesn't do it by the time I'm president. And then we're going to have a land of patriots where we eat steaks and eggs and have cheap gas and fine women that aren't jabbed up and don't smell like patchouli and hug trees. And if they do, they better have beautiful dreads and are sexy. I don't know. And the absolutely wonderful, sparkly, what? You weirdo? Who the hell just said that? So I could erase the sparkly. Of course it was you. Walking. Have to talk about sparkling. Can you be my campaign manager? Yeah, bro. You sure can. You can be my campaign manager, bro. I mean, it just depends. What's your background like? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, definitely, bro. I'm definitely chilling, dude. That's why I'm live right now. I've been talking 80% of this live stream. I had to stop and play a video or two so I could get my voice back. Australia is I like Australia as much as I talk crap about them. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I like Australia. I think they got a good humor. I'm not gonna lie. Am I on camera? Walking. Am I on camera? Am I good? I don't got an incense stick rolled, so I don't want to Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. Punch. Freaking Australia is right. I read that. If Tim were president, that good sticky herb would be cheap and legal. Absolutely. And I would have the CCP right up out of it, brother. We would have good people with good hearts and good souls putting good positive energy into our herbs and our food. No more GMO, no more Bill Gates. If you get caught doing something that's bad, no more sitting in trial for years. I'm going to go ahead and make it. Let's just put it this way. If you catch somebody in the act of something that ain't right, I'm giving you full rights to do what you got to do. And then we'll worry about it afterwards. You know, it is what it is, guys. That's how we running things. People will learn real fast. I feel like why I like Sheriff Grady so much, because he does public shamings. And I am a firm believer of a good public shaming. I feel like if you want to make, being the dictator I am, that if you ridicule somebody in public, it's going to make the others go, I don't want to be ridiculed in public. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm all for it. So, if you catch somebody doing something wrong, you go ahead and follow the proper, you do what you got to do, and they will learn not to F-A-F-O. Thanks, bro. Hey, man. Much love. It's just simple thinking, you know. I'm not overthinking it. I'm just being honest, bro. Like, just being honest with y'all, having a little fun before I get out of here. I'm way past where I was gonna be, so now I'm just full blown whatever at it. I'm just now BSing with everybody. It is 4. Is it 4:09? Help me out, y'all. What time is it? 4:09? If it's 4:09, we should go ahead and celebrate 420. Who's down? I know someone's down. Where'd Antonio go? Better not bail on me now, son. It's 4:09. All right. So I got like 10 minutes in me or something. 15 minutes in me. Good. There's my dog. He ain't leave me yet, did he? Come on. All right, everybody, get yourself together. Let's do this. Let's celebrate. This is my favorite time when I'm doing streams for the last few years. This is my favorite time, dude. Straight up. This is the time YouTube's like, don't go live. Don't go. This is my favorite time. The people are chill. I don't know. I like it better. For some reason, though, YouTube's always like, go live during the day. And then I go live and everybody's just crazy. Like, dude, they want to drive me mad or something. I don't know what it is. What kind of incense you got there, man? Is your name Build something? I can't tell. My eyes are a little blurry. I'm trying to think of what I'm gonna go with. The double OG Chem Dog. That's what I'm going with. I'm doing this for the chat. It's like probably my better of what I got. Let's just put it this way. It was expensive. Very expensive. Dude, it's kind of funny. I'm a little bit there where I read your comment and it said you're down. And I almost was like, hold on. Are you down? Like you're down? You got the downs? Dude, I almost started roasting you just because you said that. Not to be mean, dude. I'm almost at 15K, bro. I'm like 100 away or 180 away or something. I was hoping to catch that today, but tomorrow maybe or the next day or something. Whatever, the next couple lives, I'll catch it. I should. Corky is down. Corky, wake your ass up and come smoke with us on 420. You got 8 minutes. Come on, Corky. Antonio, I'm a downy. I just read I'm down, and I was like, I'm just in that clowning mode. It's nothing. I wasn't being like a jerk or nothing. Like, I'm not being a dick or nothing. I was just laughing at the comment. Like, yo, you said I'm a downy. All right, cool. I was like, dude, please don't take offense to that because I really was just joking around, bro. I just saw it and started laughing. Like, oh shoot, Robert Downey Jr. That's what I can start saying. You got the Robert Downey Jr. effect. You got the Robert Down or something. I got to figure it out. But I need to figure out a way to be able to call people that without doing it. It's like it's a hard word, because you want to call everybody just that. That's the best way. Shane Gillis is great, bro. Shane Gillis is great. Motherfucking RDJ. I don't know what that is, bro. Ray J, Roj, Roz. Oh, Robert Downey. I got you. No, I'm trying to figure out Robert Downsy. Okay. All right, that's a good one. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, I got you. Well, they got to know what I mean. So I'm going to say you got the Downsies. You got the Robert Downsy Juniors. That's what I can say. Hey, if I say that, y'all know what I'm talking about, okay? That's our lingo. Straight up. There's how many people are in here? I got to look. 178 people. 178 people. Y'all remember right now. Robert Downsy Jr. That's hilarious, bro. That's funny, dude. Where'd you get that chi, Daddy? What is that from? What is that from, Alien? Or Walking? I always call you guys. I call Alien Walking. He gets pissed. My name is Corky, and I'm not down with that. Antonio said, my name is Corky, and I'm not down with that ish, bro. I wish Ryan was awake. He would sing the song for you. Dude, listen. Our friend is from another country, and he had no clue who Corky was. And Ryan's he's definitely Gen Z or Gen X or whatever, right? And he was like, he started singing that song, bro, to my dude when I mentioned it to him, and it was just so funny. We ended up having to pull it up and play the intro to the show. And Corky comes on with that smile, bro. We were all just crying laughing, dude. Dude, the intro's 3 minutes long. Dang. Even the intro's lightweight. Robert Downsy Jr. Shane Gillis' story about his uncle with dude, come on, stop saying that so many times, dude. I'm gonna read it. He went on about his uncle Danny always brings a grilled cheese to restaurants in case they didn't have grilled cheese on the menu. Damn good, brother. All right, I gotta get rid of it. I'm watching my stuff. Just go pow. You're up to no good, Walking. That's pretty funny, though. I'm not gonna lie. That has been good. That's pretty funny. What's up, Joseph? Are you coming in with some Robert Downsies? Gen X. Yep, Gen X, brother. What are you? Whatever the opposite of what Walking is. Whatever, dude. If you're an '80s kid, whatever that is, what are we? If you're born in the '80s, in the '80s, Gillis was 78. Okay. 82. My other dude in here is 80. The other guy was 79. Yeah, see, that's about right. Walking corpse over here. He's really one of us, trapped in a Gen Z body, but yet he still is Gen Z is all get out. It's crazy. He's very smart, though. He has a very high IQ when it comes to just being but he's definitely got some crazy In 1968, I was born, July 4th. Get out. That's dope. That's dope, dude. You were born just too late to miss. You missed damn Woodstock. I'm just a short white asshole from Detroit. Hey, man. Detroit, baby. Detroit what? I get it. Hey, I'm from Cleveland, man. I'm just an Italian from Cleveland, man. Just doing the best I can. Lenorda Joni is a crazy, funny comedian chick. I don't know who she is. I've never heard of her. Yeah, I was born in Detroit. Hambrick. All right. I feel like Detroit, Cleveland, and Chicago have like the same. We have that same like. Look, I live in Columbus now, and Columbus just doesn't have that same like rough around the edges type attitude that Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago is weak too though. But like if you go to the right part of Chicago, they're like Cleveland, the Midwest, But for some reason, I'm in Central Ohio, and they're just like way softer here. Yeah, we're all on the same vibe. I agree, Antonio. Yeah, we all got that same, like, we got that rough around the edges. We got the same chopper music. We got that same music. To those that don't know what that is, that's just a style of hip hop. We've got that same, like, just football, wrestling, high school sports, that Midwest vibe. Hey, now Chicago is bad. Hey, look, bro, I don't have a problem with Chicago at all. I always had a problem with people from Chicago because they used to come in here thinking they were so tough. And I'm just like, bro, Chicago is just a suburb. There's like some tough places in Chicago, don't get me wrong. But it ain't nothing like going into the heart of Cleveland or going into Detroit. Go walk up in Detroit, bro. Come on. The whole city. Not like there's like whole sections of it. There's just like a couple of parts of Chicago that are like, watch out. The South Side, For the most part, though, it's a bunch of whites. It's okay, though. We need whites. We need whites. Chicago needs a good set of whites. Now, who the hell just made my drop like that? Why did it just drop like that? It keeps dropping and it's annoying me. I don't advise it in Detroit or Chicago. They were wreck shop on you quick. Same with Cleveland, bro. As a matter of fact, oh shoot, 420, you're right. Dang. Everybody, we all are on the same mind level. 2 minutes past is still right on point for me. Are you talking about the war in Chirac? Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about O-Block? O-Block, bitch, Chirac. Chirac. That's what we talking about? Bro, I just packed, yo. I wish I could tell you guys, bro. I made it way too far now. Everybody knows don't mess with Texas, but Oklahoma is their biggest rival. Yeah, don't mess with Texas. Texas is gangster. Y'all are too big. I always use you guys as like a analogy. When I compare other countries to us, Texas is the first one I bring up. I'm like, look, bro, Texas is bigger than you can like the UK. Whenever UK starts talking, I'm like, look, bro, Texas is gonna come through and take your whole country out. Done. Fit like 6 of y'all in Texas. Y'all couldn't mess with Texas. Canada couldn't. Most of them couldn't mess with Texas. Everybody knows don't mess with Texas. Yeah, bro. Yeah, but Alaska's got a lot of like open land, bro. Like Alaska's another one though. Alaska is another one, but they've got like a very low population. like April 1st, there's the Pentagon sending troops all around the country, right? But like Guam, Alaska, and like a couple other places like Guatemala, I don't know, whatever, they're only getting 300 or 250 because they don't have as much. Eskimos. I know Alaska's got a lot of people that like dip out from the states that probably committed a crime and don't want to get caught. Yeah, harsh climate. It's not really in America. But hey, they get oil money, don't they? Don't bring no BS to Oklahoma, bro. All world, my family, no problem. Congress, government, all members, all respect. No war, always help. Hey, man, much love, bro. Much love, bro. Thank you for the love. Everybody needs good. At least it's all kind. I'll take the kind. How does it say 68 here and 197 here? Like, what is going on? Hold on, bro. And then 113 here. What is going on? How many people am I talking? Oh, there's nothing up right now? Sheesh. Why didn't you tell me? I thought there was something up, bro. Okay, I'll put something up. I can't believe I had nothing up that whole time, and I was just sitting here yapping, and there was 200 people in here, and then I just effed that all up. That's hilarious. There you go. Sorry, guys. There was nothing up there but a black square. That's stupid. Sorry about that. Now it's 177 on mine and it says 92 on the other. How does that even make sense? And then it says 64 here. Okay, nothing's even close to being on point. 64 on one. 64 on one. 69, 178 on another, and 69 on the other. I'm rolling with the 69 and 64. What the hell is this 178? It still says 178. So then that other one's just not right. It's still saying 178 right now. What does it say for you guys? How many people does it say is in the room? Now it says 161. What are you guys doing? What is going on with my stream right now? Why is my views bouncing like this? All right, weirdo. You keep saying stuff. I don't know. I'm putting you in timeout because something weird's going on with my stuff. You better not be the one too, bro. See? Bow! Caught you, Buster. See, that says 69 and it just went up to 195, dude. I'm saying my screen says I have 195 people watching. And this one says 81. So what the hell? Now it says 111. 181. Bro, what is going on? Mine says 181 and it's just not budging. Now it's at 199. Yeah, it's doing something, dude. It's saying 73, and then I wish I could show you guys. It's saying 73 here and 199 here. I'm not in. Now it says 92. Like, what? Yeah, it's messing around, dude. All right. Well, I ain't playing around. I hate when it does this stuff. How is YouTube supposed to pay you when you I swear to God on my life, when I'm looking at 197 people right now in my chat, literally concurrent viewers, 197, 14 people chatting. Now it's at 200 with 9 people chatting. And then if I go into my other one, it says 75. I'm ending it. I don't like that. Yeah, YouTube is effing with me, dude, for sure. I wish I could show you guys. I wish I could show you, like, legit. I wish I could show you. You know what? When we get done walking, I'm gonna show you my. I want to show you my Yeah, I got the 320. Yeah, it just made another dip, but it's like I want to show you when we get done, dude. I'm gonna show you. Like it literally says that. Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, I don't. I'm like, what is going on? It says 72 in one, and then it says 201 in the other. I swear to God, dude, I swear to God, I'm going to show Walking when the show ends. I'm going to show him my algorithm thing so he can see exactly what I'm seeing right now. Now it just dropped to 173. Because whoever keeps making a comment that's making my shit drop. Literally. All right. Well, I'm done. I don't even care. There's 173 people in here. It says 76. I'm out of here because now it says 215, dude. You know what? I'm like flabbergasted at how YouTube works. You know, I'm flabbergasted at how YouTube works. It's just like you can't tell nothing no more. Like, bro, I've kept 200 to 500 people in here forever. No, I'm done, bro. I don't got any more time left in me, really, bro. To be honest, this is just wasting my time at this point. Yeah. I'm starting to think so, Aaron. When I'm looking now, it just dropped from 215 to 206. You know? And then it says over here 55 to 69. Like, bro, that's a crazy jump. That is like a crazy jump. Now it's at 90. Like, it's just all over the place. About to start blocking you guys to see who's messing with me, just so you know. Bow. One of you guys are effing with me, and I'm going to find who you are, just so you know. Wow. No. What the hell is going on? I gotta call YouTube or something. Because my analytics are saying something totally than what y'all are seeing. I don't know why I blocked Erin. Because I was checking her out. I didn't block her, though. I unblocked her. Why'd you make me block her again? Am I all right? I'm straight, dude. Are you okay is the real question. I find something real weird going on here. See, my views are going up, bro. So you guys aren't seeing what I'm seeing. I didn't block you, girl. I was checking you out. That's all. I ain't block you. I'm good. How are you? You always get the haters? Why you always run into haters? I ain't hating on you, though. It's all good. I'm not hating. I promise. I ain't hating, man. Good. Thank you. Going to work. Go to work, brother. Have a good day, man. Have a good day. Have a good day. I wonder how many people voted on this thing. Not that many. Yeah, I didn't think Keeks had a good question. When you ask them other ones, dude, don't hate, participate. Good pick of Trump. Love it. Cool, Daniel. Much love. That's going to be my thumbnail for this video. See, yeah, now I'm down to 159 and it says 89 here. I've never seen anything like it. What's 89? No, it's not 159. I've never seen anything like this. You tell me what me caused instant block first time I ever decided to take a comment. Oh, because my views dropped super heavy, like they are right now. That's why. And I was checking you out. Do you want a better excuse? Because that's the truth. Is that unacceptable to you? Do you want me to say sorry? I already said sorry. But I will literally block you as fast as you cry to me. I don't care. I would rather chill with you, but I will block you fast. I don't care. First ever YouTube chick. All right, bye, bitch. Have a good one. Don't care about you. Goodbye. Go make a sandwich, woman. Little Wooly. Little Wooly. Go make a sandwich. What else? What else? Yo, good pick of Trump. We gotta love Trump. Dude, these chicks come in just talking crazy, bro. Like, oh my goodness. They see Trump and they don't know how to act. For real. They act like Robert Downey Jr.'s. That's what they act like. There's a bunch of Robert Downey Jr.'s. Ma, the meatloaf. Antonio's been keeping the heat all night long, bro. It does, Daniel. I love it. Me too. I try to bring in some trolls so it gives Antonio and other people to like, or it gives me somebody to roast. Like now that I'm talking, now it's my turn to roast him. But if I have a video playing, then Antonio comes in and walking. Forcefully attacking to keep people from saying what's on their mind. Oh no, walking. Forcefully. What'd you just say? You're going in the corner, bro. Call me Antifa, bro. I am manlier than you'll ever be. Don't get me started. People say really dumb stuff, bro, for sure. Walking just got sent to the corner. I hope you friggin' wash up that jizz now too, Walking. And Quifa. So yeah, it keeps making dips on me, bro. I'm good with this. This is like it's giving me a mind F. It tells me there's 155 people in here, and it says 92 here. And then let me see what it says here. 68. Hold on. Yeah, 68. Isn't that funny? I'm not even lying. It's like all over the place. Now it says 49. I have to call YouTube and ask them what the hell, because it says 170 on mine. Okay, you're going right back there, bro. Now you're getting 10 minutes. Stupid. Barbara's here. Everybody, yay, Barbara's here. What's up, what's up, what's up, Barbara? Dude, it literally says 189 here. I wish I had my phone so I could take a picture of this right now. Yeah, it says 189 on mine, dude. When I end it, I'm going to show Walking. When I end it, I'm going to show Walking exactly how many it has on mine. It's crazy. Now it says 39, back up to 68, but it says 176 on mine. That's insane. Like, what is YouTube doing, or what is somebody doing to my stream right now? To where it says 48 people, 45 people, but 187. I don't know, bro. I honestly don't know. But I do know my views are going up, so it's not like it's 45 people watching. That's why I'm still talking to you guys, because I'm watching it go up by the 1,000. So if there was 45 people watching, it wouldn't be moving at all. It would just be sitting there. So I know for a fact that there's more than 45 people watching. So I don't care. I'm watching it. Like right now I'm at, let's just say 413 views. I got 187 people watching. Hold on. See here in a minute where I'm at. Reminds me of satellite pings from call centers, sections at certain points of the day. I don't know. Now it says 192 people are watching. Now I'm at 617 views. If I had 45 or 90, it wouldn't have went up almost 200. You know what I'm saying? But that's crazy, though. That's crazy that YouTube would do that. 48 people watching, it says. Listen, if 48 people were watching, my stream would just be like this. Like early morning, you'd be in California day, you get calls from Midwest late all day, East Coast. Yeah, I would hate to be in California and owe people money on the East Coast because, yeah, you're getting calls at weird times. Like telemarketers are calling you at I don't know. Do they do that? Is that how it is if you're on the West Coast? Do you guys get the East Coast problems? I'm just wondering. I fucking can't believe this. This is crazy. Oh, I'm hungry, bro. Jay's satellites give signals at different points of the day. Maybe that explains number jumps. No, that does not explain number jumps. 157 to 170. Now I got 170 and it says 41 over here. I'll just put it this way. When I get to 225,000, I'm stopping. And I'm at 222,336. If I had 54 people, it would take forever. But they all should read the same. I agree. Well, okay. So your concurrent should not be the same as your stream, but what you see and what the concurrent should be about the same, and they should match up real fast to each other, and it's not doing it. So whatever someone's taking out of whatever you see, it's not affecting my actual views at all. I have 170 people in here right now, and I'm now at 223. So, walking, are you ready to get out of the corner yet, dude? Stop talking stupid in the chat. Gosh. I know what you guys see. I can see what you see. I can see it. Trust me. But that is not it. I wish I could show you. Wait, I might be able to show you. I'll show you guys. I don't care. I'll show you my studio. If it lets me. Let me see. Let me see if it shows my studio. Nah, I don't think it will. Yeah, it will. Check it out. What do you see? How many people does it say right now? Check it out. You can see it. 149 people. 140. Hey, look. 47. 149. I told you I had 200 people in here. I told you I wasn't sitting here capping on you guys, dude. I wasn't. I was telling y'all the truth. That's why I said, what is going on here? This is trippy. Because what you guys see and what I see is two different things. And if you look, the views are going up. Look, the views are going up. If I had 45 people in here, it would just go up by like, because there's like however many people in here. That is weird. I just wanted to show you guys. I know you believe me, but I just wanted to show you what I'm seeing right now. I'm chilling just like you guys are. We just had 420 together, and I'm just looking at it going, what? Look. What? 44 people. If I were to go by this part, by this analytics, then I would quit. And then if I go over here, boom, look.